You are tuned in to Daily Story, bringing you true accounts from everyday people navigating modern dating. Thank you for joining us today. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. So let us begin. The world did not just tilt, it spun, a sickening carousel of terror. Italy, Tuscany, the art history tour. That was a ghost, a whisper in the deepest, most hidden corners of my mind, a dream I would never dare to speak aloud. Not to Sarah, not to my family, not even to myself in the mirror. It was just a folder on my laptop, tucked away, filled with images of ancient frescoes and sun-drenched vineyards, a fantasy for a future me. Ethan's smile, still fixed and unnervingly calm, twisted into something almost satisfied. His blue eyes, once just a pleasant shade, now felt like twin black holes, sucking all the light and air out of the coffee shop. "Is something wrong, darling?" he asked, his voice a silken thread that felt like a noose tightening around my throat. The casual endearment, after everything, was a fresh wave of nausea. My mouth was so dry, it felt like I would swallowed sand. My heart, a frantic hummingbird, was trying to beat its way out of my chest. "How do you know about that?" I managed the words, barely a rasp. It was a stupid question. I knew he would not answer, or if he did, it would be another mind game. He just chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards. "Oh, he said, leaning back, making himself comfortable, as if we were just having a pleasant chat about the weather. People talk. Information gets around, but it did not. Not this. Not the croissant with the whisk, not my coffee order, and certainly not Italy. This was not gossip. This was a surgical strike, an invasion. I really need to go. I blurted again, my voice stronger this time, fueled by a desperate surge of adrenaline. I pushed my chair back, a harsh scrape against the tiled floor, and scrambled to my feet. My legs felt like wobbly stilts, but the primal urge to flee was overwhelming. Ethan did not move. He just watched me, his gaze unwavering, those bottomless blue eyes tracking my every twitch. "Already? But we were just getting to the interesting parts," he said. A hint of genuine disappointment now, or a very good imitation of it. He reached out, not quite touching me, but his hand hovered near my arm, a silent threat. "Do not. You want to know what else I know?" The air around him suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. I tasted copper in my mouth. This was not a date. This was an interrogation. A demonstration of power, a cat playing with a very terrified mouse. Without another word, I spun around, my purse strap digging into my shoulder. I half walked, half stumbled towards the exit, not daring to look back. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but a part of me, a small, terrified part, worried that running would only confirm his control, that he was waiting for me to break. The coffee shop door chimed as I burst through it, the sound a jarring contrast to the silence of my own panic. The late afternoon air hit me like a slap, cold and sharp, but it was a welcome shock compared to the suffocating warmth inside. I did not look back. I just walked, faster and faster, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My car was parked a few blocks away, and every step felt like an eternity. My mind was a chaotic mess of fragmented thoughts. How? Who? Is he following me? I kept glancing over my shoulder, my heart hammering against my ribs. The street was busy, thankfully, filled with people going about their lives, oblivious to the terror that had just been unleashed on mine. Each stranger was a potential ally, but also a potential witness to my humiliation, my fear. I finally reached my car, a battered old Civic that suddenly felt like the most vulnerable thing on the planet. My hands fumbled with the keys, my fingers numb with cold and fear. I glanced at the rear window, half expecting to see Ethan standing there, watching me. But there was no one, just the usual city bustle. I yanked the door open, practically throwing myself inside. The lock button was the first thing I hit, followed by the ignition. The engine rumbled to life, a comforting sound of mechanical power. I reversed out of the spot, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror, then the side mirrors, then the rearview again. Nothing, just the stream of traffic. The drive home was a blur of paranoia. Every car that followed me for more than a block felt like a potential threat. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into Ethan's predatory smile. I took circuitous routes, trying to shake off an imaginary tail, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex, the setting sun casting long, eerie shadows, a strange sense of unreality settled over me. Had that really just happened? Was I overreacting? No. The croissant, the coffee, Italy, those were not coincidences. This was real. This was terrifying. I parked and practically ran to my building, my keys already out. The lobby felt too quiet, the elevator ride too slow. I burst into my apartment, slamming the door shut and double locking it. Then, pushing the deadbolt into place, I leaned against the door, panting, the cold metal against my back, a small comfort. My apartment, usually a sanctuary, now felt exposed, vulnerable. I walked through each room, flicking on every light, checking under the bed, behind the shower curtain, in the closets. It was a childish ritual, but the idea of him being here, of him having been here before, was a cold, creeping dread that settled deep in my bones. Nothing, everything seemed normal. My books were on the shelves, my art supplies neatly arranged, my half-finished painting on the easel. But the feeling of being watched, of my privacy having been utterly violated, persisted. I grabbed my phone, my fingers still trembling. I needed to call Sarah. She was my best friend, my rock. She would help me make sense of this. But as I scrolled through her name, I hesitated. What would I even say? My Tinder date knows everything about me, including a secret dream trip to Italy and a logo design I have never shown anyone. She would think I was crazy, or maybe that I would just had a really bad night and was letting my imagination run wild. No. I could not call her yet. I needed to figure this out. I needed proof. I went to my laptop, the one with the hidden Italy folder and the bakery logo. I booted it up, my mind racing. Had he hacked me? But how? I was usually so careful. I ran a full virus scan, then checked my browser history, my downloads, my installed programs. Nothing out of the ordinary. No strange files, no suspicious applications. Then I checked my social media. My YouTube, Instagram, Pinterest all set to private. My LinkedIn was public, but it would not have any of this information. I scrolled through old posts, looking for anything, any tiny detail I might have forgotten. But the Italy trip was never mentioned. The bakery logo was a new project, less than a week old, pitched privately, no social media buzz. My heart sank. If it was not an obvious hack, what was it? I slumped onto my couch, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up to me. My phone buzzed in my hand, making me jump. It was an unknown number. My breath hitched. I stared at the screen, my finger hovering over the answer button. My gut screamed, no. It rang again, and again. Finally, it stopped. A text message popped up immediately after. Did you make it home safe? I was worried. You left so suddenly. My blood ran cold again, solidifying in my veins. It was him. It had to be. How did he get my number? I had not given it to him. We would only communicated through the Tinder app. I wanted to throw my phone across the room, smash it into a million pieces, but I could not. I needed to know. I typed back, my fingers clumsy with rage and fear. Who is this? The reply was almost instantaneous. You know who it is. Do not pretend you do not. A shiver ran down my spine. He was toying with me. He was enjoying this. How did you get my number? I typed, my voice trembling, even though he could not hear it. You would be surprised what you can find out about someone if you really want to know them, he replied. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You seemed distressed. Distressed? He was the cause of my distress. This calm, manipulative tone was even more terrifying than outright threats. It implied a level of control, a chilling detachment. I did not reply. I could not. My mind was reeling. He knew my number. He knew where I lived, presumably, since he was worried about me getting home. This was not just a bad date. This was a full-blown invasion. I started pacing, my gaze sweeping over my apartment again. This time, I was not just looking for an intruder. I was looking for a sign, something out of place, something that would tell me how deep this went. My eyes landed on a small, framed photo on my bedside table. It was a picture of me and Sarah at the beach, taken years ago. I always kept it perfectly centered. But now, it was slightly askew. Just a fraction of an inch, barely noticeable. But I noticed I was meticulous about my space. My breath hitched. I walked over to it, slowly, as if approaching a coiled snake. I picked up the frame. Nothing, just a photo. I put it back down, carefully centering it. Then, my gaze dropped to the small charging port on the side of my laptop. A tiny, almost imperceptible red light was blinking. It was not usually there. My laptop charger had a green light, and the port itself was just a port. My heart leaped into my throat. I leaned closer. It was a minuscule device, barely the size of a grain of rice, nestled perfectly into the USB-C port. It was almost invisible against the dark metal. My hands shook as I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the cold, smooth surface. It felt like plastic. I carefully pulled it out. It was a tiny USB drive, but not like any I would ever seen. It was designed to blend in, to look like part of the laptop, a keylogger. That was it. A device that records every keystroke, every password, every search, every private message, every word I would ever typed on this laptop. My stomach churned. The Italy folder, the bakery logo, the private messages with the bakery owner, my entire digital life meticulously recorded and sent to him. But when? How? I never left my laptop unattended. I always locked my apartment. The only time it had been out of my sight recently was when I left it on my coffee table while I went to the bathroom during a recent movie night with Sarah. And Sarah would never know. The only other time was that morning, when I had gone to the coffee shop before my date with Ethan. I would stop there to do some work, setting up my laptop at a small table near the window. I would gone to the counter to order, leaving my laptop for a few minutes. A fresh wave of icy dread washed over me. He must have been there, watching me, waiting. He must have slipped it in then. Or maybe he would have been following me for longer. Maybe he would have been staking out my apartment, waiting for an opportunity. The idea that he had been watching me, observing my habits, before even matching with me on Tinder, was the most disturbing thought of all. The Tinder date was not an introduction. It was a grand reveal, a calculated performance. I threw the keylogger down on the table as if it had burned me. It was a physical manifestation of his intrusion, a tangible piece of the nightmare. My phone buzzed again. Another text from the unknown number. Do not worry. I won't tell anyone about your little secrets, unless you want me to. The implied threat was chilling. He was not just a stalker, he was a blackmailer. He had all my information, all my vulnerabilities, and he was holding them over my head. I had to get out. I could not stay here. My apartment was not safe. My life was not safe. I grabbed a small backpack, shoving in my wallet, keys, phone, and a change of clothes. I needed to go to Sarah's. She would believe me now. I had proof. As I was about to open the door, my apartment lights flickered once, twice, then died, plunging the room into oppressive darkness. A gasp escaped my lips. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The power had never gone out in my building before. Not like this. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. This was not a coincidence. This was him. He was here. A soft scraping sound came from my window, the one that overlooked the fire escape. It was too faint to be a branch. It sounded like something was being dragged across the metal. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I could not see anything in the inky blackness, but I could feel it. The presence, the cold, calculating eyes watching me. I backed away from the door, my hand instinctively reaching for the heaviest thing nearby, a ceramic vase. My fingers closed around its smooth, cold surface. Then, from the darkness, a voice, low, calm, right outside my window. You know, I always liked your taste in art. Those Tuscan landscapes, they are beautiful. I can almost smell the cypress trees. It was Ethan. He was outside my window. He had cut the power. He was here. My blood turned to ice. He had not just hacked my laptop. He had been in my apartment. He knew about the Italy folder, not just from the keylogger, but from seeing it. He had been inside. The ceramic vase felt heavy, but my hands were shaking so violently I thought I might drop it. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to become invisible in the darkness. It is a shame you ran off, his voice continued, a soft, almost mournful tone. We could have had such a nice evening. I could have told you so much more. About your family, about your little secret crush on your old art professor, about that time you almost got caught shoplifting that paint set in college. Each word was a hammer blow, shattering the last fragments of my sanity. He knew everything, things I had not thought about in years, things I would bury deep. I could not stay. I could not fight him. He knew too much. He was too deep inside my life. My eyes darted around the dark room, searching for an escape. The fire escape was compromised. The front door was the only way, but if he was outside. Watching, I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I had to be smart. I had to be quiet. I crept towards the front door, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, made me jump. I reached the door, my hand hovering over the lock. I knew he was listening. He would hear me. But then, an idea, desperate and risky. I remembered the spare key, hidden under a potted plant outside my door. A secret only Sarah and I knew. A secret I now realized he probably knew too. I slowly, meticulously unlocked the deadbolt. Then, with a silent prayer, I twisted the doorknob. The door opened a sliver, just enough for me to peek out into the dark hallway. It was empty. The emergency lights in the hallway were on, casting long, distorted shadows. I took another breath, pushing the door open wider, ready to bolt. But as I stepped out, my foot brushed against something on the welcome mat. Something small and cold. I glanced down. It was my spare key. It was sitting on top of the mat, not under the plant, and next to it a single, perfect croissant. Not a real one, but a small, intricately carved wooden one, with a tiny, almost invisible whisk carved into its side. My blood ran cold for the final time. He was not just outside. He had been inside. He had left the key and the croissant as a calling card. A message. I did not scream. I could not. The terror was too absolute, too complete. I just stared at the wooden croissant, a monument to his terrifying reach, his absolute control. Then I heard it. A faint click. From inside my apartment, the sound of my door slowly, quietly, closing. He was in there, or he had been, and he was playing a game. I did not think. I just ran, down the hallway, down the stairs, not waiting for the elevator. My bare feet pounded on the concrete steps. The wooden croissant, a chilling image burned into my mind. I burst out of the building, into the cool night air, running towards the street, towards the distant lights, towards anything that felt like an escape. I did not know where I was going, or what I would do, but I knew one thing with terrifying certainty. Ethan was not just a bad date. He was a shadow that had fallen over my life, and I had no idea how I would ever escape it. The low hum of the city, once a comforting sound, now felt like the prelude to a much darker, much more personal hum. The hum of a nightmare that had just begun. Another story is waiting for us. He still held my old indie rock CD, turning it over in his hands, his gaze distant, almost dreamy. "I always wondered what kind of music you listen to," he murmured, and the words, so simple, felt like a cold hand squeezing my throat. My stomach was a knot of ice. I was frozen, my mind racing, trying to process the sheer audacity, the terrifying violation of it all. He was in my apartment, my sanctuary, holding my things, talking about me as if we were old friends, as if he had not just shattered my entire world with a spare key. My eyes darted around, searching a heavy lamp, a vase, anything, but I could not move. My feet felt cemented to the floor, my muscles locked up in a primal fear response. He glanced at me then, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips, as if he could read my frantic thoughts. "You are still standing," he observed, putting the CD back on the shelf with an almost delicate precision. "Do not be shy. This is your home, after all. Make yourself comfortable." The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth. Comfortable, in my own home, with him. It was like being invited to a feast by the wolf that had just broken into your sheep pen. I wanted to scream or run, but the words were stuck, a hard lump in my throat. Every instinct screamed at me that I needed to be ready, that I needed to fight, but my body would not obey. It was like watching a horror movie where the protagonist just stands there, stupidly, while the killer approaches, except this was not a movie. This was real. He walked further into the living room, his movements slow, deliberate, like a predator circling its prey. He ran a finger along the spine of a book on my bookshelf, a worn copy of a classic novel I loved. "Ah, a reader," he said, his voice soft, almost a purr. "I like that about you." He liked that about me. The words echoed in my head, making my skin crawl. He knew things about me. He would been watching, not just tonight, not just since our Tinder date, longer, much, much longer. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. He moved to my small desk in the corner, where I kept my laptop and some papers. My phone was there, lying innocently beside a stack of bills. My lifeline, my chance. My heart hammered against my ribs. If I could just get to it, as if sensing my desperate hope. He picked it up, not with a snatch, not with a grab, but gently, as if admiring a piece of art. He turned it over in his hand, his thumb tracing the edges. "Such a distraction, these things," he mused, his eyes still on the phone. Then, without looking at me, he slipped it into his own pocket. My breath hitched. "Hey," I finally managed to croak, the sound thin and reedy. "Give that back." He finally looked at me, his smile widening, losing its serene quality and gaining something colder, sharper. Now, he said, his voice still unnervingly calm. "Let us not be rude. We are having a conversation, are not we?" And a phone would only interrupt. He gestured vaguely at the sofa. "Sit, please." The word was polite, but the tone was absolute. A command. My legs, still heavy, still leaden, finally gave out, and I stumbled backward, collapsing onto the edge of my sofa. The worn fabric felt alien beneath me. This was my sofa, my safe space, and now it felt like a cage. He walked over and sat in the armchair opposite me, settling in as if he owned the place. He even crossed his legs, one arm resting casually on the armrest. He looked perfectly at ease, perfectly comfortable, while I was a trembling mess, my mind screaming. "Better," he said, nodding approvingly. "Much better. Now where were we?" He leaned forward slightly, his eyes never leaving mine. They were a startling shade of blue, and in the dim light of my living room, they seemed to glow with an unnatural intensity. Ah, yes. Your taste, your home, your life. My voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. Who are you? He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that did nothing to soothe my nerves. You know who I am. We met, remember, Tinder. You swiped right. A perfect match, would not you say? No, I said, shaking my head. No, this is not a date. I could not finish the sentence. Invasion. Kidnapping. Terror. Oh, it is a date, darling, he corrected me, his voice still soft, but with an underlying steel that sent shivers down my spine. Just a different kind of date than you are used to. A more intimate one. He paused, letting the word hang in the air, heavy and suffocating. You see, I have been looking for you for a very long time. My blood ran cold. Looking for me? What did that even mean? Was he some ex from years ago I would forgotten? No, I would never seen this man before. Our Tinder connection. Or had the memory of our date earlier that evening flashed through my mind again, the forced laughter, the polite conversation, the feeling that something was off, but I could not quite place it. Now, it was horrifyingly clear he had not been trying to get to know me, he had been confirming his information, confirming me. How long? I whispered, my voice barely audible. He smiled, a slow, predatory baring of teeth. Oh. A while, long enough to know your coffee order at the little cafe on Elm Street. Long enough to know you always take the scenic route home, on Thursdays past the old park. Long enough to know you leave your windows open a crack on warm nights, and that you have that little ceramic bird on your mantelpiece because your grandmother gave it to you. He gestured to the bird. He would just admired. She passed away last year. Did not she? You miss her terribly. Each word was a hammer blow, shattering the last vestiges of my sanity. My grandmother, my coffee order, the park. These were private details, things I had not shared with anyone recently. My grandmother's death was a raw wound. How could he possibly know? You have been watching me. I breathed, the realization a sickening weight in my chest. Observing, he corrected, his eyes glinting. Learning, preparing. He leaned back, settling deeper into the armchair. It is important to know someone thoroughly before you truly connect with them, would not you agree? Tinder is so superficial. I prefer a more immersive experience. My mind raced, trying to put the pieces together. Had I seen him? Had I felt eyes on him? There had been times, fleeting moments, a chill down my spine, a sense of being watched. I would always dismissed it as paranoia, the usual city jitters. Now, it was all too real. What do you want? I asked, my voice trembling but trying to inject some steel into it. I needed to know. I needed to understand the monster in my living room. He steepled his fingers, resting his chin on them, his gaze unwavering. I want you to be comfortable. I want you to relax. This is going to be a long night, darling. And we have so much to talk about. A long night. The words sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I could not stay here. I could not be trapped with him. My eyes darted to the front door, then to the windows. Locked? He would made sure. He had a key. Who knew what else he had? I need to use the restroom, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, to sound as normal as possible. It was a desperate plea, a flimsy excuse. He raised an eyebrow. Already, we have only just begun. His smile was unsettling. Very well. But I will be right here. Do not take too long. He did not move, did not stand up, but his eyes followed me as I slowly, cautiously, got up from the sofa. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming. This was my chance. Maybe a window in the bathroom, or a heavy object. I walked down the short hallway to the bathroom, every step feeling like an eternity. I could feel his gaze on my back, a physical weight. I pushed open the bathroom door, stepping inside, and quickly shut it behind me. I did not lock it. I knew it would not matter. He had a key to my apartment. A flimsy bathroom lock would not stop him. My eyes immediately scanned the small room. The window, small, high up, frosted glass. No escape there. The vanity, a few bottles of lotion, some makeup. Nothing. My gaze fell on the heavy ceramic toothbrush holder. It was solid, heavy enough to do some damage. My heart pounded. I grabbed it, my fingers wrapping around the cold, smooth ceramic. It was heavier than I thought. I held it tight, my knuckles white. This was it. This was my only chance. A soft knock on the door made me jump, nearly dropping the holder. "Everything all right in there, darling?" His voice called out, muffled but clear. "Just checking. You are being awfully quiet." My breath hitched. He knew. He always knew. I swallowed hard, trying to compose myself. "Just a minute." I called back, trying to sound casual, but my voice still shook. I could not just stand there with the toothbrush holder. He would know. I quickly put it back, my mind racing. What else? The shower rod. Too flimsy. The toilet lid. Ceramic, but too awkward. Then I saw it. Tucked away under the sink, behind some cleaning supplies. A small, heavy wrench. My landlord had left it after fixing a leaky pipe a few months ago. I would have forgotten all about it. My fingers fumbled, pulling it out. It was cold, oily, and heavy. Much better than the toothbrush holder. I gripped it tight, hiding it behind my back. This was it. This was my only chance. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I had to act normal. I had to pretend. I splashed some water on my face, took a few more deep breaths, and then slowly, deliberately, opened the bathroom door. He was sitting exactly where I would left him, in the armchair, his eyes fixed on the bathroom door. He smiled. "There you are, feeling refreshed." Yes, I lied, my voice a little too high-pitched. I walked back towards the sofa, keeping the wrench hidden behind my back, my hand clammy around the cold metal. As I approached, he leaned forward, his smile fading, replaced by a look of intense curiosity. "You know," he said, his voice dropping to a low, almost conspiratorial tone. "I have always been fascinated by how people react under pressure. Some freeze, some fight, some just break." He was looking at my hands. My heart leaped into my throat. He knew. He always knew. My eyes darted to the front door again. It was closer from this side of the sofa. "Maybe if I just made a break for it, do not even think about it," he said, his voice still calm, but now with an edge that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. He slowly, deliberately, reached into his own pocket and pulled out a small, silver penknife. He flicked it open with his thumb, the blade glinting wickedly in the dim light. It was not long, but it was sharp, and he looked like he knew how to use it. My hand tightened around the wrench. My heart was a frantic drum, pounding against my ribs. "Now, about that long night," he continued, his eyes still fixed on mine, the knife glinting. "I have always wanted to know what it is like to spend a full night in your world, to truly understand you, your dreams, your fears, your deepest secrets." He slowly rose from the armchair, the penknife held casually, almost playfully, in his hand. He took a step towards me, then another. I stumbled backward, bumping into the sofa. "Stay away from me," I screamed, my voice finally finding its power, though it was laced with terror. He stopped, a look of mild disappointment on his face. "Such language, darling, not very hospitable." He took another step, closing the distance. "We are just getting acquainted." I pulled the wrench from behind my back, holding it up, my hand shaking violently. "Do not come any closer." He paused, his eyes widening slightly as he saw the wrench. A flicker of something surprise, amusement, crossed his face. Then he chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. "Oh, look at you. A fighter." I knew you had it in you. He took another step, his gaze unwavering. But that is not going to help you. Sweetie, he was too close. My mind was screaming, fight, run. Do something. In a surge of pure adrenaline-fueled terror, I swung the wrench, aiming for his head. It was a clumsy, desperate swing, fueled by panic. He was faster. Much faster. He sidestepped with an almost unnatural grace, the wrench whistling through the air where his head had been a second before. Before I could recover, he grabbed my wrist, his grip like steel. The wrench clattered to the floor. Useless. He twisted my arm, forcing me to drop it, and then in a swift, brutal movement, he spun me around, pushing me face first against the wall. My head hit with a dull thud, making stars explode behind my eyes. A sharp pain shot through my arm as he pinned it behind my back, twisting it painfully. The cold, metallic edge of the penknife pressed against my throat. Now, he whispered, his breath hot against my ear, his voice losing its calm, serene tone and becoming something darker, more menacing. That was not very nice, was it? We do not want to hurt anyone, do we? Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. I could feel the sharp point of the blade against my skin. One wrong move, one tremor, and it would be over. Please. I choked out, my voice raw with terror. Please do not. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that vibrated through my body. Oh. I won't. Not yet. We still have so much to discuss. He eased the pressure of the knife slightly, but his grip on my arm remained iron tight. He pulled me away from the wall, turning me around so I was facing him again, but still held in his vice-like grip. His blue eyes, once so unnervingly calm, now held a disturbing intensity, a wildness I had not seen before. You see, he began, his voice dropping to a confessional whisper, I have always felt a connection to you, even before I knew your name. A kind of spiritual resonance. My mind was reeling. Spiritual resonance? He was insane. Utterly, completely insane. I saw you, he continued, oblivious to my terror, his eyes fixed on something beyond me, lost in his own twisted world, walking in the park, laughing with your friends, even crying that day. You got that bad news. I felt it all. I felt you. His words were a violation, a rape of my privacy, my very soul. He had not just been watching, he had been living vicariously through me, absorbing my life as his own. And then, he said, his gaze snapping back to mine, I knew I had to meet you, properly, to make you mine. My stomach churned. Make me mine. The phrase was terrifying. He dragged me back towards the sofa, forcing me to sit down, still holding my wrist. He sat beside me, the penknife still in his hand, though no longer pressed to my throat. It lay casually on his thigh, a constant, chilling reminder of his power. Now, he said, his voice returning to that unsettlingly calm tone, let us talk about your past relationships. I have noticed a pattern. You tend to gravitate towards men who are safe, predictable, boring. Frankly, he chuckled. But I am not boring, am I, darling? I could not speak. My throat was raw, my mind a blank canvas of pure fear. He reached out, slowly, his fingers brushing a strand of hair from my face. My body flinched, but I could not pull away. No, I am not boring at all. I am exciting. I am dangerous. I am everything you never knew you wanted. He leaned closer, his eyes boring into mine. And tonight, you are going to learn just how exciting I can be. The air in the room felt thick, heavy, suffocating. The familiar sounds of my apartment, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sirens were swallowed by the terrifying silence between us. I was trapped, a fly caught in a spider's web, and the spider was now spinning its intricate, deadly design. My eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for anything, any sign of hope. The front door was too far. The windows were either too high or too small. My phone was in his pocket. I was utterly, completely alone with this monster. He picked up a framed photo from the coffee table, a picture of me and my best friend, Sarah, laughing on a beach trip. Ah! Sarah, he murmured, his gaze softening almost imperceptibly. Such a vibrant spirit, a good friend, but perhaps a little distracting. He looked at me, a chillingly possessive glint in his eyes. We do not want any distractions, do we? My blood ran cold. He knew Sarah. He knew my friends. How deep did this go? How much of my life had he infiltrated? Do not you dare touch her, I hissed, a sudden surge of protective fury overriding my fear. His smile returned, a slow, deliberate unveiling of teeth. Feisty, I like that too. But you misunderstand, darling. I have no interest in Sarah. My interest is solely in you. Always has been. Always will be. He paused, his gaze intensifying. And now that I have you, I am not letting go. He stood up, still holding the photo, and walked towards my bedroom door. My heart leaped into my throat. What are you doing? Exploring, he replied, his voice light, almost cheerful. Getting to know your inner sanctum. I have always wondered what your bedroom looks like. I imagine it is as cozy and inviting as the rest of your lovely home. Stay out of there. I screamed, scrambling to my feet, but he was already pushing the door open, stepping inside. I could not let him. That was my last private space, so the one place he had not explicitly violated yet. I rushed forward, but he turned, blocking the doorway, his arm outstretched. Ah, he chided, a finger wagging playfully. Patience, darling. All in good time. I just want to admire the view. I could see glimpses of my room over his shoulder, my unmade bed, my clothes strewn on a chair, the small lamp on my bedside table. It was intimate, personal, and he was there, invading it. He stepped fully into the bedroom, leaving the door ajar. I could hear him moving around, the soft creak of my floorboards, the rustle of fabric as he presumably touched my clothes. It was a violation so profound, so sickening, that it made my stomach clench. My eyes darted back to the front door. He was in the bedroom. This was my chance. It was now or never. Adrenaline surged through me. I did not think I just acted. I bolted, sprinting towards the front door. My hand reached for the doorknob, fumbling with it. It was locked. Of course, it was locked. My mind screamed at me the key. He had the key. Just as my fingers wrapped around the cold metal, a voice, chillingly close, made me freeze. Going somewhere. I whipped around. He was standing in the hallway, leaning against the doorframe of my bedroom, his arms crossed, a knowing smirk on his face. He had not even broken a sweat. He would known I would try. That was a rather predictable move, darling, he said, his voice laced with amusement. But I appreciate the effort. It shows spirit. He pushed off the doorframe, slowly walking towards me. However, as I said, we are not quite finished here. He reached into his pocket and pulled out my key. He held it up, letting it dangle for a moment, the cold metal glinting under the dim hallway light. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed it. It landed with a soft clink on the carpet beside my feet. There, he said, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Now you have the key. You could unlock the door. You could run. He took another step, closing the distance between us. But you won't. His words were a challenge, a psychological game. He was daring me. He was telling me he knew me so well. He knew my fear, my paralysis. My eyes darted from the key on the floor to his face. He was right. My body was screaming at me to grab it, to unlock the door, to flee, but my mind was a tangled mess of terror and despair. He was standing right there. He was faster. He was stronger. If I tried, he would catch me. And then what? The thought was too horrific to contemplate. He took another step, and another, until he was standing directly in front of me, his shadow engulfing me. The penknife was still in his hand, though he was not threatening me with it directly. It was just there, a silent promise of pain. "You see," he whispered, his voice dangerously close, "this is not about doors or keys or running. This is about control, my control. And your acceptance." He reached out, his hand slowly, deliberately, cupping my face. His thumb stroked my cheek, a gesture that should have been comforting, but was utterly sickening. "You belong to me now," he murmured, his blue eyes holding mine in a suffocating grip. "And we have all night to get to know each other, truly. Every single little secret." The words were a death knell. My world had not just shattered, it had been utterly consumed. I was no longer in my apartment, my sanctuary. I was in his world now, a nightmare from which there was no escape, and the night had only just begun. The cold dread settled deep in my bones, a chilling realization that my life, as I knew it, was over. And the man with the serene smile and the spare key was just getting started. The next story is just ahead. My stomach churned, a cold knot of dread solidifying in my gut, but his eyes narrowed. "Eat," he would murmured. The taste was ash, fear. I forced it down, each bite a victory for him, each swallow a surrender for me. His satisfied hum vibrated in the silent room, a low, guttural sound that made my skin crawl. He watched me, every movement, every flicker of my gaze, as if I were a particularly interesting specimen under a microscope. The chicken Alfredo, my favorite, now tasted like a poison I was willingly ingesting. He had remembered that detail from my Tinder profile, along with so many others. It was not just a stolen key, it was a complete, horrifying takeover, not just of my home, but of my entire existence. "You are a good girl," he said, his voice sickeningly soft, like he was talking to a pet. He reached across the table, his hand brushing mine as he picked up my wine glass. "Drink?" I flinched, pulling my hand back as if burned. The wine, a deep Merlot, shimmered in the glass. Was it drugged? Probably. Everything he offered was a trap. "I do not really drink. Red," I stammered, the lie tasting as bitter as the fear in my mouth. His smile did not waver, but his eyes, those dead, flat eyes, seemed to harden. "Nonsense. You said on your profile you appreciate a good vintage. This is a 2018 Cabernet Sauvignon. Excellent year. And I have seen your empty bottles in the recycling bin. You enjoy a good red. Your name." My breath hitched. He knew my recycling habits. How long had he been watching me? How many times had he sifted through my trash, piecing together the mundane fragments of my life? The thought made me want to gag. "Drink," he repeated, his voice losing some of its silky edge, a hint of steel underneath. He held the glass out, closer to my face. My hand trembled as I took it, the stem cold against my fingers. I brought it to my lips, just a tiny sip barely wetting my tongue. It was good wine, actually. Too good. All of it, he commanded, his gaze unwavering. My heart hammered against my ribs. I could not. What if it was a sedative? What if it was something worse? But then I thought of Sarah, his soft warning, "She is a sweet girl." Oil crushed my resolve. He knew her, knew everything. I could not risk her. I had to play along. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and forced myself to drink the entire glass. The rich, dark liquid slid down my throat, warming me, but the warmth was quickly replaced by a creeping chill of dread. I waited for the world to swim, for my limbs to grow heavy, but nothing happened immediately. Just the taste of fear and the lingering flavor of expensive wine. He watched me empty the glass, a slow, satisfied nod. "Good. Now, we can talk about our future." Our future? The words were a physical blow. He launched into a monologue, detailing plans for redecorating, for weekend trips, for a life together that existed only in his twisted mind. He talked about taking down the old photos of my family and friends, replacing them with pictures of us. He spoke of children, of growing old together, of a terrifying, mundane future that was utterly devoid of my consent, my will, my very self. I just sat there, numb, my mind racing, trying to find a crack in his armor, a way out of this nightmare. He was so confident, so utterly convinced of his own reality. It was terrifying. He was not just a stalker. He was a delusional, possessive monster who truly believed we were meant to be. The wine, whatever it was not a knockout drug. It just made my head feel a little fuzzy, my thoughts a little slower. It was still talking, his voice a low, hypnotic drone. I tried to focus, to listen for any slip-up, any detail I could use. And I know you love the botanical gardens, he was saying, so we will make sure to go every spring. And that little cafe you like, the one with the lavender lattes, we will go there for brunch. He knew everything, every detail, every preference. He was not just a stranger I would met on Tinder. He was a phantom who had been haunting my life, observing me, learning me, long before he would ever swipe right. Finally, he pushed his empty plate away, a sigh of contentment, escaping his lips. Well, that was a lovely dinner, was not it, my love? My love. The words felt like sandpaper on my soul. I managed a weak, non-committal sound. He stood up, stretching languidly, like a predator after a successful hunt. It is getting late. We should retire. My blood ran cold. Retire. The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken menace. My heart began to pound anew, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. I absolutely could not. I am feeling a little tired, I mumbled, trying to sound genuinely exhausted. Maybe I should just sleep on the sofa tonight. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. Nonsense, darling. You have a perfectly comfortable bed. And besides, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the locked doors, the drawn blinds. We are home now. Together. He started towards the bedroom, expecting me to follow. My legs felt like lead. I wanted to scream, to run, to fight, but the image of Sarah, sweet, loyal Sarah, flashed in my mind. He knew her. He knew where she lived, where she worked. He could hurt her. I could not risk it. With every fiber of my being screaming in protest, I slowly pushed myself up from the sofa. My body felt like it belonged to someone else, a puppet being controlled by invisible strings. I followed him, my gaze darting around the living room, searching for anything. A heavy vase, a sharp letter opener, anything that could serve as a weapon. But he had already cleared the room of anything potentially dangerous. Or perhaps I was just too disoriented to see it. The bedroom felt alien, violated. My sanctuary, my private space, was now his. My clothes were neatly folded on the dresser, my books arranged on the nightstand, but everything felt tainted by his presence. He had been in here. He had touched my things. He sat on the edge of the bed, patting the space beside him. Come. Let us get some rest. I stood frozen in the doorway, my mind a whirlpool of terror and desperate calculation. I could not sleep next to him. I just could not. I just need a moment, I whispered, my voice barely audible. I am a bit overwhelmed. He watched me, his expression unreadable. For a terrifying moment, I thought he would force me. But then, to my surprise, he simply nodded. Of course, my love, it is a big step, moving in together. I understand. He stood up, walked over to the dresser, and pulled out one of my oversized t-shirts. Here. You can change in the bathroom? I will just get comfortable out here. He was not going to force me tonight. Not directly. He wanted to break me first, to make me willing, or at least compliant. This was a psychological game, and he was playing for keeps. I took the t-shirt, my fingers brushing his. His skin felt unnervingly warm. I practically fled to the bathroom, locking the door behind me with a shaky click. I leaned against the door, gasping for air, tears stinging my eyes. The mirror reflected a pale, terrified stranger. My own face was a mask of fear. I stripped off my clothes, feeling dirty, violated. The t-shirt felt like a shroud. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. The wine had definitely dulled my senses, a subtle haze settling over my thoughts. I needed to be sharp, to think. There was no window in the bathroom. No escape. I tried the doorknob again, just to be sure. Locked? I was trapped. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to open the door. He was lying in my bed, on top of the covers, fully dressed, his eyes closed. He looked almost peaceful, almost normal. It was a grotesque illusion. I tiptoed around the bed, careful not to make a sound, and picked up a throw blanket from the armchair. I huddled on the floor on the opposite side of the room, my back pressed against the wall, pulling the blanket tight around me. The floor was cold, hard, but it was better than being next to him. I did not sleep. Not really. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the sheets from his side of the room sent a jolt of terror through me. I watched him, or at least the outline of his form in the dim light filtering through the blinds. Was he really asleep, or was he just pretending, waiting for me to make a move? The thought was paralyzing. Hours crawled by. The exhaustion was immense. But fear kept me awake, hyper alert, every nerve ending screaming. I desperately tried to formulate a plan, but my mind felt sluggish, clouded by the wine and the sheer terror of my situation. All I could think of was Sarah. I had to protect her. That thought, grim and desperate, was the only thing keeping me from completely breaking down. Eventually, the first hint of dawn began to seep through the blinds, painting the room in a ghostly gray light. His eyes fluttered open. He looked directly at me, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. "Good morning, my love," he said, his voice husky with sleep, yet still holding that unsettling cheerfulness. "Did you sleep well?" My throat was dry. I could not speak. I just shook my head, my eyes wide and bloodshot. He chuckled softly, pushing himself up, a little restless perhaps. It is understandable. New surroundings. He acted as if he was the one who had just moved in, and I was the one adjusting. The audacity was breathtaking. He got up, stretching again, his movements fluid and powerful. He walked over to my side of the room, bending down. I flinched, pressing myself further into the wall. He reached out, not for me, but for the blanket. He gently pulled it away, folding it neatly. "Come, let us get some breakfast. I thought we could have some fresh fruit and yogurt. I remembered you liked that." He was trying to normalize this, to create a routine, to make me a part of his twisted domestic fantasy. I was an actress in his play, and my role was the doting partner. I slowly got to my feet, my muscles stiff and sore. The lack of sleep was hitting me hard. I followed him into the kitchen, a hollow ache in my chest. He had already set the table, 2 bowls of colorful fruit and yogurt, a carafe of orange juice, and a fresh pot of coffee. It looked like a picture from a magazine, a perfect breakfast, a perfect lie. "Coffee?" he asked, holding up the pot. I nodded, grateful for the caffeine. Maybe it would clear my head. As he poured, I glanced around the kitchen. The knives were still in the block, glinting innocently. Could I grab one, make a break for it? But then what? It was bigger, stronger, and he had locks on every door, blinds on every window. And Sarah, always Sarah. We ate in silence for a few minutes, the clinking of spoons against ceramic the only sound. He watched me, his gaze intense, assessing. I tried to eat slowly, to buy myself time, to appear calm. "We need to establish some ground rules, my dear," he finally said, breaking the silence, "for our mutual comfort and safety." My heart seized. Ground rules. His rules, firstly, no more attempts to contact the outside world. Your phone is gone, and I have disconnected the internet. We need to focus on us. He paused, letting that sink in. My lifeline, completely severed. I was truly isolated. Secondly, I understand you need your space, especially initially, but you are not to leave the house without me. For your own protection. The outside world can be dangerous. He smiled then, a chilling, possessive smile. And I want you safe. Here, with me. He was essentially telling me I was a prisoner, but cloaking it in concern and affection. Thirdly, we need to be honest with each other. No secrets, no games. If you try to deceive me, or if you try to leave, there will be consequences. And not just for you. The veiled threat about Sarah hung heavy in the air, thick and suffocating. My stomach twisted again. He was not just controlling me, he was holding someone else's life over my head. Do you understand? He asked, his voice soft but with an underlying current of absolute authority. I could only nod, a single tear tracing a path down my cheek. He reached across the table, wiping it away with his thumb. His touch was both gentle and terrifying. Good. Now, what do you want to do today? We could watch a movie, or perhaps I could read to you. I know you like classic literature. He was treating me like a child, a pet, someone to be entertained and kept docile. The days that followed blurred into a horrifying routine. He controlled everything. What I ate, what I wore, what I watched on TV. He brought in a DVD player, carefully curated a selection of movies, mostly romantic comedies. He would sit beside me, holding my hand, occasionally stroking my hair, pretending we were a normal couple. But his grip was always a little too tight, his gaze a little too possessive. I tried small acts of rebellion. I tried to leave a window slightly ajar when he was in the bathroom, hoping a neighbor might notice. He found it within minutes, his eyes narrowing, a silent warning. I tried to drop a note out the mail slot when he was distracted, but he was always one step ahead, his attention never truly off me. He was omnipresent. His psychological manipulation was relentless. He would constantly remind me of all the things he knew about me, twisting them to make me feel isolated. Your ex-boyfriend. Mark, he never really understood you, did he? Always too busy with his own career. But I understand you. Your name. I know what you truly need. He would bring up old insecurities, past disappointments, subtly undermining my sense of self-worth, making me feel like he was the only one who truly cared. The only one who could truly provide for me. Sometimes, he would leave the house for short periods, usually to get groceries. He would lock me in, of course, double-checking every lock, every window. The first time he left, a surge of adrenaline shot through me. This was it. My chance. I frantically searched the house, looking for a hidden key, a tool, anything. But he had been thorough. The windows were bolted shut, the doors reinforced. I even tried to pry open the mail slot with a butter knife, hoping to call for help, but it was too small, too secure. When he returned, he found me slumped against the door, defeated. He simply smiled, his eyes holding a chilling knowingness. "Miss me, darling?" he would ask, as if my desperate attempt at escape was just a sign of my longing for him. One afternoon, about a week into my captivity, there was a knock at the door. My heart leaped into my throat. A neighbor. The police. Hope, a dangerous, fragile thing, flickered within me. He froze, his head cocked to one side, listening. "Stay quiet," he mouthed, his eyes fixed on me, a silent threat. He went to the door, peering through the peephole. I held my breath, straining to hear. A muffled conversation, then a sigh from him. He opened the door a crack. "Can I help you?" I heard him say, his voice perfectly normal, friendly even. "Hi, I am Mrs. Henderson from next door," a woman's voice replied, cheerful and unsuspecting. "I just wanted to drop off this package that was accidentally delivered to our house. It is for your name." My package? It must have been something I ordered online before he took over. My stomach lurched. This was my chance. I had to do something. My eyes darted around the living room. The heavy brass poker from the fireplace. It was within reach. He was still talking to Mrs. Henderson, his back mostly to me. "Oh, yes. Your name. She is a bit under the weather today. I am afraid." caught a nasty bug, keeping her hydrated. Oh dear. I am sorry to hear that, Mrs. Henderson said, her voice full of concern. Well, I hope she feels better soon. Just wanted to make sure she got this. He took the package, his hand briefly disappearing from my view. This was it. Now or never. With a surge of desperate energy, I lunged for the fireplace poker. My fingers closed around the cold metal, heavy and solid. I pulled it free, my heart pounding like a war drum. Thank you so much, Mrs. Henderson, he was saying, already starting to close the door. I raised the poker, my arms shaking, preparing to strike. But just as I did, he turned, his head snapping around. His eyes, those dead flat eyes, met mine. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by an expression of pure, cold fury. What do you think you are doing? Your name, he hissed, his voice low and menacing, a stark contrast to his earlier pleasantries. Mrs. Henderson, still standing on the porch, must have heard the sudden change in his tone. Or perhaps she saw something in his face. Her cheerful expression faltered. Is everything all right? She asked, a note of apprehension in her voice. He forced a smile, a terrifyingly fake one. Perfectly fine, Mrs. Henderson. Just a little disagreement over her medicine. She is being a bit stubborn. He tightened his grip on the doorknob, preparing to slam it shut. I knew this was my last chance. If he closed that door, I was lost. I had to make noise. I had to make her see. No, I screamed, a raw, primal sound tearing from my throat. Help me. He is holding me prisoner. His eyes widened in shock, then narrowed into slits of pure rage. He dropped the package, lunging at me. But I was closer to Miss Henderson. Call the police. I shrieked, swinging the poker with all my might at the front door, trying to smash it open. To create a visible break, the brass head struck the wood with a loud crack. Mrs. Henderson gasped, her face going pale. She saw me, wild-eyed, a heavy metal poker in my hand, screaming for help, and she saw him, his face contorted with fury, lunging at me. The picture was clear. Oh my God, she cried, her voice rising in alarm. I am calling the police. She fumbled in her purse, pulling out her phone, her eyes wide with horror. He swore, a guttural sound of pure frustration and rage. He abandoned his pursuit of me, slamming the front door shut, locking it with a furious click. He knew he was compromised. He knew the police were coming. But he was not giving up. Not yet. He spun around, his eyes blazing, a terrifying glint of madness in them. You stupid, stupid girl, he snarled, his voice no longer soft, no longer calm, but a vicious snarl. You have ruined everything. He grabbed a heavy ceramic vase from the hallway table and hurled it at me. I ducked, the vase smashing against the wall behind me, sending shards flying. He was no longer playing the calm, collected captor. He was unhinged. I knew I had only minutes, maybe seconds, before the police arrived. But I also knew he would not let me go easily. You are not leaving me, he roared, advancing on me, his hands outstretched like claws. You are mine. I clutched the poker, my knuckles white. There was no more playing nice, no more feigning compliance. It was fight or die, and I was not going to die here. Not after all this, not when Sarah's safety depended on me. He lunged. I swung the poker, not aiming to kill, just to create distance, to incapacitate. The heavy brass head connected with his shoulder with a sickening thud. He cried out, a sound of pain and surprise, stumbling backward. That was my chance. I did not hesitate. I sprinted for the back door, the one I had not checked as thoroughly. He had focused on the front, on the windows, on keeping me contained within his sight. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. I heard him scrambling to his feet, bellowing my name. Get back here. The lock clicked, I ripped the door open, practically tearing it from its hinges, and burst out into the backyard. The cool, fresh air hit me like a shock. Freedom. Almost. I scrambled over the fence, tearing my clothes, scraping my skin, but I did not care. I landed awkwardly on the other side, stumbling into Mrs. Henderson's yard. She was there, on her phone, talking frantically, her eyes still wide with fear. When she saw me, bloody and disheveled, clambering over her fence, she dropped her phone. "Oh, thank God," she cried, rushing towards me. But I did not stop. I could not. I could hear him crashing through my back door, his enraged shouts echoing through the neighborhood. He was coming. "The police are coming." Mrs. Henderson screamed, trying to grab my arm. "He will hurt Sarah," I gasped, pulling away, adrenaline still pumping through my veins. I had to warn her. I had to make sure she was safe. I ran, blindly, down the street, not knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to get away and that I had to protect Sarah. The sound of sirens, faint at first, then growing louder, filled the air, a beacon of hope, but also a reminder of how close I had come to being swallowed whole by his madness. I did not stop until I saw the flashing blue and red lights at the end of the street, converging on my house. On his house. I collapsed on the sidewalk, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face, not of fear anymore, but of an overwhelming, soul-shattering relief. The police found him inside, barricaded in the living room, still raving about our future. They took me to the station, where I recounted the horrifying tale, my voice shaking, my body trembling. They found my phone, smashed. In the kitchen, trash. They found evidence of his meticulous stalking printouts of my social media, my work schedule, even a detailed map of my neighborhood with routes marked. He had been planning this for months. Sarah was safe. The police had sent an officer to her apartment immediately, just in case. She was shocked, terrified, but unharmed. That was the most important thing. In the days and weeks that followed, the physical wounds healed, but the psychological scars ran deep. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every unexpected sound made me jump. I changed my name, moved to a different city, disconnected from social media. I could not shake the feeling that he was still out there, somehow watching, waiting. Even though he was in prison, locked away, his eyes, those dead, flat eyes, haunted my nightmares. I learned that he had a history, a pattern of escalating stalking, of preying on women he met online, weaving elaborate fantasies of love and domesticity until his victims became his prisoners. I was just the latest. But unlike the others, I had screamed, and someone had heard. I never opened a dating app again. The idea of trusting a stranger, of inviting someone into my life, my home, was unthinkable. The world had become a far more dangerous place, filled with unseen monsters lurking behind friendly profiles, just waiting to whisper, "I want us to be together," and turn your life into a living hell. And sometimes, they get what they want. Sometimes, the horror does not end. It just changes shape, becoming a permanent shadow, a chilling reminder that you were once, for a terrifying moment, completely, utterly, and hopelessly his. And so we continue our journey. It was a Tuesday night, and I was scrolling through Tinder, half-heartedly swiping left, half-heartedly swiping right. My finger felt heavy, my eyes glazed over from endless profiles of people I would never meet. I was not really looking for anything serious, just maybe a distraction, someone to grab a drink with, escape the quiet hum of my empty apartment for a few hours. That is when I saw her profile. Sarah. Her photos were stunning. A wide, genuine smile, eyes that sparkled, a few pictures of her hiking, one with a cute dog. Her bio was short, witty, and seemed to perfectly align with my own interests. Loves true crime, bad puns, and exploring new coffee shops. It felt almost too good to be true. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. A notification popped up. "Sarah sent you a message." My heart gave a little flutter. "Hey, Mark." Great to match with you. Your profile pic is adorable. Love a guy who can rock a beard. I grinned. She was direct, confident. I messaged her back and we fell into an easy, comfortable conversation. We talked about everything from our favorite serial killer documentaries to the best local breweries. Within an hour, we would set up a date for that Friday night. Just coffee, nothing too intense. A public place. Safe. Or so, I thought. Friday rolled around, and I found myself surprisingly nervous. I picked out my best flannel shirt, trimmed my beard, and even ironed my jeans. I got to the coffee shop a few minutes early, picked a small table by the window, and waited. The bell above the door jingled, and in walked Sarah. She was even more beautiful in person. Her hair was a rich auburn, pulled back in a messy bun that somehow looked effortlessly chic. Her eyes, a striking shade of hazel, met mine, and she offered a smile that seemed to light up the whole cafe. She walked over, graceful and confident, and slid into the seat opposite me. "Mark, right?" she asked, her voice a little breathy, a little melodic. "That is me. Sarah, it is great to finally meet you." We ordered our coffees, and the conversation flowed just as easily as it had online. We talked about our jobs. She was a graphic designer. I worked in it. Our hobbies, our families. She was charming, funny, and incredibly engaging. I found myself laughing more than I had in weeks. For the first time in a long time, I felt a genuine connection with someone. About 30 minutes in, as I was telling her about my recent attempt at baking sourdough bread, she tilted her head slightly, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. "You know," she said, her voice dropping a little, "I bet your kitchen is a bit of a mess after that. Especially with all those flour bags probably stacked up right next to the pantry door, ready to spill out." My spoon clattered against my mug. A sudden noise seemed to echo in the otherwise bustling cafe. I stared at her, a knot forming in my stomach. "Excuse me," I managed, my voice a little hoarse. She just smiled, a soft, almost innocent expression. "Oh, just guessing. Most people's kitchens get a little chaotic when they are experimenting." But it was not a guess. It was too specific. I did have flour bags stacked right next to my pantry door, and my kitchen was a mess. I had not posted any pictures of my apartment online, not even on my private Instagram. I lived alone. No one, absolutely no one, knew about the flour bags. A cold, prickling sensation started at the base of my neck and spread across my scalp. How would you know that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice even, trying to pretend it was just a strange coincidence. Her smile did not waver, but her eyes, those striking hazel eyes, seemed to darken a shade. Just a hunch. "I guess I am pretty good at reading people. Mark, I noticed the little things, but this was not a little thing. This was an invasion." My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Had I mentioned it in passing to a friend who might know her? No. Had I accidentally left a photo on my profile that showed my kitchen? I mentally scrolled through my pictures. Definitely not. I forced a laugh, a hollow, strained sound. "Well, you are certainly observant. You got me. It is a disaster zone." I tried to change the subject, to steer the conversation back to safer ground. But a seed of unease had been planted, and it was growing, twisting into something cold and ugly in my gut. Every time she spoke, every time her eyes met mine, I felt a chill. The charming, witty Sarah was still there, but now there was an undercurrent, a subtle shift in her demeanor that I could not quite pinpoint, but I could feel. She started asking more personal questions, not in a typical getting-to-know-you way, but in a way that felt like an interrogation. "So you live alone, right? Mark, in that nice little two-bedroom place on Elm Street?" My coffee suddenly tasted like ash. I had never mentioned my address. Not even the street name. My profile only listed my general city. Yeah, that is right," I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. My heart was pounding against my ribs. A frantic drumbeat of warning. She leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her gaze intense. It is a great neighborhood. Very quiet. Not many streetlights, though, makes it a little spooky at night. I bet, especially when you are walking home from your car, past that big oak tree at the corner. My blood ran cold. The oak tree. She was not just guessing anymore. She knew my street. She knew my specific house. She knew the tree. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. My fight or flight instincts were screaming at me to run, to bolt out of the cafe and never look back. But I was frozen, trapped by a horrifying politeness, by the fear of making a scene. "Sarah," said, trying to keep my voice steady, "how do you know all this?" Her smile widened, but it no longer reached her eyes. Her eyes were flat, devoid of warmth, like polished stones. "Oh. Mark," she purred, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "I told you. I notice the little things. I like to be prepared. I like to know who I am spending my time with." She reached across the table, her fingers brushing against my arm. Her touch was surprisingly cold, like marble. I flinched, pulling my arm back instinctively. She did not seem to notice, or if she did, she ignored it. "You are a creature of habit. Mark," she continued, her voice soft, almost hypnotic. "You leave for work at 7:45 a.m. sharp. Monday through Friday, you get your coffee from the same drive-thru every morning. You always park your car on the left side of your driveway, even though there is plenty of space on the right. You leave your bedroom light on until about 11 p.m., sometimes later if you are watching a movie." Each detail she uttered was a hammer blow to my sense of security, chipping away at my sanity. My privacy, my sanctuary, my very routine had been meticulously observed, cataloged, and now weaponized against me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like an insect pinned under a microscope. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back with a loud scrape. Heads turned. I did not care. I have to go." I stammered, my voice trembling. "I am sorry. I just remembered I have something important." She did not move. Her gaze was fixed on me, unblinking. "Oh. Mark, do not be silly. The night's just getting started. I thought we could go back to my place. I have some really good wine, and we could watch that true crime documentary we talked about." Her tone was still soft, but there was an edge to it now, an undeniable command. The casual invitation was a thinly veiled threat. The cafe, once a safe, public space, now felt like a cage. Every face seemed to blur, every sound seemed distant, as if I were underwater. "No," I said, my voice gaining a desperate strength. "No, I really have to go." I started to back away, my eyes darting towards the door. She finally stood up, moving with a surprising swiftness. She was taller than I expected, and her presence felt suddenly overwhelming. She reached out, her hand gently grasping my arm. Her grip was firm, unyielding. "Do not be rude. Mark," she whispered, her smile now a thin, predatory line. "We are having such a lovely time, and I have gone to such great lengths to get to know you." Her fingers tightened, and I felt a jolt of pain. Her nails, perfectly manicured, dug into my skin. I could feel the coldness radiating from her touch. A terrible thought flashed through my mind. She was not just cold, she felt unnatural. I pulled my arm away with all my strength, tearing free from her grasp. I did not care about politeness anymore. I did not care about making a scene. I just needed to get out. I turned and practically ran for the door, my heart hammering like a trapped bird. I could feel her eyes on my back, burning into me. I did not dare look back. I burst out of the cafe, gasping for air, the cool night air hitting my face like a slap. I did not stop running until I reached my car, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and sped away, not caring about speed limits, just needing distance. I drove home in a daze, my mind replaying every chilling word, every unsettling detail. The flower bags, the oak tree, my routine. She knew everything. My apartment, once my refuge, now felt like a target. I parked in my driveway, but instead of going inside, I just sat there, engine idling, staring at my bedroom window. The light was on, just like she knew it would be. The thought of her watching me, seeing me, knowing my most private habits, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I felt sick to my stomach. I pulled out my phone, my thumb hovering over the unmatched button on Tinder. But what good would that do? She already knew where I lived. Unmatching her would not make her unknow me. It would not erase the terrifying knowledge she possessed. I spent the next few days in a state of paranoia. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like footsteps. I installed new locks on my doors, bought blackout curtains for my windows, and even considered getting a dog. I jumped at every unexpected noise, every car that slowed down on my street. I could not sleep. The image of her unblinking eyes, her cold touch, haunted my nightmares. Then, on Wednesday morning, 5 days after the date, I found it. Tucked neatly under my windshield wiper, a single red rose, and tied to its stem with a delicate silk ribbon, a small, handwritten note. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. Mark, it read, in elegant, flowing script, I missed you this morning. You usually leave at 7:45. You must be tired. Do not worry. I will be here. Waiting. We are meant to be, you and I. And soon, you will see it too. Love. Sarah. My blood ran cold again. I had not left for work at 7:45. I had called in sick, pretending to have a stomach bug, too afraid to leave my house. But she knew. She knew I was home, and she was still watching. That was the moment I realized this was not just a disturbing date. It was a full-blown nightmare. I called the police. They listened patiently, took down my statement, but their eyes held a hint of skepticism. No direct threat, sir, just unsettling comments and a rose. They said they would keep an eye out and suggested I get a restraining order if she continued to harass me. But how do you get a restraining order against someone who does not technically harass you, just watches? I felt utterly alone, completely vulnerable. The police could not help me. She had not broken any laws, not really, not yet. But I knew with a horrifying certainty that it was only a matter of time. I stopped going to work. I barricaded myself in my house, the curtains drawn, the TV a constant, low drone to drown out the silence. I ate canned food, too scared to order delivery. I slept on the couch, where I could see the front door, clutching a baseball bat. My phone was glued to my hand, ready to call 911 at the slightest sound. Days bled into a week. The terror was a constant companion, a suffocating weight on my chest. I started seeing things, hearing things, a flicker of movement. In my peripheral vision, a soft tap on the window that might have just been a branch. I was losing my mind. One night, around 2 a.m., I was staring blankly at the TV, a horror movie playing ironically in the background. My phone buzzed. A text message. My heart leaped into my throat. It was not Sarah, but an unknown number. I hesitated, then opened it. It was a picture of me. I was on my couch, baseball bat clutched in my hand, staring at the TV. The picture was taken from inside my house. Through the window. No, the angle was wrong. It looked like it was taken from the hallway, just outside my living room. A gasp tore from my throat. My blood ran like ice water through my veins. She was not just outside, she was inside. She had been inside, she was inside. My eyes darted around the living room, then to the dark hallway. The silence in the house was no longer comforting. It was a terrifying void, pregnant with unseen presence. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every piece of furniture seemed to twist into menacing shapes. Another text came through. This time, it was from Sarah's number. You look so handsome. Mark, a little tired, though. You should really get some rest. But do not worry, I will tuck you in. Soon, the baseball bat felt like a feather in my shaking hands. My breath hitched in my throat. I could not scream. I could not move. I was paralyzed by a terror. So profound it felt like my very soul was being crushed. She was here. She was in my house. And she had been watching me, not from outside, but from within my own four walls. The realization hit me like a physical blow. She had not just stalked me, she had infiltrated my home, my last bastion of safety. The floorboards above me creaked. A soft, almost imperceptible sound, but in the dead silence of the night, it was like a thunderclap. My eyes shot up to the ceiling. She was in my bedroom. My mind raced, a jumbled mess of fear and adrenaline. The back door, the window, anything. I had to get out. I scrambled off the couch, my legs wobbly, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I moved towards the back door, my eyes fixed on the hallway, half expecting her to step out of the shadows at any moment. Each step was agony, a desperate plea for silence. Just as I reached the door, my hand fumbling for the lock, a voice, soft and chillingly close, whispered from behind me, "Going somewhere, darling." I froze. The blood drained from my face. I could feel her breath on the back of my neck, cold and sweet, like graveyard air. I slowly turned, my eyes wide with terror, the baseball bat slipping from my numb fingers and clattering to the floor. She stood there, barely 2 feet away, silhouetted against the dim light from the TV. Her eyes, those hazel eyes, glowed in the darkness, reflecting the flickering screen. Her smile was wide, serene, a picture of pure, unadulterated madness. She held a small, silver object in her hand. It glinted ominously. "You really should not try to run." "Mark," she said, her voice a gentle chide. "It makes things so much harder, and I have gone to such great lengths to make sure we are together. Forever." She took a step closer. I stumbled backward, hitting the door, trapped. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my throat. The horror movie on the TV continued to play, its fake screams, a cruel mockery of my silent terror. Her hand reached out, not to grab me, but to gently cup my cheek. Her touch was icy, sending a jolt of pure dread through me. "Do not worry," she whispered, her thumb tracing the line of my jaw. "It won't hurt for long. And then we will finally be together. Just like I always dreamed." And as her other hand, holding that silver object, slowly, deliberately, began to rise, I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that my nightmare had only just begun. The last thing I saw before everything went dark was her chillingly beautiful smile, and the reflection of my own terrified face in her unblinking, predatory eyes. The following story begins after this brief pause. You know that feeling? Right, that slow, creeping dread. When something just does not add up. When a small detail, a tiny, insignificant speck of information, suddenly rips a hole in the fabric of reality, exposing something truly sinister beneath. That is exactly what happened to me. It started as just another Tinder date, a casual coffee with a woman named Sarah. She was charming, witty, and for a while, I actually thought, hey, maybe this could be something. But then she mentioned my flower bags. Not just that I had them, but that they were stacked next to the door. My blood ran cold. No one knew that. It was not a guess. It was a specific, mundane detail about my private space. The charming connection I would felt, moments before, shattered, replaced by a suffocating unease. Her purring chuckle, her knowing gaze, it made my skin crawl. It felt like she would rummage through my home, pulling out a secret no one should have known. I tried to regain control, to steer the conversation away from my apartment. But her words about real-life stories unfolding under our noses and what people miss felt like veiled threats. My heart hammered. I had to get out. Feigning an early start, I tried to leave, but Sarah insisted on walking me to my car. Her offer, meant to be polite, felt like a command, and her presence suddenly loomed larger, more predatory. As we walked into the darkening street, my mind raced. I mumbled vague directions, hoping to throw her off, but every word she spoke, though seemingly normal, felt laced with an unspoken menace. Then, at the corner I would pointed to, she paused. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows, making everything feel even more ominous. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. This was the moment. The blue Civic. Right, she purred, her voice a low, chilling whisper in the growing darkness. With the little bumper sticker? My other car is a TARDIS? My blood did not just run cold. It froze solid in my veins. My vision tunneled. That was my car, parked blocks away, in a secluded residential spot. I always used to avoid the Main Street parking. How could she possibly know? Had she been watching me? Had she followed me here? The question screamed in my head, but no sound escaped my lips. Her smile, predatory and wide in the dim light, confirmed my worst fears. She reached out, her fingers, cold as ice, brushing against my arm. "You must like your privacy," she said, her voice dripping with a false sweetness that was more terrifying than any snarl. This was not just a coincidence. This was a hunt, and I was the prey. My body felt like lead, heavy and unresponsive. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to bolt, to get away from her, but I was paralyzed. My mind raced, trying to find an escape route, a logical explanation, anything to shatter this nightmare, but there was nothing. Just Sarah, her knowing eyes boring into mine, her smile unwavering. "Well," she continued, her voice light, as if we were discussing the weather, "I would not want to keep you. You have a long drive home, do not you?" The casualness of it was sickening. She knew where I lived. She knew where my car was parked. She knew the bumper sticker. She knew everything. It was like she was peeling back layers of my life, exposing every vulnerable detail. I managed to stammer out a choked, yeah, thanks, my voice. Barely a whisper. My hands were shaking so badly, I stuffed them into my pockets, hoping she would not notice. I fumbled for my keys, desperate to get into the perceived safety of my car, even though I knew, deep down, that safety was an illusion now. As I took a step towards the Civic, she did not move. She just watched me, a silent, menacing statue. The street felt deserted, the sounds of the city distant and muffled. It was just her and me, under the oppressive weight of her gaze. Finally, I reached the car. My fingers, numb and clumsy, struggled with the lock. It felt like an eternity before I heard the satisfying click. I yanked the door open, practically diving inside, my eyes never leaving Sarah. She was still standing there, unmoving, her smile still fixed in place. Just watching. I slammed the door shut, the sound echoing in the silence. My hands trembled as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a welcome, albeit temporary, shield against the terror. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Sarah was still there. Still smiling, still watching. A cold dread, heavier than anything I would ever experienced, settled in my chest. I did not care about traffic laws. I pulled out into the street, tires squealing, and sped away. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror again and again, half expecting to see her running after me, or, worse, another car following. But the street behind me was empty. Just the retreating lights of the coffee shop, and then darkness. The drive home was a blur of panic and paranoia. Every car that pulled up behind me, every set of headlights in my mirror, sent a fresh wave of adrenaline coursing through my veins. I kept checking side streets, convinced she would materialize out of nowhere, her blue Civic replaced by some phantom vehicle, stalking my every move. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo echoing the terror in my mind. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she just saw me park earlier. But the secluded spot and the flower bags, no, there was no rational explanation. This was deliberate. This was calculated. She had not just seen me, she had studied me. My phone buzzed in the cup holder. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was just a text from my mom, asking if I would have dinner. I stared at it, my thumb hovering over the screen. Should I call someone? The police? What would I even say? A woman I met on Tinder knows where I park and about my flower bags. It sounded insane. They would tell me to block her number and move on. But this felt so much more profound, so much more menacing than a simple bad date. I drove faster, the familiar streets of my neighborhood offering no comfort. The thought of going home, of entering my apartment, which I had always considered my sanctuary, now filled me with a fresh wave of terror. If she knew so much, what else did she know? Had she been there before? Was she there now? Finally, I pulled into my apartment complex. I did not park in my usual spot, choosing a different, more visible one closer to the entrance, just in case. My hands were still shaking as I killed the engine. I sat there for a moment, engine off, windows up, straining to hear anything out of the ordinary. The usual hum of the city, distant sirens, the rustle of leaves in the wind, nothing overtly threatening. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I unlocked the door and practically leaped out of the car. I did not bother looking around. I just ran for the building entrance, fumbling with my keys to get through the main door, then again for my apartment door. Each lock clicked into place with a hollow, echoing sound that offered little reassurance. Inside, the silence of my apartment was suffocating. It was not the comforting silence I usually enjoyed. It was heavy, expectant, like the air before a storm. I leaned against the door, pressing my ear to the cold wood, listening. Nothing, just the frantic pounding of my own heart. I walked slowly through my living room, flicking on every light switch I could find. The sudden burst of illumination seemed to push back the shadows, but not the fear. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything out of place. The flower bags. My gaze immediately went to the corner by the kitchen door. They were there, stacked neatly, just as I had left them. But seeing them, knowing Sarah had described their exact location, sent a fresh shiver down my spine. Had she just seen them through a window? Or had she been inside? I walked into the kitchen, my senses on high alert. Everything seemed normal. The dishes were in the sink from breakfast. My coffee maker sat on the counter. But then, I noticed it. A faint, sweet scent. Roses. I did not have any roses. I never bought flowers. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but distinct. A floral perfume, light and airy, but utterly out of place in my apartment. My breath hitched. My eyes scanned the room again, more frantically this time. My gaze landed on the small, framed photo on my fridge, a picture of me and my best friend at a concert last year. It was slightly askew. I always straightened it, always. A cold, clammy sweat broke out on my forehead. This was not just paranoia. This was not just a bad feeling. Someone had been here. Sarah had been here. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to move, to check every room. The bathroom, the bedroom, the small spare room I used as an office. Each step was a terrifying ordeal, my eyes darting into every shadow, expecting to see her. In the bedroom, everything seemed untouched. My bed was made, my clothes were put away, but then, as I walked past my nightstand, I stopped dead. On the pristine white surface, next to my alarm clock, was a single perfect red rose petal, just one, lying there, vibrant and utterly out of place. My blood ran cold for the second time that night. This was not a coincidence. This was a message. a calling card. She had not just been here, she had left something for me. A chilling, personal touch. The scent of roses was stronger here, mingling with the metallic tang of my own fear. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the pedal, as if it might suddenly move, suddenly reveal something more. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it vibrating through my entire body. My phone buzzed again, vibrating against the wooden surface of the nightstand. I stared at it, dread coiling in my stomach. Screen lit up, displaying a notification. It was a text message, from an unknown number. I picked up the phone, my fingers trembling so badly I almost dropped it. I opened the message. "You were in such a hurry tonight. Did you forget something?" My vision blurred. It was her. It had to be her. She was here. Or she had just left. Or she was watching me. The world spun. My home, my sanctuary, was now a trap. A faint creak came from the living room. Or was it just my imagination? My ears strained, trying to distinguish between the sounds of my own terror and actual noises. Another creak. Definitely not my imagination this time. It sounded like a floorboard, settling under weight. I froze, clutching my phone like a lifeline. She was still here. She was in my apartment. My mind screamed. I needed to hide. I needed a weapon. My eyes frantically scanned the bedroom. Nothing. No baseball bat, no heavy object. Just my lamp, my books, my clothes. I was utterly defenseless. The rose petal on the nightstand seemed to glow in the lamplight, a macabre beacon. The scent of roses was overpowering now, filling my lungs with a cloying sweetness that made me feel nauseous. A low, guttural chuckle echoed from the living room. It was not loud, but it was distinct. A sound I recognized from the coffee shop. Her purring chuckle, my breath caught in my throat. I backed away further, pressing myself against the wall, trying to become invisible. My eyes darted to the bedroom door. It was slightly ajar. I must have left it that way when I rushed in. The floorboards creaked again, closer this time. A shadow flickered in the doorway. It was tall, slender, definitely human. My blood ran cold, again, for what felt like the 100th time tonight. "You really do like your privacy, do not you?" Sarah's voice, calm and chilling, drifted into the room. It was not a whisper, but it was not loud either. It was a conversational tone, as if she were just stating a fact. But the casualness of it, combined with the fact that she was in my home, made it utterly terrifying. My heart hammered so hard. I thought it would burst out of my chest. I could not speak, could not move. My body was locked in a primal state of fear. I could feel her presence, heavy and suffocating, just beyond the doorway. "Such a shame," she continued, her voice still unnervingly calm, "to have it invaded." The word invaded hung in the air, a venomous promise. I squeezed my eyes shut, desperately wishing this was all a nightmare, that I would wake up in my bed, safe and sound. But the scent of roses, the sound of her voice, the cold dread in my gut, it was all too real. I opened my eyes, determined to face whatever horror awaited me. But the doorway was empty. The shadow was gone. A gasp escaped my lips. Had she left? Was she playing with me? Then, a soft, deliberate thump came from the living room, followed by another and another, slow, rhythmic steps. She was not gone. She was just moving, pacing, enjoying my terror. My mind raced. I could not stay here. My home was compromised. My sanctuary was a hunting ground. I had to get out. Now, my eyes darted to the window. Second floor, too high to jump without injury. The door. That was my only option. But she was in the living room, between me and the exit. I took a deep, shuddering breath. I had to be fast. I had to be silent. I moved on instinct, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. I crept towards the bedroom door, my eyes fixed on the sliver of light coming from the living room. The rhythmic thump, thump, thump continued. She was still pacing. As quietly as I could, I eased the door open a bit wider, peering out. The living room was bathed in the harsh glow of the overhead light. Sarah was standing near the center of the room, her back to me, slowly turning in a circle, her head tilted slightly, as if she were admiring her handiwork. Her hair, which had seemed so charming and bouncy earlier, now hung heavy and dark, casting a sinister shadow over her face. This was my chance. I took another shaky breath and bolted. My feet hit the wooden floorboards with a thud, and I heard her gasp, a sharp, surprised intake of air. I did not look back. I just ran. Across the living room, past the sofa, towards the front door. My hand fumbled for the doorknob, my fingers slick with sweat. I twisted it, pulling the door open with a desperate yank. Leaving so soon, her voice, no longer calm but laced with a chilling amusement, echoed behind me. I did not answer. I burst out of the apartment, slamming the door shut behind me, not bothering to lock it. I ran down the hallway, my heart pounding in my ears, not stopping until I reached the stairwell. I practically flew down the stairs, 2 at a time, my legs burning with effort. Out of the building, into the cool night air. I did not look back. I just ran, down the street, past my car, past the familiar buildings of my neighborhood. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed in protest, until I could run no more. I found myself huddled in a small, unlit park, beneath the sparse branches of a weeping willow, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. My phone, still clutched in my hand, buzzed again. I looked at the screen through blurry eyes. Another text from the unknown number. "Do not worry," it read. "We will see each other again. You can't hide forever." My blood ran cold for the final, terrifying time that night. I knew she was right. She knew everything. She had been in my home. She had found me. I threw my phone as far as I could, watching it arc through the air before disappearing into the darkness. It would not stop her. Nothing would. I was on the run. My home was no longer safe. My life, as I knew it, was over. And to this day, I still check my rearview mirror, not just once, but 100 times, every time I am in a car. Every shadow, every unfamiliar face, every unexpected sound sends a fresh wave of terror through me. Because I know, deep down, that Sarah is still out there. And she is still watching, and someday she will come for me again, and I will never have my privacy back. Let us step into the next part. My blood ran cold. The command to leave the door ajar, the casual confidence in his voice, it stripped away the last thin layer of my defenses. This was not just about control, it was about absolute, unapologetic ownership. He was not just in my home, he was of my home, a malignant growth that had taken root in the soil of my deepest privacy. I stood there, frozen, the blue silk pajamas clutched in my trembling hands. My bedroom, my sanctuary, now felt like a stage, brightly lit by the nightstand lamp, every shadow stretching long and menacing, every familiar object twisted into something sinister. He was sprawled on my bed, my own bed, as if he would slept there 1,000 times. His dead eyes, those chillingly vacant pools, never left me. They were like magnets, pulling at me, urging me to comply. "Well, darling," he purred, a low rumble that vibrated through the floorboards and up into my bones. "Do not keep me waiting. You know, your routine, my routine." God, the way he said it, as if he would been an invisible guest in my life, watching, taking notes, cataloging every mundane detail until it became a weapon. Brush my teeth, wash my face, change into my pajamas, the simple, comforting rituals of winding down for the night, now transformed into a horrifying performance for an audience of one. My legs felt like lead, heavy and unresponsive. Every muscle screamed at me to run, to fight, to do anything but what he wanted. But Sarah, her face, vivid in my mind, a fresh wave of nausea washing over me. His warning, cold and precise, about her loyalty. He had not just mentioned her name, he would implied he knew her, knew where she lived, knew what she meant to me. He was holding her life hostage, and I was the only ransom. I forced myself to move, each step a testament to the terror that bound me. My bathroom, usually a brightly lit private space, now felt like another extension of his gaze. I could feel his eyes on my back as I shuffled towards it, the silk rustling in my hands like dry leaves. I did not dare close the door. Leave the door ajar, he would said, "We have no secrets here." Not anymore. The words echoed. A suffocating blanket of dread. Standing in front of the mirror, my reflection stared back at me, a stranger with wide, horrified eyes, and a face drained of all color. My hands shook so violently I nearly dropped my toothbrush. The minty toothpaste, usually a refreshing burst, now tasted like ash. I went through the motions, mechanically, my mind screaming. Every splash of water on my face felt like a fresh slap of reality, stinging and cold. I glanced back, through the open bathroom door, into my bedroom. He had not moved. Still on my bed, propped up on one elbow, watching, just watching. It was worse than if he had been pacing or talking. His stillness was a predator's stillness, utterly focused, utterly patient. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. The blue silk pajamas. I peeled off my clothes, fumbling with the buttons, my fingers clumsy with fear. The cool fabric of the silk slid over my skin, a perverse comfort. It was supposed to be my comfort, my indulgence. Now it was just another symbol of his invasion, a uniform of my surrender. When I stepped back into the bedroom, he shifted slightly, a subtle movement that still sent a jolt of pure terror through me. He patted the space beside him on the bed. "Come on, darling. Do not be shy." My stomach lurched. Get into bed. With him, the thought was so repulsive, so utterly violating, that for a split second, I considered screaming, fighting, anything to avoid it. But Sarah, her smile, her laugh, her trusting eyes, I could not risk it. I could not. I walked towards the bed, as if I were walking to my own execution, each step heavy, dragging. The mattress dipped slightly as I sat on the very edge, as far away from him as possible. I pulled the covers up to my chin, a pathetic attempt at a shield. My body was rigid, every muscle tensed, ready to spring. Even though my mind knew it was futile, he chuckled, a low, guttural sound that scraped against my skin. "Relax, darling. No need to be so tense. We are just going to talk. Talk." My mind screamed, "Talk about what? How you stalked me. How you broke into my life. How you are holding my best friend hostage." He leaned back, his gaze still fixed on me, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. "You know, I have been watching you for a long time. A chill, colder than any winter night, seeped into my bones. How? How long?" My voice was barely a whisper, a pathetic, strangled sound. "Oh, a while," he said, his smile widening. "Long enough to know you, really know you, longer than anyone else ever has." He paused, letting his words hang in the air, thick with menace. "I saw you that day, at the coffee shop. You were laughing with Sarah, spilling a little latte on your white blouse. You dabbed at it with a napkin, so frustrated." My breath hitched. I remembered that day. It was months ago, maybe even a year. A tiny, insignificant moment in my life. But he remembered. He had been there, watching. "And then you met Mark," he continued, his voice taking on a slightly harder edge. "A nice enough guy, I suppose. But he did not appreciate you. Not like I do. Mark, my ex-boyfriend. He knew about Mark. He knew about my relationships." My stomach churned. a sickening mix of fear and utter disbelief. This was not just some random creep. This was a meticulously organized, deeply disturbing stalker who had woven himself into the fabric of my life without me ever knowing. He always left his dirty socks on the floor, he mused, a casual observation that sent a fresh wave of horror through me. You hated that. You would pick them up, sighing, but you would never say anything. You are too kind, too much of a people pleaser. How could he possibly know that that was an intimate detail, something only someone living with me or very, very close to me would know? My mind raced, trying to piece together the impossible. Had he broken in before? Had he planted cameras? The thought made my skin crawl. Every corner of my apartment, every moment of my life, suddenly felt tainted, watched, violated. But I do appreciate you, he said, turning his head slightly to meet my gaze, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. I appreciate your quiet strength, your loyalty to your friends, your little quirks. Like how you always leave the last bite of a really good meal, just to savor it later. Or how you hum that old song when you are doing the dishes. He knew about the last bite. He knew about the humming. These were things I did when I was alone, when I thought no one was watching. The realization hit me like a physical blow. He was not just watching from afar, he was inside my life, inside my home somehow, or he had been many times. Sarah, though, he said, his voice dropping, the casual tone replaced by something colder, sharper. She worries me a little. She is a good friend, yes, but she is also impulsive. She asks too many questions. She might not understand our connection. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of dread. The way he was talking about Sarah, again, the threat was explicit now. He was not just observing, he was actively managing the situation, making sure I understood the stakes. So, you understand why we need to be careful, do not you? He continued, his voice soft, almost gentle, but laced with an undeniable steel. No sudden movements, no desperate calls, no trying to sneak out. Because if you do, well, Sarah might find herself in a very difficult situation, and I would not want that for her. She is a sweet girl. The casual mention of her being a sweet girl sent a shiver down my spine. It was a terrifying inversion of affection, a predator admiring its prey. He was not just threatening her, he was demonstrating his power over her, over me, over everything I held dear. I swallowed hard, my throat dry and constricted. What do you want? The words were barely audible, a desperate plea in the suffocating silence of the room. He smiled, a slow, unsettling curve of his lips. What do I want? I want us to be together. To finally be together, properly, like we were always meant to be. But I do not even know you, I whispered, the absurdity of it all hitting me. How could he claim such intimacy, such a twisted destiny, when I did not even know his name? His smile did not waver. Oh, but you do. You just do not realize it yet. I have been a part of your life for so long. An unseen hand, guiding things, protecting you. You just needed a little push to see it. A push. He meant breaking into my home, holding me captive, threatening my friend. This was not a push, it was a violent shove off a cliff. He reached out, his hand slowly extending towards me. My entire body tensed, bracing for a touch or anything. But he only brushed his fingers against the duvet, just inches from my arm. The proximity was enough to make my skin crawl. Now we should try to get some sleep, he said, his voice softening, as if we were a normal couple winding down for the night. It has been a long day. We have a lot to talk about tomorrow. Sleep. The idea was laughable. My mind was racing, a whirlwind of fear, anger, and desperate strategies. How could I sleep with him lying next to me, a silent, watchful sentinel? Every nerve ending was screaming, alert to the slightest movement, the slightest sound. I lay there, stiff and rigid, staring up at the ceiling. The faint glow of the city lights filtered through my window. painting the room in shades of muted gray. The door was still ajar, a sliver of darkness leading out into the hallway, a mocking promise of freedom that was utterly out of reach. I could feel his presence beside me, the subtle shift of the mattress as he settled, the quiet rhythm of his breathing. It was a suffocating weight, pressing down on me, stealing the air from my lungs. I closed my eyes, but the darkness behind my eyelids was just as terrifying, filled with images of his dead eyes, his unsettling smile. Sarah's innocent face. Hours crawled by, each second an eternity. My body ached from the tension. My mind, a chaotic mess of fear and desperate plans. I tried to think, to rationalize, to find a way out. But every thought led back to Sarah. Her safety was my ultimate prison. At some point, exhausted and terrified, I must have drifted into a fitful, shallow sleep. It was less sleep and more a state of semi-consciousness, punctuated by nightmares that blurred seamlessly with the horrifying reality. I dreamt of being watched, of shadowy figures lurking in the periphery of my vision, of my own home turning against me. I woke with a gasp, my eyes snapping open. The room was still dark, but a faint hint of pre-dawn light was beginning to seep through the curtains. My heart was pounding, my body drenched in a cold sweat. For a terrifying moment, I forgot where I was, what had happened. Then, the weight beside me, the quiet breathing, brought it all, rushing back. He was still there, right next to me. I did not dare move, did not dare even breathe too loudly. I slowly, cautiously, turned my head. He was lying on his back, eyes closed, his face impassive in the dim light. Was he asleep? Or was he just pretending? I could not tell, and the uncertainty was almost as terrifying as his wakefulness. The terror was a living thing inside me, a cold, hard knot in my stomach. This was not a dream. This was my life now, trapped, utterly helpless, held captive by a man who knew more about me than I knew about myself, a man who saw my life as his to control. The first rays of dawn began to paint the sky outside my window, a soft, pale orange that offered no comfort, no hope. The day was starting, and with it, the horrifying reality of what that meant. A new day, with him. What would he expect? What would he do? I lay there, watching the light slowly grow, my mind racing. I needed a plan. I needed to escape. But how? Every avenue I considered led back to Sarah, to the unspoken threat that hung over her like a guillotine. He stirred beside me, a slight shift of the covers. My breath hitched in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, pretending to be asleep, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Good morning." "Darling," he murmured, his voice soft, almost tender. But there was no tenderness in it, only a chilling possessiveness. "Sleep well." I did not answer, did not dare open my eyes. My body was rigid, my muscles screaming with tension. He chuckled softly. "Do not worry. We have all the time in the world now. We can make up for lost time. Lost time." The words echoed in my mind, a terrifying premonition of a future I did not want, a life that was no longer my own. My blood ran cold, again, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that the nightmare had only just begun. The sun was rising, but for me, the darkness had just truly settled in. Let us go ahead and move to the next story. I would matched with Ethan on Tinder a few weeks back. His profile was sparse, one slightly blurry photo, a vague bio about appreciating authenticity. But his messages were charming enough to convince me to meet for coffee. The red flags started waving when he knew my order before I even opened my mouth. A specific concoction I would only ever mention to my best friend, Sarah. In a private chat, the coffee shop was bustling, the kind of place with too much exposed brick and the smell of burnt sugar and over-roasted beans. I would arrived a few minutes early, clutching my phone, rereading Ethan's last message. "Can't wait to finally meet you." My stomach did a little flip-flop, a mix of nerves and cautious optimism. Dating in the digital age was a minefield, but sometimes Just sometimes. You found someone who clicked. Ethan's messages had been witty, engaging, and just personal enough to feel like he was genuinely interested. When he walked in, I recognized him instantly from the photo, even though his profile picture had been a bit grainy. He was taller than I expected, with dark hair that fell just so over his forehead and eyes that were a startling shade of blue. He wore a simple, dark t-shirt and jeans, a casual look that somehow made him seem more put together. He scanned the room, and when his gaze landed on me, a slow, easy smile spread across his face. It was a good smile. A normal smile. He walked over, extended a hand. Maya. Ethan. Good. To finally put a face to the witty banter. His voice was smooth, a low rumble that was surprisingly pleasant. Ethan, I replied, taking his hand. His grip was firm, warm. Yeah, you too. I grabbed the table. He nodded, still smiling. Perfect. I will just grab us some drinks. He gestured toward the long line snaking from the counter. Oh, do not worry about mine. I can get it. I started, reaching for my purse. Nonsense, he said, already turning. It is on me. And do not worry. I know your usual. A medium iced latte with oat milk and a pump of vanilla. Right. Extra ice. My hand froze, halfway into my bag. The sounds of the coffee shop, the clatter of cups, the murmur of conversations, all seemed to fade out, leaving a ringing silence in my ears. I stared at his back as he walked confidently toward the counter, already pulling out his wallet. My specific usual, I had never, not once, mentioned that exact order to him. It was not on my Tinder profile, was not on any public social media. I would only ever told Sarah, my best friend, in a private text exchange about my new coffee obsession, a text that was sent weeks ago, long before I would even match with Ethan. A cold knot formed in my stomach. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he would overheard me telling the barista another time. No, I always ordered online for pickup. Or I would just started coming to this specific shop. Maybe Sarah had mentioned it to someone. But Sarah was notoriously discreet, and she did not even know I was meeting Ethan. Besides, why would she? My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation, any explanation that did not involve a primal dread coiling in my gut. He turned from the counter, flashing another one of those easy smiles, and for a split second, it did not look easy at all. It looked knowing. He returned a few minutes later, balancing two identical iced lattes. He placed one in front of me. Here you go. Exactly as you like it. I forced a smile, my lips feeling stiff. Thanks. Ethan, that is uncanny. How did you know? I tried to keep my voice light, casual, but I could hear the tremor in it. He took a sip of his own drink, his eyes never leaving mine. Oh, just a lucky guess. I suppose. I am pretty good at reading people. You just strike me as an oat milk, vanilla kind of person. And the extra ice? Well, who does not love extra ice? He chuckled. A low, pleasant sound, but it did not reach his eyes. His eyes were still, intense, like he was looking right through me, peeling back layers. My internal alarm bells, once a faint chime, were now clanging like a fire engine. The conversation that followed was a strange dance. He was charming, articulate, and asked all the right questions about my life, my job, my hobbies, my dreams. He listened intently, nodding, making eye contact that lasted just a fraction of a second too long. But when I tried to turn the questions back on him, he was a master of deflection. So, what do you do? Ethan, I asked, trying to sound genuinely curious. He took another slow sip. Oh, a little of this, a little of that. I am more interested in what you do. Maya, tell me more about your work as a graphic designer. It sounds fascinating, the way you bring concepts to life. He made it sound like I was the most interesting person in the world. And for a moment, a tiny part of me, the part that craved validation, almost fell for it. But the bigger part, the part screaming in panic, kept tugging me back. He never gave a straight answer. No specific job, no specific address, no specific friends or family. He was a blank slate, but a blank slate that somehow knew all the intricate details of my life. You know, he said, leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I saw your design for that local bakery's new logo. The one with the croissant and the little whisk. Very clever. My blood ran cold. That logo was for a small, independent bakery, a project I would done pro bono for a friend. It was not widely publicized, and certainly not something you would find with a casual gut GU search of my name. It was buried deep in my portfolio, only accessible via a direct link I would share it with a handful of clients. And again, Sarah, how did you see that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird desperate to escape. He just smiled, that unnerving, knowing smile. Like I said, Maya, I am observant. I notice details. It is a hobby. He leaned back, taking another sip of his latte, seemingly unfazed by my growing terror. The coffee shop suddenly felt too small, too loud, too claustrophobic. I needed to get out. I needed air. I needed to be anywhere but across from this man who knew too much. I really should be going, I stammered, already reaching for my phone and purse. I have an early start tomorrow. Ethan did not move. He just watched me, his blue eyes unblinking. Already, but we were just getting to know each other. I was hoping we could take a walk. There is a lovely little park just around the corner. Quiet, perfect for a proper conversation. My gut screamed no. Every fiber of my being wanted to bolt, to make an excuse, to just run. But I was frozen, trapped by a strange mix of fear and a desperate need to not make a scene, to not offend him, to not provoke whatever darkness lurked behind those unsettling eyes. A walk. I managed, my voice thin. I do not know. Ethan. I really do need to just a short one, he interrupted, his voice still smooth, but with an underlying current of steel. He stood up, and I felt a jolt of panic. He was taller than me, broader. The table suddenly felt like a flimsy barrier. It will clear your head, and we can talk more. I have so many questions about you, Maya, and I am sure you have more for me. He was already moving, walking around the table, not quite blocking my path, but making it clear that leaving without him was not an option he was considering. I felt like a gazelle caught in the gaze of a predator. My feet moved on their own, following him out of the coffee shop, into the late afternoon sunshine. The park was, as he would promised, just around the corner. It was a pleasant enough place, with winding paved paths, a small pond, and clusters of oak trees. People were out walking dogs, pushing strollers, jogging. For a moment, I felt a flicker of reassurance. Public place, safety in numbers. But as we walked, Ethan subtly guided us away from the main paths towards a less frequented section where the trees grew thicker and the sounds of traffic faded. He kept talking, his voice a steady drone, asking me more questions, complimenting me, but each compliment felt like a subtle violation. That little scar above your left eyebrow, he said, his gaze fixed on my face. Interesting story behind that. I bet, looks like a childhood adventure gone wrong. I instinctively touched the faint, silvery line. It was barely visible, a relic from a bike accident when I was 7. It was not something you would notice unless you were really, really looking, or unless you had been close enough, long enough, to study my face in detail. How did you see that? I whispered, my voice barely audible over the rustle of leaves. He chuckled softly. Like I said, Maya, I am observant. It is a hobby. You would be surprised what you can learn when you just pay attention. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from, "Sarah, how's the date going?" Spill. I fumbled for it, needing a lifeline, needing a reason to break away. Everything. Okay. Ethan's voice was right beside my ear, making me jump. He would move closer without me realizing it. "You seem distracted." "Just Sarah." I mumbled, trying to type a quick OMG help message, but my fingers were trembling too much. He leaned in, his breath warm against my cheek. "Ah!" "Sarah, your best friend, the one who knows all your secrets." "Right. She is a good one. Always there for you. A bit overprotective, maybe, but her heart's in the right place." I stopped dead in my tracks. My blood ran cold, a glacial river through my veins. This was not a guess. This was not observation. This was knowledge, intimate knowledge. "How do you know about Sarah?" I demanded, my voice cracking. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. He stopped, too, turning to face me fully. His smile was gone. His eyes, those startling blue eyes, were now completely devoid of warmth, like chips of ice. "I told you, Maya, I am observant. I know a lot about you, more than you think." He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled. We were deep in the park now, on a narrow, overgrown path. The distant sounds of the city were muffled, replaced by the chirping of unseen birds and the whisper of the wind through the leaves. There was no one else around. "Like what?" I challenged, trying to sound brave, trying to hide the sheer terror that was seizing me. He tilted his head, a predatory glint in his eyes. "Well, let us see. You live in apartment 4B at the Willow Creek complex. You drive a beige Corolla, parked on the street because the complex parking is always full. You leave for work at 8:15 a.m. sharp every weekday, unless it is a Tuesday, when you go to the gym first. So you leave at 6:30 a.m. You have a cat named Mittens, a fluffy ginger tabby, who waits by the window around this time, hoping you will come home soon." Each detail was a hammer blow, driving the air from my lungs. My apartment, my car, my schedule, Mittens, things that were not public, things that could only be known by someone who had been watching me, watching my apartment, watching my life. "You have been stalking me." I choked out, the words barely a whisper. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This was not a date. This was a trap. Ethan's smile returned, slow and chilling. "Stalking is such a harsh word. Maya, I prefer to think of it as thorough research. I wanted to make sure you were everything I imagined. And you are. Absolutely perfect." He reached out a hand, slowly, deliberately, towards my face. I flinched back, my mind screaming, "Run!" "Why are you running?" "Maya," he asked, his voice still calm, almost gentle. "I just want to talk. We have so much to discuss. Our future, for instance." Future? My stomach churned. This man, this stranger, was talking about a future with me. A future he would clearly planned in his twisted mind. A future where I was an unwilling participant. My heart was a drum solo in my chest. My legs felt like jelly. But a surge of pure adrenaline coursed through me. I had to get out. Now, without thinking, I spun around and bolted. I did not know where I was going. Just away. Away from him, away from his calm voice and his terrifying knowledge. I pushed through the thick undergrowth at the edge of the path, branches scratching at my arms and face, not caring. I could hear his footsteps behind me, surprisingly light, surprisingly fast. "Maya, do not be silly. This is not a game." His voice was still calm, but there was an edge to it now, a hint of annoyance. I ran harder, my lungs burning, the taste of fear metallic in my mouth. I crashed through a thicket of bushes, stumbling, almost falling. My phone, still clutched in my hand, slipped and flew from my grasp, landing with a soft thud in the leaves. No time. I kept running. I could hear him closer now. The rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs. He was gaining on me. Panic, raw and suffocating, seized me. I was not fast enough. I was not strong enough. I burst out of the dense foliage into a small, overgrown clearing. In the center stood an old, dilapidated shed, its paint peeling, windows broken, door hanging precariously open. It looked like it had not been used in decades. A dead end. My breath hitched in my throat. I glanced wildly around. No escape. I was trapped. Then I heard his voice, closer than ever. Just behind the bushes, I would just burst through. Maya, come out, wherever you are. He sounded playful, like a parent calling a child during a game of hide and seek. The casualness was utterly chilling. I scrambled into the shed, pulling the rickety door closed behind me as best I could. It did not latch, just rested against the frame, leaving a sliver of light. The air inside was thick with dust, mildew, and the smell of decay. Cobwebs brushed my face. Old, forgotten tools lay scattered on the dirt floor, shadowy shapes in the gloom. I pressed my back against the farthest wall, trying to control my ragged breathing. My heart was a frantic hummingbird in my chest. I could hear him outside, his footsteps circling the shed. You know, Maya. His voice drifted through the gaps in the rotting wood, calm and clear. I really thought we had a connection. I thought you understood. We are meant to be, you and I. I have been waiting for you for a long time. He paused, and I held my breath, every muscle in my body tensed. It is a shame you are making this difficult, he continued, his voice closer to the door now. I did not want to scare you. I just wanted you to see how perfect we could be. How perfect you are. A board creaked outside, right next to the door. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears stinging them. I was gonna die here, in this abandoned shed in this park, at the hands of a man I would met on Tinder. Then, a soft scrape, the door, which I would only loosely pulled shut, slowly began to open. A sliver of light widened, revealing Ethan's face. He stood there, framed in the doorway, his silhouette imposing against the fading daylight. His blue eyes, still intense, were the only clearly visible feature in the encroaching darkness of the shed. I found you, he said, his voice a low purr. He stepped inside, pushing the door fully open, allowing more light to spill in, illuminating the dusty interior. He was not holding anything, no weapon visible, but his presence alone was terrifying. I stared at him, paralyzed. My mind raced, searching desperately for any escape, any defense. My gaze fell on an old, rusty shovel leaning against the wall near me. It was heavy, probably too heavy, but it was all I had. He took another step, then another, slowly closing the distance between us. You know, I have been watching you for months. Maya, before Tinder, before you even knew I existed, I saw you laughing with Sarah at that coffee shop you love. I saw you crying after that bad breakup. I saw you feeding Mittens those expensive salmon treats. I saw everything. His voice was a hypnotic drone. Each word, a chilling revelation of how deeply he had invaded my life. He was not just a stalker, he was an obsessed voyeur, building a fantasy life around me. I know your favorite color is emerald green. I know you hate cilantro. I know you always hum that one song from the 90s when you are stressed. I know you dream of opening your own design studio in a little town by the ocean. He was reciting my life, my private thoughts, my secret dreams, like a grocery list. He was almost upon me. My hand shot out, grabbing the rusty shovel. It was heavier than I thought, the metal cold and rough against my palm. Do not, he said, his voice losing its calm edge, a flicker of anger in his eyes. But I did not listen. With a primal scream ripped from the depths of my terror, I swung the shovel, aiming for his head. He was faster than I anticipated. He ducked, the shovel whistling over his head, missing by inches. He grabbed my wrist, his grip like steel. The shovel clattered to the ground. Naughty, naughty. "Maya," he said, his voice now a low growl, devoid of any pretense of charm, "we are not going to fight. We are going to be happy. Together." He twisted my arm, forcing me to drop the shovel. Pain shot up my arm, but the adrenaline was still surging, dulling the sensation. I kicked him, hard, in the shin. He grunted, but did not let go. I headbutted him. It was not a strong blow, more of a desperate lunge, but it caught him off guard. His head snapped back, and for a split second his grip loosened. It was all I needed. I tore my arm free, and, without a second thought, turned and sprinted out of the shed, leaving the doors swinging wildly behind me. I ran back the way I came, not caring about the scratches, the thorns, the sharp branches. I could hear him shouting my name behind me, a furious roar now. "Maya, get back here." I ran through the thicket, my lungs burning, my legs aching, the fear, a constant, searing pain in my chest. I burst back onto the main path of the park, where the last vestiges of daylight were fading fast. A couple was walking their dog, their backs to me. I screamed, a raw, ragged sound that tore from my throat. Help! He is after me. Help me. They turned, startled, their dog barking. I did not stop. I just kept running past them, pointing wildly back towards the dense trees. He is crazy. He is stalking me. I did not look back to see if they believed me, if they reacted, if Ethan was still chasing. I just ran, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I ran out of the park, onto the street, where car headlights were beginning to pierce the twilight. I waved my arms frantically at a passing car. It slowed, then stopped. A young woman, seeing my disheveled state, my tear-streaked face, my frantic gestures, looked at me with alarm. Please help me. He is in the park. He is crazy," I gasped, my words tumbling out in a desperate torrent. She looked uncertain, but the sheer terror in my eyes must have convinced her. "Get in," she shouted, unlocking the passenger door. I scrambled in, pulling the door shut, fumbling with the lock. "Drive. Please just drive." She sped off, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. "What happened was after you..." I could not speak, just pointed back towards the park, tears streaming down my face. She drove me to the nearest police station. The hours that followed were a blur of questions, explanations, and a growing sense of surreal unreality. I told them everything: the Tinder match, the coffee shop, his chilling knowledge of my life, the chase in the park. They took my statement, examined my scratched arms and bruised shin. They sent officers to the park, but found nothing. No Ethan, no abandoned shed with a rusty shovel. It was like he had vanished into thin air. His Tinder profile was gone, completely deleted. No trace, no other matches, no other photos, no digital footprint whatsoever that they could find. It was like he had never existed, except for the terrifying memories seared into my mind. They told me to be careful, to change my locks, to consider moving. They could not do much without a physical trace, without him being caught. They said they would keep an eye out, but that was little comfort. I deleted all my social media. I changed my phone number. I moved out of my apartment, leaving behind everything I could not pack in a hurry. I got a new car, a different color, and started taking different routes to work, if I even went to work at all. My life, which had felt so normal, so safe, was shattered. Weeks turned into months. The physical wounds healed, but the psychological ones festered. Every shadow became a threat. Every unexpected sound sent my heart racing. I could not shake the feeling of being watched, that intense, unblinking gaze on me, even in the safety of my new, anonymous apartment. Sometimes, late at night, when the city was quiet and the paranoia was at its worst, I would swear I could hear it. A low, calm voice, just at the edge of hearing, whispering my name. Maya. I never saw Ethan again. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that he was still out there. Still observant. Still watching. and I wondered if he ever got tired of watching what he would do next. The nightmare was not over. It had just begun. Here is the next moment of today's stories. The clatter of ceramic mugs and the low hum of conversation in the coffee shop had once been comforting background noise. Now, they were just static, muffled by the icy rush of blood in my ears. Ethan had just leaned in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper, and mentioned my design for a local bakery's new logo, the croissant with the whisk. My blood did not just run cold, it froze, solid, then shattered into a million sharp, jagged pieces inside me. My vision tunneled. I stared at him, my mouth suddenly dry, unable to form a single coherent thought, let alone a word. The croissant with the whisk. That was not just any design. That was a concept I would pitched privately to the bakery owner just last week. It had not even been finalized yet, let alone made public. It was a file saved deep on my hard drive, a secret between me and the bakery owner. Nobody else knew about it. Nobody. His smile did not waver. It was still wide, still seemingly friendly, but now it felt like a predator's grin, full of teeth and hidden intent. His blue eyes, which I would initially found striking, now held a depth that felt bottomless, like looking into a dark well. "Is everything all right?" he asked, his voice smooth, almost too calm. "You look like you have seen a ghost." I tried to swallow, but my throat was a desert. "How did you know about that?" I finally managed, the words barely a whisper. My voice sounded alien, thin and reedy. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that did nothing to quell the rising panic. "Oh, you know," he said, waving a dismissive hand, "I just have a knack for these things. I hear things, and I keep up with local talent. Your work is really quite impressive, by the way. Very distinctive, the way you blend the classic croissant with the modern whisk. Genius." He was praising me, complimenting my work, but each word was a fresh stab of terror. It was not a compliment, it was a demonstration, a show of power. He was not just guessing he knew about my specific coffee order, which I would only ever mention to Sarah, and now he knew about a confidential project. This was not a lucky guess. This was something far, far worse. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. Any explanation that did not involve me being in a horror movie. Had Sarah know? Sarah would never. She knew how important client confidentiality was. Besides, she did not even know I would match with Ethan, let alone that I was on a date with him. Had the bakery owner somehow leaked it? Unlikely. And even if they had, how would Ethan connect it to me? And how would he get my coffee order? The pieces did not fit. They formed a picture of a puzzle that was not only incomplete, but had pieces from an entirely different box. "I need to go," I blurted out, pushing my chair back with a scrape that seemed deafening in the suddenly silent world inside my head. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to stand. Ethan did not move. He just watched me, his blue eyes unblinking. "Already?" he asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice that felt entirely artificial. But we were just getting to the good part. "I was going to tell you about your trip to Italy next year. You have been saving up, have not you, for that art history tour through Tuscany, the world tilted. Italy, Tuscany. That was a dream I would shared with no one. Not even Sarah. It was a vision board on my laptop, a hidden folder of Pinterest pins, a small private joy I nursed in the quiet moments of my life. A cold dread, heavier than anything I would ever felt, settled deep in my bones. This was not just a stalker. This was something else. Something that felt impossibly invasive, almost supernatural. He was not just following me. He was inside my head. "I really have to go," I repeated, my voice stronger now, fueled by pure adrenaline and terror. I grabbed my purse, clutching it to my chest like a shield. My eyes darted around the bustling coffee shop, looking for an escape route, looking for anyone who might notice the terrified woman desperately trying to flee a charming, smiling man. But everyone was lost in their own conversations, their own lattes. Just faces, blurred and indifferent, Ethan finally pushed back his own chair, rising with a fluid grace that unnerved me further. It was taller than I remembered, his frame casting a slight shadow over me. "I understand," he said, his voice still maddeningly calm. "But allow me to walk you out. It is the least I can do after such an enlightening conversation." "No," the word burst from me. Sharp and involuntary. "No, thank you. I can find my own way." I practically ran for the door, not even bothering to look back. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my ribs. Each step felt like I was running through thick mud, my muscles screaming in protest. I burst out of the coffee shop into the crisp autumn air, gulping it down like a drowning woman. The street was busy, cars rushing by, people walking their dogs, couples holding hands. A normal Saturday afternoon, but for me it felt like the world had been stripped bare, revealing a hidden layer of menace. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I dropped them. Small jingle on the pavement. I practically dove for them, snatching them up and jamming the key into the ignition, ignoring the automatic unlock button. I just needed to get inside, to feel the steel and glass cocoon around me. As I yanked open the driver's side door, a voice, impossibly close, made me jump so high, I nearly hit my head on the door frame. "Careful there, you almost scratched your driver's side door panel. You are very particular about keeping your car pristine, are not you? Especially that little dent near the rear wheel. Well, from when you backed into a mailbox last month, you were so upset." It was Ethan. He was standing right beside my car, leaning against the passenger door, a casual, almost proprietorial air about him. He had followed me out, and he knew about the dent I would paid a small fortune to have fixed, a dent I would meticulously hidden from everyone, even Sarah, because it felt like a personal failure. My breath hitched, my entire body locked up. I could not move, could not speak. He was too close. His presence felt suffocating. "Do not worry," he said, his voice dropping to a lower register, a soothing, dangerous rumble. "I just wanted to make sure you got to your car safely. It is a dangerous world out there, you know, especially for a woman like you, living alone in that charming little bungalow on Elm Street, with the rose bushes you are so proud of." Elm Street. My bungalow. My rose bushes. It was all true. Every chilling detail, a primal scream, clawed at the back of my throat. But I bit it back, desperate not to draw attention, desperate not to give him the satisfaction. I just needed to get in the car. I needed to lock the doors. With a surge of adrenaline, I practically threw myself into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut and hitting the lock button with a frantic jab. The thunk of the locks engaging was the sweetest sound I would ever heard. I cranked the engine, my foot already on the gas. Ethan just stood there, outside my car, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his smile still fixed in place. He looked like he was just waving goodbye to a casual acquaintance. But his eyes were different. They held a glint of something cold. And knowing, he raised a hand, not waving but almost like he was marking me. I threw the car into reverse, nearly clipping a parked car, then sped out of the parking lot, my tires squealing in protest. I did not care. I just needed to get away. I glanced in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see him running after me, but he was gone. Just disappeared. The empty space where he would been was almost as terrifying as his presence. The drive home was a blur of hypervigilance. My eyes darted from the road to my rearview mirror, to my side mirrors, convinced I would see his car behind me, or glimpse his face in a passing vehicle. Every dark sedan, every car that lingered a moment too long, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. My hands were clenched so tightly on the steering wheel that my knuckles were white. I got home in record time, my heart still hammering against my ribs. My charming little bungalow on Elm Street suddenly felt less charming, more like a target. I screeched to a halt in my driveway. Practically falling out of the car, I fumbled with my house keys, my hands still shaking violently. My mind raced, trying to remember if I would left any windows open, if the back door was truly locked. Paranoia, thick and suffocating, enveloped me. Once inside, I slammed the door shut and immediately engaged all the deadbolts. I then raced through the house, checking every window, every lock, pulling down blinds, drawing curtains. The familiar comfort of my home had vanished, replaced by a chilling sense of vulnerability. Every creak of the old house, every whisper of wind outside, made me jump. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling as I tried to call Sarah. It went straight to voicemail. "Hey, it is Sarah. Leave a message." Her cheerful voice felt like a cruel joke. I hung up, my frustration mounting. I needed to talk to her, to tell her everything, to hear a rational voice. I paced my living room, my mind replaying every horrifying detail of the date. The coffee, the logo, Italy, the dent, the rose bushes. How could he know all of this? Was he a hacker, a private investigator, or something far more sinister? The lack of a clear explanation was the most terrifying part. It felt like I was facing an enemy with no discernible weaknesses, no logical motive. I tried to calm myself, to breathe. He is gone. You are safe. You are home. But the words felt hollow. He knew where I lived. He knew everything. My phone buzzed, startling me so badly I nearly dropped it. I looked at the screen. It was an unknown number. My stomach churned. I hesitated, then answered, my voice barely a whisper. "Hello." Silence. Then, a low, breathy chuckle. "You made it home safe." "I see." "Good." I was worried. It was Ethan. My blood ran cold again, solidifying in my veins. "How did you get this number?" I choked out, my voice trembling. "Oh, that was not hard," he purred, his voice laced with an unnerving amusement. "You would be surprised what you can find out about a person when you truly care to look. You know, I was just admiring your rose bushes. They really are quite lovely. The crimson ones are my favorite. They remind me of... Well, never mind." My eyes shot to the window. The one overlooking my front yard where my prized crimson roses bloomed. I could not see anything through the drawn blinds, but the implication was clear. He was outside. He was here. "Stay away from me." I screamed into the phone, my voice cracking. "I am calling the police." He chuckled again, a sound that seemed to echo inside my very skull. "The police? What would you tell them, my dear? That a charming man knows a few too many details about your life. That he complimented your gardening skills? They would think you were crazy. Or perhaps just flattered." His voice hardened slightly. "But you would not want to involve them, would you? Not when you have so many secrets." My heart pounded. Secrets. What secrets? He was bluffing, trying to scare me. But then, a cold realization struck me. He knew about the Italy trip, the logo, the coffee. What else did he know? My past relationships, my financial struggles, my deepest fears. The thought was paralyzing. "Just leave me alone," I whispered, tears pricking at my eyes. "Oh." "I will," he said, his voice returning to that unnervingly pleasant tone. "For now, but it was lovely meeting you. I am sure our paths will cross again. We have so much more to discuss. About your aspirations, your fears, that small mole on your left shoulder that you are so self-conscious about. Good night, my dear." The line went dead. I stood there, phone pressed to my ear, listening to the dial tone, my entire body rigid with terror. The small mole on my left shoulder, that was it. That was the final, devastating blow. I would had it since childhood, and it was something I rarely showed anyone, something I was deeply insecure about. It was not visible unless I was wearing something very specific, or completely undressed. How could he possibly know that... I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor. Forgotten. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and disbelief. This was not just stalking. This was something far beyond. He had not just looked at me, he had seen me, in a way no one else ever had. It was like he had access to my very being, my essence. I stumbled backward, bumping into the wall, sliding down until I was huddled on the floor, knees drawn to my chest. Tears streamed down my face, hot and salty, but they did nothing to thaw the ice in my veins. A faint scratching sound came from the front door. My head snapped up. I held my breath, straining to hear over the frantic thumping of my own heart. It came again. A light, rhythmic scratching, like fingernails on wood. He was still there. He had not left. He was just playing with me. I stayed absolutely still, not daring to move, not daring to breathe. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into menacing shapes. Every mundane object in my living room, a lamp, a stack of books, a throw pillow, suddenly looked alien, imbued with a sinister potential. Then, a new sound. A faint, almost imperceptible clink from the back of the house. The kitchen. My breath hitched. I had checked all the windows, all the locks. Had I missed something? Or had he found a way in? My mind screamed at me to run, to hide, to call 911. But my body refused to obey. I was frozen, a deer in headlights, waiting for the inevitable. The sound came again, closer this time. A soft thump, like something light being placed on the kitchen counter. Then, silence, heavy, suffocating silence. I slowly, agonizingly, pushed myself up from the floor. My legs were still wobbly, but a new, desperate resolve was forming. I could not just sit here and wait. I had to do something. I crept towards the kitchen. Each step a monumental effort. The air grew colder as I approached. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I peered around the doorframe, my eyes scanning the familiar space. Nothing, everything looked normal. The fruit bowl on the counter, the coffee maker, the neatly stacked dishes in the drying rack. Then I saw it. On my pristine white kitchen counter, next to the fruit bowl, was a single crimson rose. Its petals were perfectly formed, glistening with a fine mist, as if it had just been picked. And tucked beneath one of its velvety petals, a small, folded piece of paper. My heart seized. He had not just been outside. He had been inside. While I was still on the phone with him, he had been in my house. A wave of nausea washed over me. The sheer audacity, the terrifying intimacy of it. He had walked through my home, planted a rose from my own garden, and left a note, all while I was huddled in terror in my living room. My hand trembled as I reached for the rose, my fingers brushing against its cold, damp petals. I carefully unfolded the paper. In elegant, almost calligraphic script, a single sentence was written. I told you we would meet again. And soon, you won't want me to leave. There was no signature. There did not need to be. The blood drained from my face. My knees buckled, and I collapsed against the counter, the rose and the note falling from my numb fingers. This was not over. This was just the beginning. He had not just seen me, he had claimed me. And the chilling truth was, he could be anywhere, watching, waiting, preparing for his next move. My home was no longer a sanctuary. My life was no longer my own. I was just a character in his twisted story, and I had no idea how it would end. But I knew one thing for sure: it would be a nightmare. A nightmare I might never wake up from. Your next story starts right here. You know that feeling, that sickening drop in your gut when reality suddenly twists itself into something unrecognizable? That is exactly what hit me the moment. Sarah purred. The blue Civic, right? With the little bumper sticker. My other car is a TARDIS. My world did not just tilt, it outright flipped. My car, parked blocks away in a spot I thought was secluded, was suddenly a beacon for her predatory gaze. The details she would known, first about the flower bags in my apartment, then my car, were not just coincidences anymore. They were cold, hard evidence that she was not just a bad date, She was a threat, her icy fingers brushing my arm, her voice a chilling whisper. "You must like your privacy." Sealed it. I was prey. Every fiber of my being screamed to run, but my feet were rooted. Her casual mention of my long drive home was the final, terrifying piece of the puzzle. She knew where I lived. She knew everything. Fumbling for my keys, I bolted into the perceived safety of my car, her unmoving, smiling figure watching me. I did not look back. I just sped away. Every shadow and headlight a potential enemy. Every turn a desperate attempt to outrun the nightmare that had just begun. The drive home was a blur of pure, unadulterated panic. My heart hammered against my ribs like a frantic drum solo, each beat a painful reminder of how exposed I was. I gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white, my eyes darting from the rearview mirror to the road ahead, convinced that any moment I would see her car, her face, in my periphery. My breath hitched in my throat, shallow and ragged. I could not shake the image of her smile, a smile that promised something truly sinister, something utterly devoid of human warmth. Every car that passed me, every pair of headlights that appeared in my mirror, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. Was that her? Was she following me? I took turns I did not need to, sped up, slowed down, trying to shake a tail that might not even be there. It was pure paranoia, but in that moment, it felt like the most rational thing I could do. The world outside my car felt like a hostile, alien landscape, and I was just trying to navigate it without becoming another statistic in some forgotten true crime podcast. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the key in the ignition. The familiar parking lot, usually a comforting sight, now felt like a trap. I killed the engine, but I did not move. I just sat there for a long minute, staring at my building, trying to convince myself that I was safe, that the nightmare was over. But the knot in my stomach told a different story. It was just beginning. I practically sprinted from my car to my front door, fumbling with my keys, my eyes scanning every window, every shadow. The hallway of my building, usually quiet and unremarkable, suddenly felt like a tunnel, stretching endlessly, each door a potential hiding place. I burst into my apartment, slamming the door shut and immediately engaging both locks, the deadbolt, and the chain. I leaned against it, gasping for air, my chest heaving. The silence of my apartment, usually a comfort, was now deafening. Every creak of the old building, every distant siren made me jump. My mind raced back to her words, flour bags, next to the door. I walked over to the small pantry nook, my eyes fixed on the 3 20-pound sacks of bread flour I would bought in bulk a few weeks ago. They were exactly where I would left them, stacked neatly. No one but me knew they were there, and certainly no one knew their specific placement. How could she have known? Had she been inside my apartment? The thought made my skin crawl. It felt like a violation, a chilling invasion of my most private space. I went through my apartment like a madman, checking every window, every closet, even under the bed. The blinds were already drawn, but I peered through the slats, convinced I would see her face staring back at me from the darkness outside. My breath hitched whenever a car drove by, its headlights sweeping across my living room wall. I even checked the back door, which led to a small, seldom used patio. It was locked, but the feeling of unease persisted. It was like she had left a lingering scent of dread in the air, a residue of her presence. Sleep was impossible. I spent the night huddled on my couch, a baseball bat within reach, every nerve ending firing. My phone, usually a source of connection, felt like a ticking time bomb. I kept it on silent, but every flicker of its screen, even from a notification I knew was benign, made my heart lurch. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was just a crazy coincidence, a twisted joke. But the details were too specific. Her smile too knowing, her gaze too predatory. This was not a joke. This was real. The sun eventually rose, painting the sky with a sickly yellow hue that did little to dispel the gloom in my apartment or in my head. I felt like I had not slept in days, my eyes gritty, my body aching from tension. The first thing I did was block Sarah's number on my phone, then unfollow and block her on Tinder. It felt like a futile gesture, a child trying to stop a tidal wave with a sandcastle, but it was all I could do. Going to work felt like a monumental task. The thought of leaving the perceived safety of my apartment, even for a few hours, filled me with dread. But I knew I could not just hide forever. I had to try and regain some semblance of normalcy, even if it was just a facade. I dressed quickly, my movements stiff and robotic, constantly glancing out the window. As I unlocked my car door, my eyes darted across the parking lot. Nothing, just the usual cars, the usual morning commuters. A small sigh of relief escaped me, but it was short-lived. The moment I started the engine, my phone buzzed. It was not a text, but an email from an unknown sender. My stomach dropped. The subject line read, "Did you sleep well?" My blood ran cold. The email itself was just one line. "I hope your flower bags are still stacked neatly." Such a shame if they were not. My hand trembled so violently, I almost dropped my phone. This was not a coincidence. This was not a joke. She was not just watching me, she was inside my head, messing with me. The sheer audacity, the casual menace of it, was terrifying. I deleted the email, but the words were burned into my mind. She knew I had not slept well, and she was still fixated on the flower bags. I drove to work in a daze, the email replaying in my mind. Every car I saw, every person I passed, felt like a potential accomplice. I could not focus on my job. My colleagues noticed my distractedness, my jumpiness. "Everything all right?" my cubicle mate asked, concern etched on her face. I just mumbled something about a bad night's sleep. How could I explain this? How could I tell anyone that a woman I met on Tinder had somehow invaded my life, my home, my peace of mind? That evening, I decided to take precautions. I bought a cheap home security camera system, the kind that connects to your phone. I installed one facing my front door, another pointing towards my back patio. It was a flimsy defense. I knew, but it made me feel marginally better. I also bought heavier curtains for all my windows. As I was installing the new curtains in my living room, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a text message from a new, unknown number. New curtains. Smart, but you can't curtain off the world, can you? My name. My heart leaped into my throat. I practically dropped the curtain rod. How could she know I had not even finished hanging them? I rushed to the window, peering through the gap. Nothing, just the dim streetlights and the empty parking lot. But the message was clear. She was watching me right now. As I was hanging curtains, the terror was no longer a distant threat. It was a suffocating blanket. I felt like I was living in a fishbowl. Every movement observed. Every private moment stolen. I called the police. I laid out the whole story. From the flower bags, to the car, to the emails and texts, to the curtains. The officer on the other end of the line listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in his voice. "Sir, I understand this is unsettling," he said, his tone flat, "but there is no direct threat of violence. She has not explicitly threatened you. It is harassment, yes, but without a direct threat or proof of breaking and entering, our hands are tied. We can't just arrest someone for knowing details about your life or sending creepy texts. But she knows where I live. She knows my car. She knows about my flower bags." I pleaded, my voice cracking. "She is watching me." "We can file a report," he offered, "and if it escalates to a direct threat or property damage, then we can take further action. For now, I would advise you to block her numbers, change your email, and avoid contact." I hung up, feeling utterly defeated and alone. The police could not help me. I was on my own. The realization hit me like a physical blow. There was no one to protect me. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance and creeping dread. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound was amplified. My security cameras became my new obsession. I checked the feed constantly, expecting to see her face at my door, but there was never anything. just the usual comings and goings of my neighbors, the occasional delivery driver. The lack of a clear image, paradoxically, made it worse. It meant she was good. She was careful. Then came the little things. Subtle, insidious things that made me question my own sanity. I would leave a glass of water on my nightstand, and in the morning, it would be on the other side of the table. My toothbrush, which I always kept in a specific holder, would be lying on the counter. Once, I found a single flour bag, the one on top, turned slightly, its label facing the wall instead of out. Each time, I would tell myself I was just forgetful, that I was imagining things, that the stress was getting to me. But deep down, I knew she was getting in. One morning, I walked out to my car to find something tucked under the windshield wiper. It was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. My hands were shaking as I unfolded it. Inside, written in elegant looping script, were just 3 words still, like your privacy. My breath caught in my throat. It was her exact phrasing from that night. My eyes darted around the parking lot, but it was empty. The boldness of it, the fact that she had been right there at my car, was terrifying. She was not just watching my apartment, she was still following my movements, still playing her twisted game. I drove straight to a friend's house, practically bursting through his door. "I need to talk to you," I stammered, breathless. I told him everything, from the Tinder date, to the flower bags, to the police, to the note on my car. He listened, his face a mixture of concern and disbelief. "Man, that is messed up," he said, shaking his head. "But are you sure you are not overthinking some of it? The moved items, stress, can make you see things." "No," I insisted, my voice rising. "She has been in my apartment. I know it. And the note on my car today, that is undeniable." He looked at me, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Okay. I believe you about the note. That is creepy as hell. But what can you do? The police won't help. You can't prove she has been inside." His words, though meant to be helpful, only deepened my sense of isolation. Even my friend, who knew me best, could not fully grasp the terror I was living. I felt like I was screaming into a void. That night, I did not go home. I stayed at my friend's place, sleeping on his couch, but even there, I could not relax. Every shadow in his living room, every creak of his old house, sent shivers down my spine. I was a prisoner of my own fear, haunted by a woman I barely knew. The next morning, I drove back to my apartment, determined to pack a bag and get out of town for a while. I needed to clear my head, to escape. As I pulled into my parking lot, I noticed something immediately. My front door was slightly ajar. Just a crack, barely noticeable, but enough to send a cold wave of dread washing over me. My heart hammered. I stopped the car, engine still running, staring at the gap. My security camera feed, I fumbled for my phone. Pulling up the app, the feed was black. Offline, it read, she had disabled it. A primal scream built in my throat, but I swallowed it down. This was not a game anymore. This was a full-blown invasion. She was inside. I did not think. I just reacted. I grabbed the heavy wrench I kept in my trunk and slowly, cautiously approached my apartment door. Every step felt heavy, deliberate. The air was thick with an unspoken menace. I pushed the door open, just a fraction, and peered inside. The apartment was silent. Too silent. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely a whisper, cracking with fear. No answer. I pushed the door fully open, my eyes scanning the living room. Everything looked normal. Too normal. The couch, the TV, the coffee table. Then my eyes landed on the pantry nook. My flower bags. They were not just stacked neatly anymore. They were arranged in a bizarre, almost ritualistic pattern. The top bag had been opened, and a small, crudely drawn smiley face had been etched into the white flour, like a chilling message in the snow. But it was not just the smiley face. Around it, scattered on the floor, were dozens of tiny dried rose petals, the kind you would find in a potpourri mix. A sickeningly sweet, cloying scent now permeated my apartment. My stomach churned. This was beyond creepy. This was psychotic. She had not just gotten in, she had left her mark. A twisted calling card, a declaration of ownership. A flower, the symbol of my privacy, had been desecrated. Then I saw it. On my coffee table, next to a stack of magazines, was a single, brand new, unopened 20-pound bag of flour. Was not mine. It was a different brand, a different type, and taped to it, with a small pink bow, was a note. My hands trembled as I picked it up. The same elegant looping script, a housewarming gift. I thought you might need more. You have such lovely taste in flour, and such lovely privacy. We should protect it, should not we? My vision tunneled. She had not just been in my apartment, she had left something. A gift. A warning. A promise. The sheer audacity. The complete lack of fear. The twisted intimacy of it all sent a wave of nausea through me. This was not just a stalker. This was someone who truly believed they had a right to my life, to my space. I dropped the wrench, my legs suddenly weak. I could not stay here. Not another minute. This was not my home anymore. It was her playground. I grabbed a duffel bag from my closet, stuffing clothes, my laptop, and essentials into it with frantic, clumsy movements. I did not care about anything else. Just getting out. I did not even bother to close the flower bag she would open or clean up the rose petals. I just wanted to erase her presence, or at least get away from it. As I rushed towards the door, my eyes caught a framed photo on my bookshelf, a picture of me and my family at a beach vacation a few years ago. It was slightly askew. I reached out to straighten it, but as my fingers brushed the frame, I noticed something new. Tucked discreetly behind the photo, almost invisible, was a small white feather. A pigeon feather, probably, but it felt like another calling card, another subtle message. I was here. I saw you. I know you. I practically flew out of the apartment, slamming the door shut with a finality that felt both desperate and futile. I did not look back. I did not bother checking my security camera feed again. It did not matter. She was everywhere. I drove for hours, not knowing where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and that apartment, between myself and Sarah. I called my parents, mumbled something about needing a break, and told them I was coming to stay with them for a while, a few states away. They, thankfully, did not ask too many questions. The road was my only comfort. The blur of passing scenery, a distraction from the chilling reality. Every time I stopped for gas, every time I paused at a red light, I scanned my surroundings, my heart pounding. I changed my route multiple times, took back roads, anything to avoid being predictable. I finally arrived at my parents' house late that night, exhausted and emotionally drained. The relief of being in a familiar, safe place was immense, but it was tainted by the lingering fear. I hugged my mom tighter than usual, the warmth of her embrace a stark contrast to the icy dread that had become my constant companion. I stayed with my parents for weeks, trying to rebuild my life, trying to shake off the pervasive sense of being watched. I got a new phone number, a new email address. I even started looking for a new apartment in a different city, miles away from my old life. But the scars remained. I still checked my locks multiple times before bed. I still glanced over my shoulder in crowded places. Every time my phone buzzed, a flicker of fear shot through me. I could not shake the feeling that she was still out there, still watching, still waiting. One afternoon, months later, I was unpacking a box of old belongings in my new apartment. I pulled out a small, framed photo from my old bookshelf, the one of me and my family at the beach. I smiled, a rare moment of genuine happiness remembering the good times. As I went to set it on a shelf, my fingers brushed against the back of the frame, and that is when I felt it. Tucked discreetly behind the photo, almost invisible, was a small white feather. A pigeon feather. My blood ran cold. The air in my new, supposedly safe apartment suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. My breath hitched. I slowly pulled the feather out, staring at it, my mind racing. It could not be. It absolutely could not be. I had left that photo and everything else behind. I had packed in a frenzy, not even looking. And even if I had taken it, how could that feather, that specific feather, have traveled with me, unnoticed, all this way? I looked around my new living room, at the neatly stacked moving boxes, at the half-unpacked kitchen. The peace, the fragile sense of security I had painstakingly built, shattered around me like glass. Then, from somewhere outside, carried on the wind, I heard it. Faint, almost imperceptible but unmistakable. A low, purring chuckle. It was just the wind. I told myself, my heart hammering against my ribs. It had to be, but my eyes darted to the window, then to the door, and then back to the small white feather clutched in my trembling hand. I was still prey, and Sarah was still out there, and she knew exactly where to find me. Another story awaits. Right after this, my legs were led. My muscles, already locked in a rigor mortis of fear, refused to obey. But the sheer, cold command in his voice, the way his eyes bore into mine, left no room for defiance. I was a puppet, and he held the strings, slowly, agonizingly. I stumbled backward, my gaze never leaving his, until the back of my knees hit the edge of my sofa. It was not a sit, it was a collapse. My body folded, boneless, onto the worn cushions, a silent gasp escaping my lips. He watched me, that small, knowing smile still playing on his lips. It was not a kind smile, or a friendly one. It was the smile of a predator who had just cornered its prey. He seemed to take a perverse pleasure in my forced compliance, in the way my body trembled uncontrollably. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape, but there was nowhere to go. My own home, my sanctuary, had become my cage. He moved then, his steps slow and deliberate, the silence in the room amplifying every rustle of his clothes, every soft thud of his shoes on my hardwood floor. He did not sit opposite me. Instead, he walked around the coffee table, placing himself directly in front of me, standing over me like a dark, towering shadow. I had to crane my neck to look up at him, a position that made me feel even smaller, even more vulnerable. Good, he purred, the sound a low rumble that vibrated through the floorboards and into my very bones. Much better. Now, what was there to talk about? My mind screamed, but my voice was still trapped somewhere deep in my throat, choked by the icy grip of terror. My eyes darted around, searching for anything. A lamp to swing, a cushion to hide behind, a door to bolt through. But he stood between me and the hallway, between me and the front door, and the windows. They felt miles away, and even if I reached one, what then? Scream. Who would hear? Who would believe? He seemed to follow my gaze, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Looking for an exit, he asked, his voice casual, as if discussing the weather. No need. We are just getting started. He then did something that made my blood run even colder, if that was even possible. He reached out, not to touch me, but to gently pluck a stray strand of hair from my shoulder. He held it between his thumb and forefinger, examining it with a strange intensity before letting it float to the floor. You know, he began, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I was a little disappointed with our date. My breath hitched. The date, the Tinder date that had started all of this, it felt like a lifetime ago. The distant, hazy memory of a normal evening that had somehow led to this nightmare. Disappointed, I finally managed to croak, the word a dry, raspy sound. He nodded, a faint frown creasing his brow as if genuinely perplexed. Yes, all those questions, all that small talk. What do you do? Where are you from? What are your hobbies? So superficial. He paused, his gaze sweeping over me. When I already knew so much, my stomach clenched again, a fresh wave of nausea washing over me. He knew so much. The words echoed in my head, confirming my worst fears. He had not just been watching since the date. He would have been watching for much, much longer. You are a creature of habit, are not you? He continued, a strange glint in his eyes. Every morning, precisely at 7:15, you leave for that little coffee shop on Elm Street. Always the same order, a medium latte, extra shot, oat milk. You always read the news on your phone while you wait, usually the local section first. Sometimes you talk to old Mrs. Henderson about her cat. She is quite fond of you. Each word was a hammer blow, shattering the illusion of privacy, of safety. I had painstakingly built around myself. My routine, my small, mundane interactions, he knew them all. He had seen them all. The thought made my skin crawl. 1,000 phantom eyes watching me. Always watching. How do you know all this? I whispered, my voice barely audible. It was a stupid question. I already knew the answer. He was a stalker. But hearing him articulate it, hearing the details, made it terrifyingly real. He smiled, a slow, deliberate widening of his lips that was devoid of warmth. Oh, I observe. I pay attention. Unlike most people, they walk through life with their eyes closed. Do not, they, missing all the beautiful details. He gestured around my living room. Like this place. It is lovely. Cozy. Just like you described it in your profile, remember, a haven of books and quiet evenings. Very accurate. He took another step closer, bending slightly at the waist so his face was level with mine. His eyes, once seemingly kind on our date, now held a disturbing intensity. You usually light that jasmine candle on Friday evenings after you have finished work. You like to put on some soft jazz, and you will usually read for an hour or so before making yourself a light dinner. Sometimes, if you are feeling particularly indulgent, you will open a bottle of that cheap Cabernet Sauvignon you like so much. My breath caught in my throat. The jasmine candle, the cheap Cabernet, these were small, intimate details, things I rarely shared, things I certainly had not put on my Tinder profile. He was not just observing me from afar, he had been in my home before. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. You have been in here before, have not you? The words were a choked accusation, dripping with horror. He straightened up, that unnerving smile returning. Well, of course, how else would I know about your taste in wine? Or the way you arrange your books by color, not by author? A very artistic touch, by the way. He paused. Then, his gaze flickered to the small, ornate key holder next to my front door, where a spare key usually hung. It was empty. And that spare key, hanging so invitingly for emergencies, you should really be more careful with things like that. My blood ran cold. The spare key, it was always there. I would never thought twice about it. But he had not just found it. He had taken it, or perhaps he had made a copy. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. He had been coming and going, a phantom in my own home, while I was oblivious. How many times? While I was asleep, while I was out. The sheer violation of it was overwhelming. But the date, he continued, bringing me back to the present nightmare. It was necessary for you, was not it? To ease your mind, to make you think you were meeting someone new, someone safe. To make you drop your guard. He chuckled, a low, humorless sound. You see, you are much more interesting when you are relaxed. When you are not expecting me. My mind reeled. He had engineered the Tinder date. He had used it as a tool, a way to get closer, to cement his presence in my life. It was not a chance encounter. It was a calculated step in his twisted game. Why? I finally managed to ask, the word raw and desperate. Why are you doing this? He tilted his head, as if considering the question. Why? Because I find you fascinating. Because you are different. Because I want to know everything about you. And you are going to help me. He took another step, then another, until he was standing directly over me, his shadow engulfing me completely. My breath hitched, my eyes wide with terror. I could smell his cologne, a faint metallic scent that somehow seemed to match the coldness in his eyes. "But first," he said, his voice softer now, almost soothing, which only made it more terrifying, "let us get comfortable. We have a lot of time to get to know each other. And you won't be needing any distractions." He patted the pocket where he would slip my phone. "No calls, no texts. Just us." He turned then and walked towards my kitchen, his movements fluid and unhurried. My eyes followed him, a primal scream trapped in my chest. What was he doing? What was he looking for? I watched in horror as he opened my refrigerator, peering inside, then closed it. He opened a cupboard, then another. He was exploring, making himself at home, asserting his dominance over every inch of my space. This was my chance. He had turned his back. My heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I could try to run, bolt for the front door, or maybe the back door through the kitchen. But he was in the kitchen. My eyes darted to the large, ornate vase on my coffee table. It was heavy, solid. Could I grab it? Swing it? My hands trembled. My muscles screamed in protest, but a flicker of defiance, a spark of pure, unadulterated survival instinct, ignited within me. I could not just sit here and let this happen. He seemed to sense my internal struggle. Without turning around, he spoke, his voice carrying clearly from the kitchen, thinking of being a hero. "Are we?" My blood ran cold again. He could read my mind, for he knew me so well. He could anticipate my every move. The thought was paralyzing. I froze, my hand hovering inches from the vase. He chuckled, a low, chilling sound. "Do not bother. It won't work. I know all your little tricks. And besides," he paused, and I heard the faint clink of glass. "I am quite fond of that vase. It was a gift from your grandmother, was not it? For your 21st birthday. You told your friend Sarah that you thought it was a bit gaudy, but you kept it because it reminded you of her. Very sentimental." My breath hitched. Sarah, my grandmother, how could he possibly know that it was a private conversation, a casual comment I would made years ago? He knew things that were impossible for an outsider to know. It was as if he had been living inside my head, privy to my every thought, my every memory. The sheer scale of his surveillance, the depth of his knowledge, was suffocating. It was not just my routine, it was my entire life, laid bare before him. The realization stole what little fight I had left. My hand dropped from the vase. My shoulders slumped. I was utterly, completely helpless. He returned from the kitchen, a glass of water in his hand. My water glass. He took a sip, then offered it to me. "You look thirsty. Hydration is important." I stared at the glass, then at him. My mind screamed at me not to take it, not to accept anything from him. But my throat was parched, raw from terror. He held it out, his expression unreadable. "Go on," he urged, a hint of steel in his voice. "Do not be rude. We are going to be spending a lot of time together. You should get used to my hospitality." Slowly, my hand trembling, I reached out and took the glass. My fingers brushed his, and I flinched, pulling back as if burned. He did not react, just watched me with that infuriatingly calm gaze. I brought the glass to my lips, my eyes never leaving his, and took a small sip. The water was cold, refreshing, but it did nothing to quench the fire of fear raging within me. He nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. "Good. Now, about dinner. I noticed you have some lovely fresh vegetables in the fridge. We could make a stir-fry. Or perhaps something Italian. I saw that recipe book on your counter, the one with the handwritten notes in the margins. You seem to be quite the cook." He was talking about dinner. As if this was a normal evening. As if he had not broken into my home, stolen my phone, and terrorized me with his intimate knowledge of my life. The sheer audacity of it, the chilling normalcy he was trying to impose, was a new layer of horror. "I am not cooking for you," I choked out, my voice gaining a desperate edge. His smile vanished. The air in the room seemed to drop several degrees. His eyes narrowed, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something truly dangerous, truly terrifying, behind his calm facade. "Oh, but you are," he said, his voice low and firm, devoid of any pleasantry now. "You will, because if you do not, things will get unpleasant. And I do not think you want that, do you? Not when we are just getting to know each other." He took a step towards me, then another, until he was standing directly over me again, his shadow once more engulfing me. The comfortable sofa now felt like a throne of thorns, trapping me, impaling me. My heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. He reached out, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he was going to strike me, but his hand went past my shoulder, to the back of the sofa. My eyes followed his movement, and that is when I saw it. Tucked into the back of the cushion, half hidden, was a small, silver object. A knife. Not one of mine. It was a utility knife, with a sharp, retractable blade. It had not been there before. He must have placed it there, perhaps when I was distracted by his initial entry, or even earlier, during one of his unseen visits. He picked it up, his fingers toying with the blade, extending and retracting it with a soft click. The sound was deafening in the sudden silence of the room. My breath caught in my throat. This was not just psychological terror anymore. This was a clear, undeniable threat. "See," he said, his voice now a low, dangerous growl. "We can make this easy, or we can make this hard. It is entirely up to you. But either way, you are staying, and you are doing exactly as I say." He held the knife, not pointing it at me, but simply holding it, letting the glint of the metal do its work. My eyes were fixed on the blade, a cold, sharp promise of pain. "Now," he continued, his voice regaining some of its earlier calm, but with an undeniable edge of menace. "How about that stir-fry? I am quite peckish." He gestured towards the kitchen with the knife, a silent, terrifying command. My body was shaking, but the message was clear. Refusal was no longer an option. This was not a negotiation, it was a demand. My home, my life, my very existence had been utterly, completely usurped. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up from the sofa. Every muscle screamed in protest, but the fear was a powerful motivator. I could not fight him. Not with that knife. Not with his knowledge. Not when he had so completely stripped me of all agency. I was a prisoner in my own home, and the nightmare had only just begun. I walked towards the kitchen, my steps heavy, my world irrevocably shattered. He followed close behind, his presence a suffocating weight, a shadow I knew I would not escape. And that is when I heard the soft click of the front door locking, followed by the faint sound of the deadbolt sliding into place. The final, horrifying confirmation that I was truly, utterly trapped. "Let us step into the next part. That spare key," he finished, his voice dropping to a low purr that did nothing to soothe the frantic beating of my heart. It only amplified the terror, making it echo in my chest like a trapped drum. My gaze was fixed on the empty hook by the door, the one where I always hung my spare key, tucked away for emergencies, for trusted friends, friends who, I realized with a fresh wave of nausea, would never, ever use it without asking. He watched me, that predator smile still playing on his lips, enjoying the slow dawning horror on my face. It was like he could see the exact moment my world crumbled, the last sliver of safety dissolving into thin air. My home, my sanctuary, was a lie. It had been compromised, violated, long before he ever walked through the front door this evening. "You are wondering when," he said, his voice soft, almost conversational. As if we were discussing the weather. He took a step closer, and I instinctively flinched, pressing myself further into the cushions of the sofa. The worn fabric, usually a comfort, now felt like a rough, confining trap. It was a few weeks ago, actually, after our first date, if you can even call it that. I noticed you always leave it on the hook. Such a habit, so predictable. His words, delivered with such casual ease, were like ice water poured directly onto my soul. Predictable, he would been watching me for weeks. Not just observing, but planning. The thought made my skin crawl. Every nerve ending screaming in protest. The image of him, lurking outside, cataloging my routines, my habits, my vulnerabilities, was sickening. I just needed to be sure, he continued, taking another slow, deliberate step. He was close enough now that I could smell his cologne, a faint, metallic scent that made my stomach churn, sure that you were the one, and you are. You really are. He said it with a tone of profound satisfaction, as if he had just discovered a rare gem, completely oblivious to the abject terror gripping me. My throat was dry, a desert. I tried to speak, to demand, to scream, but only a pathetic croak escaped. He just tilted his head, his dark eyes boring into mine. A flicker of something unreadable, possessiveness, triumph, dancing in their depths. "Do not worry," he said, reaching out a hand. I recoiled violently, my head snapping back, but he did not touch me. His hand stopped inches from my face, then slowly lowered, palm open, as if to show he meant no immediate harm. "I am not going to hurt you. Not if you are good. Not if you are good." The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. What did good mean? Compliance. Submission. The total surrender of my will. My mind raced, frantically searching for an escape route, a weapon, anything. But he stood between me and the door, a solid, immovable barrier. My phone was on the coffee table, just out of reach, but even if I grabbed it, what then? He would just take it. He would just laugh. He scanned the room again, his gaze lingering on a framed photo of me and my best friend, Sarah, laughing on a beach trip. A pang of longing for Sarah, for normalcy, for a world where this was not happening, shot through me. He noticed my gaze. "Sarah," he mused, his voice still unnervingly calm. "Your best friend works at the library downtown, lives in that quaint little blue house on Elm Street, drives a beat-up old Honda Civic with a cracked windshield on the passenger side." My breath hitched again. Sarah. He knew about Sarah. He knew details about Sarah. This was not just about me anymore. This was about everyone I cared about. A cold dread seeped into my bones, chilling me to the core. This man was not just a stalker. He was a meticulous, patient hunter. "You have been watching her too," I managed to whisper, the words barely audible. The accusation was weak, pathetic, but it was all I had. He smiled, a slow, deliberate stretching of his lips that did not reach his eyes. "Of course, I had to make sure you had. No distractions, no one who would interfere." He paused, letting the implication hang heavy in the silence. "She is a sweet girl. A little naive, perhaps, but loyal. I appreciate loyalty." The thinly veiled threat was unmistakable. He was not just saying he knew about Sarah. He was saying he could do something to her if I did not cooperate. My stomach twisted into knots. The thought of Sarah, innocent, unsuspecting, being dragged into this nightmare because of me, was unbearable. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice a little stronger this time, laced with a desperation I could not hide. My eyes darted around the room, searching, always searching, for an advantage, a way out. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something truly disturbing in their depths, not just obsession, but a deep-seated, possessive need. "I want us to be together," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, as if sharing a sacred secret. "Like we were always meant to be. I knew it the moment I saw your profile. You just fit. My mind screamed. We would had one awkward, superficial coffee date that I would have been trying to forget. He was a stranger, a monster, a terrifying presence who had invaded every corner of my life. There was no fit. There was only fear. But you did not see it, he continued, a hint of genuine disappointment creeping into his tone. You were so busy with your routine, your little life. You almost missed me. His hand reached out again, this time closing around a small porcelain bird figurine on the side table next to the sofa. It was a gift from my grandmother, fragile and delicate. My heart pounded as he turned it over and over in his fingers, his gaze fixed on me. It is okay, he said, his voice regaining its calm, chilling cadence. I will help you see it. We will spend time together. Real time, not those superficial dates. We will get to know each other, properly. He set the bird back down, a little too forcefully, and I heard a tiny, almost imperceptible click. Had it cracked? I could not tell from my vantage point, and I was too afraid to look. He then gestured around the living room, a possessive sweep of his hand. This is a nice place. Cozy. Perfect for us. He was talking about my home, as if it were already ours. The implication was clear. He was not leaving. This was not a temporary invasion. This was permanent. You can't stay here, I said, finding a surge of defiance, however small. You can't just take over my life, he chuckled, a low, humorless sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh. But I can, and I will. You see, I have planned this for a long time, ever since I first saw you, and now, finally, we are here. He took another step, closing the remaining distance between us. He stood directly in front of me, his shadow falling over me like a shroud. I could feel the heat radiating from his body, a suffocating presence. I know you are scared, he said, his voice almost sympathetic, a twisted parody of concern. That is natural. But you will get used to it. You will get used to me. He reached out slowly, deliberately, and his fingers brushed against my hair, tucking a stray strand behind my ear. My entire body stiffened, every muscle screaming in revulsion. His touch was cold, clinical, yet intensely violating. I wanted to scream, to lash out, to bite, scratch, anything to make him stop, to make him disappear. But the terror had me paralyzed, a deer caught in headlights. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic thoughts, but my body refused to obey. See, he murmured, his fingers still lingering in my hair. Not so bad, is it? Just a little touch. He let his hand drop, and I almost collapsed with relief, even though the relief was momentary, overshadowed by the lingering horror of his presence. We need to establish some ground rules, he continued, his tone shifting, becoming more authoritative. First, no phones. We are going to be talking, connecting. Distractions are not helpful. He walked over to the coffee table, picked up my phone, and with a casual flick of his wrist, tossed it onto the sofa across the room, out of my immediate reach. It landed with a soft thud against the cushions. Then he went over to the landline, which I rarely used but kept for emergencies. He pulled the cord from the wall jack. He then went to the window and, with a swift, decisive movement, drew the curtains shut, plunging the living room into a dim, artificial twilight. The outside world, with its promise of freedom and help, was now completely cut off. My heart hammered against my ribs. He was systematically dismantling every avenue of escape, every connection to the outside world. He was isolating me, trapping me, turning my own home into a prison. And second, he continued, turning back to face me, his silhouette dark against the now closed curtains. No screaming. It is unpleasant and unnecessary. We are just going to talk, remember? His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it now, a subtle shift that implied consequences for disobedience. I need to use the restroom, I blurted out, a desperate, pathetic attempt to gain even a moment of privacy, a chance to think, to breathe. He considered this for a moment, his head tilted. Of course, he said, a slow smile spreading across his face. But I will come with you. We do not want any misunderstandings. My blood ran cold. He was not going to let me out of his sight. Not for a second. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I was his prisoner, completely and utterly. No, I whispered, shaking my head, tears pricking at my eyes. Please, I need a moment. He took another step towards me, his smile fading, replaced by a look of stern resolve. I told you, no misunderstandings. We are together now? All the time, every moment. That is how it works. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Now, are you going to get up, or do I need to help you? The implied threat was clear. If I did not comply, he would physically force me. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I could not fight him. He was bigger, stronger, and completely unhinged. Slowly, reluctantly, I pushed myself up from the sofa. My legs felt like jelly, each movement an immense effort. My entire body trembled. He watched me, his eyes never leaving my face. A strange mix of triumph and expectation in their depths. I started to walk towards the hallway, towards the small bathroom at the end. He followed, not directly behind me, but a step to my side. Close enough to grab me if I made any sudden moves, but far enough to maintain a semblance of control without being overtly aggressive. Every step was agony. The hallway, usually a familiar path, now felt endless, suffocating. The air was thick with unspoken threats, with the weight of his presence. I could feel his gaze on me burning into my back, into my every movement. We reached the bathroom door. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. This was it, the last bastion of privacy. Go on, he prompted, his voice soft, almost encouraging. I will be right here. I pushed the door open, revealing the small, tiled space. My eyes immediately darted to the window. Small, high up, probably too small to fit through, and definitely latched. The vanity mirror reflected my terrified face, pale and streaked with tears. I looked like a ghost. I stepped inside, leaving the door ajar, knowing he would not let me close it. He stood just outside, a dark silhouette framed in the doorway, his presence looming. I turned on the faucet, letting the water run, hoping the sound would somehow muffle my silent sobs, the frantic pounding of my heart. I splashed some cold water on my face, trying to clear my head, to think. But my mind was a jumbled mess of fear and despair. There was no escape. Not here. Not now. When I emerged, he was still there, exactly where I would left him, a silent sentinel. He offered a small, unsettling smile. Feeling better, I did not answer. I could not. My voice was gone, choked by the sheer enormity of my situation. He gestured back towards the living room. Come, we have so much to talk about, so much time to make up for. As I walked back, a horrifying realization washed over me. He was not just planning to stay the night. He was not just planning to stay for a few days. He had no intention of ever leaving. He had taken my spare key, invaded my home, meticulously studied my life, and threatened my friends, all to ensure one thing, that I would be his forever. He led me back to the sofa, gently nudging me down. He sat across from me in the armchair I usually used, his gaze intense, unwavering. He looked so comfortable, so at home, in my living room. You know, he said, leaning forward, his voice dropping to that conspiratorial whisper again. I used to watch you from the park across the street, sometimes, when you would be sitting right here reading your books, with your jasmine candle burning. I would imagine what it would be like to be here with you, to share that quiet moment. He paused, a dreamy look on his face, as if reliving those stolen moments. And now, he continued, his eyes meeting mine, now I do not have to imagine anymore. A fresh wave of nausea washed over me. He had not just been in my house, he would have been watching me from outside, fantasizing about this exact scenario. The thought of his eyes on me, unseen, unheard, as I went about my most private rituals, made my skin crawl. It was a violation so profound it felt like an amputation. I even know what you like for breakfast, he said, his smile widening. That specific brand of granola, with the dried cranberries and almonds, and that fancy French press coffee, I have already stocked up. My eyes widened in horror. Stocked up. He had not just been in my house, he would been shopping for me. He would planned this down to the smallest, most mundane detail. He was not just a stalker. He was an architect of my captivity. "Tomorrow morning," he said, his voice brimming with a chilling excitement, "we will have breakfast together. And then we can really start getting to know each other properly." He leaned back, a look of utter contentment on his face. "It is going to be wonderful. Just you and me." Finally, my gaze swept around the room, taking in the closed curtains, the disabled phones, the dark, towering shadow of the man who now owned my life. My home, once a refuge, was now a meticulously prepared cage, and I, the trapped bird, could only sit and tremble, listening to the soft, purring voice of my captor as the long, dark night stretched out before me, promising an eternity of terror. The nightmare had just begun. "Let us keep the pace and move on." The bedroom door creaked open. A sound that usually meant comfort, safety, the end of a long day. Tonight, it was the gateway to a new, more intimate kind of terror. My stomach, already a tight knot of dread, lurched again, threatening to betray me. I could feel the whine, that creeping fuzziness, trying to numb the edges of my panic, but it only seemed to amplify the sharp, cold fear that had taken root deep in my bones. He stepped inside first, his movements fluid, unhurried, as if he owned the space, as if he belonged. My sanctuary, my bedroom, the place where I would laugh on the phone with Sarah, cried over bad movies, dreamt of better days. Now, it was just another stage for his horrifying performance. He did not even look at me immediately. Instead, his gaze swept across the room, a possessive gleam in his eyes. He took, in my cluttered bookshelf, the abstract painting above my bed, the worn rug I would bought at a flea market. It was a silent inspection, a mental inventory of our new shared space. Then, he turned, his smile still sickeningly gentle, but his eyes, those dead, unblinking eyes, they fixed on me, pinning me to the spot just inside the doorway. "Come in, darling," he murmured, his voice a low thrum that vibrated through the floorboards and up into my feet. No need to hover. My body screamed at me to run, to bolt back down the stairs, out the front door, anywhere. But the image of Sarah, sweet, loyal Sarah, flashed behind my eyelids. His warning, "She is a sweet girl, loyal," echoed in my ears, a chain around my heart. So, I took a step, then another. Each movement felt like wading through thick mud, every muscle protesting, every instinct screaming at me to fight. But I could not for Sarah. He walked past my dresser, his hand casually brushing over the framed photo of my grandmother. My breath hitched. That photo had been there for years, a comforting presence. Now it felt exposed, vulnerable, just like me. He did not pick it up, did not comment, just moved on to the nightstand, where he clicked on a small amber-shaded lamp. The soft light, usually so inviting, now cast long, sinister shadows across the room, transforming familiar objects into menacing shapes. "You must be tired," he said, his back to me as he adjusted the lamp. "It has been a long day, a lot to take in." He chuckled softly, a sound that made my skin crawl. "But exciting, do not you think, the start of something new?" I could not speak. My throat felt constricted, raw. My gaze darted around the room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. The window, too high. My phone, probably gone, or dead, or under his control. The only thing I could do was stand there, frozen, a particularly interesting specimen under his microscope, just as he would observe me during dinner. He turned back to me, his hands now resting on his hips. "Well, go on. Get ready for bed." My mind went blank. Get ready for bed. With him, the sheer audacity, the casual expectation of it, was a fresh wave of horror. "I can sleep on the sofa." I managed to croak. the words barely a whisper. His smile did not waver, but his eyes sharpened, a cold glint appearing in their depths. "We already discussed this, darling. We are home now. Together." He took a step towards me, then another, slowly closing the distance. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. "Do not make this difficult. It does not have to be." I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of fear. My gaze dropped to my hands, clenched into tight fists at my sides, nails digging into my palms. I could feel the prick of pain, a small, grounding sensation in the midst of the chaos. Sarah. I had to remember Sarah. "Go on," he repeated, his voice softer now, almost a coaxing purr. He was only a few feet away. "You have your routine, do not you? Brush your teeth, wash your face, change into your pajamas. I know you like those silk ones. The blue ones." A jolt of pure terror shot through me. The blue silk pajamas, they were new, a gift to myself. How could he possibly know about them? He knew my empty bottles, my recycling habits, my favorite cafe. But my pajamas, it was an invasion, so intimate, so profound. It felt like he would have been living inside my head, the phantom who had haunted my life, learning me long before Tinder. He did not just know me, he owned me. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to move, to walk towards my dresser. My hands trembled as I opened the top drawer, fumbling past cotton and flannel until my fingers brushed against the cool, smooth fabric of the blue silk. It felt alien in my grasp, no longer a comfort but a symbol of his insidious knowledge. "Good girl," he hummed from behind me, and I flinched, the sound making my skin crawl. "Take your time. I will just make myself comfortable." I heard the rustle of fabric, the soft sigh as he sat down on the edge of my bed. My bed. The thought was a fresh stab of dread. I could feel his eyes on my back, a burning weight that made me want to shrink into myself, to disappear. I clutched the pajamas to my chest and turned towards the bathroom door. "I will just use the bathroom." My voice was still a shaky whisper. He chuckled. A low, guttural sound. "Of course, darling. But leave the door ajar, won't you? We have no secrets here. Not anymore." My blood ran cold. The bathroom, usually a private sanctuary, was now just another extension of his control. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. My mind raced. Desperate. Could I lock it? Could I break the window? No. He would hear, he would know, and Sarah with a defeated sigh that caught in my throat. I pushed the door open, just enough to slip inside. I left it a crack, a gaping maw through which his gaze could penetrate. The fluorescent light of the bathroom was harsh, unforgiving, reflecting my terrified face in the mirror. My eyes were wide, pupils dilated, dark circles already forming beneath them. I looked like a ghost. My hands shook as I reached for my toothbrush, the familiar plastic feeling strange and heavy. I squirted toothpaste onto it, the minty scent doing nothing to calm the metallic taste in my mouth. I brushed mechanically, my eyes darting to the crack in the door, half expecting to see his eye peering through. The sound of running water, usually soothing, just seemed to amplify the silence in the bedroom, making his presence feel even more profound. I splashed cold water on my face, hoping to shock myself awake from this nightmare, but it was real, so terribly, horribly real. I looked at my reflection again. This was not me anymore. This was a shell, a puppet, animated by the invisible strings of fear and the threat to Sarah. Changing was the worst. Each button I undid, each piece of clothing I shed, felt like another layer of my dignity being stripped away. I kept my back to the door, hunching my shoulders, trying to make myself as small as possible. The silk pajamas, once a luxurious treat, now felt like a shroud. They were soft, yes, but they offered no protection, no comfort, only a stark reminder of how deeply he had infiltrated my life. When I emerged, he was still sitting on the edge of the bed, a predatory stillness about him. He had taken off his jacket, unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, He looked comfortable. Too comfortable, like he would always been here. "There you are," he said, his gaze sweeping over me. "Perfect." My cheeks burned with humiliation, with the violation of his eyes. I wanted to scream, to tear the pajamas off, to throw something at him. But Sarah, always Sarah. He patted the spot next to him on the bed. "Come, let us get some rest." My legs felt rooted to the floor. The idea of getting into my bed, with him, was an unbearable weight. It was the final surrender, the ultimate act of submission. My mind screamed, but my body, weary and terrified, began to move. One slow, agonizing step after another, until I stood beside the bed. He shifted, making space, his arm extending to gesture to the far side, away from him. A small mercy, or just another calculated move to lull me into a false sense of security. I crawled onto the bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, my back to him, trying to create as much distance as possible. The sheets, usually crisp and clean, now felt tainted, heavy with his presence. I could smell his cologne, a cloying scent that clung to the air, suffocating me. He lay down too, the mattress dipping with his weight. I could feel the warmth of his body through the covers, the subtle vibration of his breathing. My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud I was sure he could hear it. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing, praying, for this to be a dream. A terrible, vivid nightmare, from which I would soon wake up. A hand, warm and heavy, settled on my shoulder, just above the blanket. I flinched, every muscle in my body tensing. I held my breath, waiting. For what? I did not know. A touch, a word, a further violation. "Relax, my love," he whispered, his voice dangerously close to my ear. "It is all right. You are safe now. We are safe." Safe. The word was a mockery. I was anything but safe. I was trapped, utterly and completely, in a nightmare of his making. I lay there, rigid, listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing behind me, the slow, terrifying beat of my own heart. Sleep was an impossibility. Every shadow seemed to twist into a monstrous shape, every creak of the house a warning. The night stretched on, an eternity of terror. I must have drifted in and out of consciousness, because fragmented images flickered through my mind. Sarah's laughing face, the comforting scent of my grandmother's kitchen, the vibrant colors of a botanical garden. Each memory was a sharp pang of loss, a reminder of the life he had stolen. Once, I woke with a jolt, a silent scream caught in my throat. The room was dark, but I could feel his presence, close, too close. I did not dare move, did not dare open my eyes. Was he watching me? I imagined his dead eyes, wide open in the darkness, fixed on my sleeping form. The thought made my stomach churn, a fresh wave of nausea washing over me. I wanted to retch, to purge myself of this invasive horror, but I held it in, clenching my jaw, praying for the first sliver of dawn. Slowly, agonizingly, the room began to lighten. The amber lamp had been turned off at some point. A faint gray light seeped in through the curtains, chasing away the deepest shadows, but doing nothing to dispel the dread. I still kept my eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, afraid of what I would see if I opened them, afraid of him. Then, I felt a gentle stir beside me. The mattress shifted. A soft sigh. I held my breath, every nerve ending, screaming. "Good morning, my love." His voice, soft and low, broke the silence. He sounded normal, like a husband waking his wife. The sheer normalcy of it was horrifying. "Did you sleep well?" I did not answer. I could not. My throat was still a desert. He chuckled softly. "A little shy this morning, are we?" "That is all right. We have plenty of time to get used to each other." I felt him sit up, the mattress rising slightly. "Come on, sleepyhead. I have made breakfast." Breakfast. The thought was absurd. My stomach was a lead weight, churning with fear, not hunger. But the word hung in the air, another calculated step in his terrifying domestic fantasy. He was building a life, brick by horrifying brick, entirely devoid of my consent. I slowly, reluctantly, opened my eyes. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, facing away from me, pulling on his shirt. His back was broad, solid. He moved with an unsettling grace, completely at ease in my bedroom, in my home. He turned, his eyes meeting mine. That same gentle, terrifying smile. "Scrambled eggs," he announced, as if this were a perfectly normal morning. "And bacon, just how you like it. Crispy." Another detail. Another invasion. My favorite way to eat bacon? How long had he been watching? How many times had he seen me making breakfast, cooking dinner, living my life utterly oblivious to his phantom presence? The thought made me want to gag. "Get up, darling," he said, standing and walking towards the door. "Do not want your breakfast to get cold, do we?" He left the bedroom door open, not as an invitation, but as a warning. There was no escape, not even the privacy of my own room. I lay there for a moment longer, staring at the ceiling, feeling the phantom imprint of his body on the mattress beside me. The room felt heavy, suffocating. Every object, every piece of furniture seemed to mock me, reminding me of the life I had lost. I forced myself out of bed, my legs wobbly, my head swimming. The blue silk pajamas felt heavy, clinging to my skin. I went to my dresser, pulled out a pair of jeans and a plain t-shirt, my hands shaking as I dressed. I avoided looking in the mirror, afraid of the stranger staring back at me. As I walked towards the open door, I glanced at the photo of my grandmother on the dresser. Her kind, smiling face seemed to look at me with pity. Then, I noticed something new. Tucked behind her frame, almost hidden, was a small, glossy print. My blood ran cold as I picked it up. It was a picture of Sarah, laughing, her arm around another girl I vaguely recognized from her university. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, probably with a zoom lens. Sarah looked vibrant, happy, completely unaware. My heart seized in my chest. He had not just threatened Sarah. He had proof of his access to her. This was not just a casual warning. It was a constant, chilling reminder of his reach, his power. He could get to her whenever he wanted, if I dared to resist. I stared at the photo, the image of her sweet, innocent face burning into my mind. A wave of despair washed over me, so profound it threatened to swallow me whole. My resolve, already frayed, solidified into a grim, terrible acceptance. I had to play along. For Sarah, I placed the photo back, carefully, making sure it was hidden again. Then, I walked out of the bedroom, down the stairs, towards the smell of cooking bacon and the terrifying promise of our future. He was in the kitchen, humming softly to himself, flipping bacon in a pan. The table was set for two, with my favorite ceramic mugs and plates. A vase of fresh-cut flowers sat in the center, a vibrant splash of color in the otherwise sterile, terrifying scene. He had even put out the fancy jam I liked. He turned as I entered, his smile widening. "There is my girl. Just in time. Sit." He gestured to a chair. "I hope you are hungry. We have a big day ahead of us." I was thinking we could start redecorating the living room. Maybe a new couch. And then, perhaps, we could finally pick out some photos for our wall. The ones I printed last week. My gaze fell on the empty space above the fireplace, where my family photos used to be. The photos he had undoubtedly replaced with pictures of us. The ones I had not even seen yet, but knew would be there. A manufactured history of a relationship that never was. I sat down, my body numb, my mind a storm of terror and resignation. He placed a plate of perfectly cooked eggs and crispy bacon in front of me. The food, once a comfort, now tasted like ash, like fear, each bite a surrender. He sat opposite me, watching, his fork poised over his own plate. "Well, dig in, darling. We need our strength." Our life together is just beginning. His eyes, those dead, unblinking eyes, held mine. They promised a future of forced smiles, whispered commands, and an endless, suffocating intimacy. A life utterly devoid of my consent, where every choice was his, every moment a performance. My sanctuary was gone, my identity erased, and my only purpose was to ensure Sarah's safety. I picked up my fork, my hand trembling slightly. The sun, now fully risen, streamed through the kitchen window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. It was a beautiful day outside, but for me, the nightmare had just begun, and there was no waking up. Not anymore. And now we moved to the next step. Her smile did not waver, but her eyes seemed to darken. Just a hunch. I guess I am pretty good at reading people. My spoon clattered. The sound echoed in the sudden, cavernous silence that had swallowed the bustling coffee shop. My voice, when I managed to speak, was a dry, rasping whisper. "How would you know that—" She chuckled. A soft, almost purring sound that, moments before, would have charmed me. Now it just made the hair on my arms stand on end. Like I said, a hunch. You just seem like the type to have a well-stocked pantry, and what with all that sourdough baking, flour would be a priority, right? And next to the door is just efficient. She took a slow sip of her latte, her gaze never leaving mine. A glint in her hazel eyes that I could not quite decipher. It was too knowing, too calm. I tried to force a laugh, a desperate attempt to inject normalcy back into the conversation. I guess that makes sense. Good guess. But it was not a guess. No one, not a single soul, knew about those flour bags. I had not posted pictures of my kitchen, had not mentioned my specific storage habits to anyone. They were literally stacked right beside the pantry door, a slight inconvenience I would have been meaning to fix. It was such a small, mundane detail, yet it felt like she had reached into my private space, rummaged around, and pulled out a secret. A cold prickle spread across my scalp. The charming Sarah was still there, but an unsettling undercurrent had emerged. The connection I had felt blossoming just moments ago, withered, replaced by a dense, suffocating unease. I looked around the coffee shop, at the other patrons laughing, typing on laptops, completely oblivious. It felt like I was trapped in a glass box, and Sarah was watching me from the outside, a predator observing its prey. I tried to steer the conversation, to regain some control. "So, enough about my flour situation," I said, trying to sound lighthearted. "What about you? You mentioned you are into true crime too. Any podcasts you are binging right now?" She smiled again, a slow, deliberate curve of her lips. "Oh, plenty, but I find the real-life stories are always the most fascinating, do not you think? The ones that unfold right under our noses, without anyone even realizing it until it is too late." Her eyes, those beautiful hazel eyes, seemed to bore right through me. It is amazing what people miss, is not it? The little details. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was not just a hunch. It could not be. She was doing it again, hinting, playing a game. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to flee. I glanced at my watch, feigning surprise. Wow, is it that late already? I totally lost track of time. I actually have an early start tomorrow. I really should get going. Sarah's smile did not falter, but her head tilted just a fraction, like a curious bird. "Oh, already? That is a shame. We were just getting to the good part." She pushed her empty latte cup aside. "Tell you what, I will walk you to your car. It is getting dark out, and, safety first." The offer, which would normally seem polite and considerate, now felt like a command. A shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to refuse, to say I was perfectly capable of walking myself, but the words caught in my throat. My mind raced, trying to find a polite way out, but all I could manage was a weak, "Oh, you do not have to." "Nonsense," she said, already standing, her movements fluid and graceful. She was taller than I would expected. and her presence felt larger. She gathered her small purse, her eyes still locked on mine. "Come on. It is no trouble at all." Reluctantly, I stood, my legs feeling strangely heavy. I picked up my jacket, my hands trembling slightly as I shrugged it on. The coffee shop, once a comforting haven, now felt like a trap. I was desperate to escape. We walked out into the cool evening air, the streetlights casting long, distorted shadows. The usual city sounds, distant sirens, car horns, chatter seemed muted, as if the world was holding its breath. "So, where did you park?" Sarah asked, her voice calm, almost soothing, a stark contrast to the frantic beat of my own heart. "Just around the corner," I mumbled, pointing vaguely down the street. My car was actually a few blocks away, parked in a spot I usually reserve for myself, a quiet residential street I thought no one knew about. I hoped she would not press for specifics. As we walked, Sarah continued to chat, her conversation light and seemingly normal, but every word felt laced with an unspoken threat. She talked about the weather, about a new movie, about a strange dog she saw earlier. All the while, I felt her eyes on me, even when I was not looking. It was a suffocating sensation, like being under a microscope. Then, as we approached the corner I would indicated, she paused. She said, her voice dropping conspiratorially, "It is funny. I saw your car earlier today. The blue Civic, right? With the little bumper sticker on the back that says, 'My other car is a TARDIS.'" My blood ran cold. My car was indeed a blue Civic, and yes, it had that exact bumper sticker. I would put it on years ago. A nerdy relic. But, more importantly, it was parked blocks away, in a residential spot. How could she have seen it? And why would she have been in that area? "How did you see that?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. My mind reeled. Had she driven past my house? Had she been waiting for me? She smiled, a slow, predatory curve of her lips in the dim light of the street lamp. "Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, running some errands, and I have a good memory for details. Like I said, especially when it comes to people I find interesting." She reached out, her fingers brushing lightly against my arm. The touch was like ice, sending a jolt of revulsion through me. "It is a good parking spot, though. Tucked away, you must like your privacy." My stomach churned. This was not a hunch. This was not a guess. She knew my specific, out-of-the-way parking spot. She knew about the flower bags. She knew about the TARDIS sticker. She knew about me. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. I pulled my arm away, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yeah, well, I am right here. Thanks for walking me." I started to walk faster, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I could feel her presence behind me, a silent, watchful shadow. I fumbled with my keys as I reached my car, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. Finally, I got the key in the lock, yanked the door open, and practically dove inside, locking the doors with a loud clunk before I even sat down properly. I started the engine, my foot already pressing on the gas. I did not even look at her, just threw the car into reverse and sped out of the parking spot, glancing wildly in my rearview mirror. She was still standing there, under the streetlight, watching me. Her silhouette was still unmoving, and for a terrifying second, I thought I saw her raise a hand, a slow, deliberate wave. I did not look back again. I drove away, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and confusion. Every shadow seemed to hold her shape, every distant sound her voice. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. This was not just a bad date. This was something far more sinister. The drive home was a blur of paranoia. I checked my mirrors constantly, convinced I would see her car following me. Every time I stopped at a red light, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, the sensation of being watched. I took a longer route, made several unnecessary turns, trying to shake off an invisible tail. My apartment, my sanctuary, was all I could think about. I needed to get there, lock myself in, and try to process what had just happened. Finally, I pulled into my apartment complex. I parked in my usual spot, closer to the building than the one Sarah had noticed. I ran from my car to my front door, fumbling with my keys again, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The moment I was inside, I slammed the door shut, locking it, then engaging the deadbolt, and then the chain, for good measure. I leaned against the door, my heart still racing, my body trembling. I took a few deep, shuddering breaths, trying to calm myself. "It is fine," I whispered to myself, the words sounding hollow and unconvincing in the sudden silence of my apartment. "You are home. You are safe." But the feeling of dread did not dissipate. It clung to me, a cold, clammy film. I walked through my apartment, flicking on lights, trying to banish the shadows. The familiar furniture, the comforting clutter, usually made me feel at ease, but tonight, everything seemed to hold a sinister edge. I went to the kitchen, needing a glass of water to soothe my parched throat. My eyes immediately went to the pantry door. The flour bags, they were still there, stacked just as I would left them. But something was off. One of the bags, the one on top, was slightly askew, and there was a faint dusting of white powder on the floor beside it, as if someone had just brushed past it, causing a small spill. I never left flour on the floor. I was meticulous about that. A cold dread seeped into my bones. My mind screamed, "No, no, it is just your imagination. You are paranoid." But the evidence was staring me in the face. I walked closer, my movements slow, cautious. I bent down, examining the flour dust. It was fresh. And then I noticed it. Tucked just under the bottom flour bag, almost hidden, was a small, dark object. I reached for it, my fingers trembling. It was a single, dark red hairpin. I did not own any red hairpins. My hair was brown, and I usually wore simple black ties or clips. Sarah had auburn hair. My blood ran cold. My breath hitched in my throat. She had not just seen my car. She had not just guessed about the flour bags. She had been here, in my apartment, while I was out. Panic, raw and visceral, clawed its way up my throat. I spun around, my eyes darting frantically around the kitchen, then to the living room, the hallway. Had she left anything else? Was she still here? My mind raced, trying to put the pieces together, the specific details, the knowledge of my parking spot, the flour bags. She must have been watching me for a while, not just online, but in person. She must have found a way in. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a cast iron skillet, and gripped its handle like a weapon. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, crushing silence. Every creak of the building, every distant sound from outside, sent a jolt of fear through me. I moved through my apartment, skillet raised, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. I checked the bathroom, the spare room, my bedroom. Nothing seemed obviously disturbed. But the hairpin, the flour dust, they were undeniable. When I reached my bedroom, I saw it. On my pillow, neatly folded, was a small white piece of paper. It had not been there when I left this morning. My hand shook as I reached for it. It was a note, written in elegant, flowing script. "You have such a lovely home. So cozy. I really enjoyed our date tonight. We have so much in common, do not we? I know you better than you think, and I know you are going to be mine. Soon, sleep tight. To Saxo. Sarah." A guttural scream tore from my throat. She had been here. She had been in my bedroom. She knew where I slept. The thought was sickening, violating. She had watched me, stalked me, broken into my home, and then gone on a date with me as if nothing was amiss. I stumbled backward, the note falling from my numb fingers. My mind was a whirlwind of terror. I needed to call the police. Now, but what would I even say? A woman I met on Tinder broke into my apartment and left a creepy note. They would think I was crazy, that it was a jilted lover, or a misunderstanding. My phone was clutched in my hand. I stared at the screen. my thumb hovering over the emergency call button. But then, a thought, cold and sharp, pierced through my panic. If she was this bold, this obsessive, what would she do if I involved the police? Would it just escalate things? I needed to get out. I needed to escape. I could not stay here, not knowing if she was still lurking outside, or if she had a key, or if she would just break back in. I could not sleep. I rushed to my closet, pulling out a small duffel bag. I threw in some clothes, my wallet, my laptop, anything essential. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely zip the bag. I had to get away, far away, and figure out my next steps. As I was zipping up the bag, I heard it. A faint click from the front door. My blood ran cold. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. I had not heard the door open. Just the soft click of the deadbolt engaging. From the outside, then a voice, soft and melodious, echoed through the silent apartment. "Oh, you are still up. Good. I thought you might be. I just could not let you go without saying goodnight properly." It was Sarah. My heart leaped into my throat. She was here, inside. I had not heard her come in. She must have had a key, or maybe she would never left. Maybe she would have been hiding somewhere, waiting. I gripped the skillet tighter, my knuckles white. My mind raced, searching for an escape route. The front door was blocked, the windows were too high, and I was on the 3rd floor. I was trapped. "I know you saw my note," her voice continued, closer now, coming from the living room. "I just wanted to be sure you understood how serious I am. We are meant to be, you and I. I have known it for a long time. A long time." How long had she been watching me? I backed away slowly, silently, towards the back of my bedroom, towards the small ensuite bathroom. Maybe I could lock myself in there, call for help. Suddenly, Sarah appeared in my bedroom doorway. She was wearing a dark, form-fitting dress, the same one from the coffee date, but her expression was utterly changed. Her eyes, usually sparkling, were now flat and predatory. Her smile was gone, replaced by a chillingly serene expression. She looked like a hunter who had finally cornered her prey. "There you are," she said, her voice still unnervingly calm. "Hiding, are we? That is not very nice. After all the effort I went to, just to get to know you. Get out." I screamed, my voice cracking. I brandished the skillet, my arm shaking. "Get out of my apartment, or I will call the police." She laughed, a low, humorless sound that sent shivers down my spine. "The police? And tell them what? That your new girlfriend came over for a visit. They won't believe you. Besides, by the time they get here, it will be too late." She started to advance, slowly, deliberately, her eyes never leaving mine. I could see something glinting in her hand. A small, silver object. A knife. My breath hitched. This was it. This was real. This was not a bad date. This was a fight for my life. I swung the skillet. A desperate, clumsy arc aimed at her head. She ducked with surprising speed and agility, the skillet whistling harmlessly through the air. She lunged, the knife flashing. I felt a searing pain in my arm as the blade grazed me. I cried out, stumbling back and hitting the wall. Adrenaline surged through me. I ignored the pain, the fear. I had to fight. I had to survive. She lunged again, more aggressively this time. I raised the skillet, using it as a shield, deflecting her attack. The clang of metal on metal echoed in the small room. I saw an opening, a brief moment where her guard was down, and I swung the skillet again, this time aiming for her shoulder. It connected with a sickening thud. Sarah cried out, a sharp, angry sound, and stumbled backward, dropping the knife. It clattered to the floor, sliding under my bed. This was my chance. Without thinking, I pushed past her, running out of the bedroom, through the living room, towards the front door. My arm burned, but I did not care. I fumbled with the deadbolt. my fingers clumsy with terror. "You are not going anywhere." Sarah's voice roared from behind me, no longer calm but filled with a raw, furious rage. I heard her footsteps pounding behind me. I got the deadbolt open, then the chain. My hand was on the doorknob, twisting. Suddenly, a searing pain exploded in the back of my head. The world spun. I felt myself falling, my head hitting the hard floor with a sickening crack. Darkness enveloped me, a swirling vortex of pain and fear. I lay there, dazed, barely conscious. I could hear Sarah's heavy breathing above me, the frantic beating of my own heart. I felt a hand grasp my hair, pulling my head up. Her face swam into view, distorted and terrifying. Her eyes were wide, manic, her lips pulled back in a snarl. She had picked up the skillet. "You hurt me," she whispered, her voice a low growl. "You should not have done that. Now you are going to pay." I tasted blood in my mouth. My head throbbed. I closed my eyes, bracing for the final blow. This was it. This was how it ended. A Tinder date, a casual swipe, leading to this nightmare. But the blow never came. Instead, I heard a sharp, piercing sound. A fire alarm. Someone must have smelled something, or heard the commotion. Sarah cursed, a harsh, guttural sound. I felt her hand release my hair. I heard frantic movements, the thud of her feet. "This is not over," her voice hissed, close to my ear. "You are mine. I will find you." Then, silence. I lay there, still, for what felt like an eternity, the fire alarm blaring in my ears. Slowly, cautiously, I opened my eyes. The apartment door was ajar, letting in the faint light from the hallway. Sarah was gone. I pushed myself up, groaning, my head pounding, my arm throbbing. I staggered to the door, my legs wobbly. I looked out into the hallway. No one, just the blaring alarm. I stumbled out of my apartment, down the stairs, and out into the cool night air. Neighbors were starting to emerge, confused and disoriented by the alarm. I ignored them all, my eyes scanning the shadows, searching for any sign of her. She was gone. The police came, then the paramedics. I tried to explain, but my words were jumbled, incoherent. They saw the cut on my arm, the lump on my head, the overturned furniture, the faint flour dust. They found the hairpin, the note, the knife under the bed. They took my statement, nodding, looking at me with a mixture of pity and skepticism. They said they would investigate. They said they would look for her. But I knew they would not find her easily. Sarah was a phantom, a shadow. She had stalked me, learned my secrets, invaded my home, and then vanished into the night. I never went back to that apartment. I moved out the very next day, leaving everything behind. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, and tried to erase every trace of my existence online. I moved to a different city, started a new life, a new job. But I never truly escaped her. Every shadow holds her silhouette. Every unexpected sound sends a jolt of fear through me. Every time I meet someone new, I feel a cold dread, wondering if they are just another Sarah, another predator waiting to strike. I check my locks obsessively. I never leave my windows open. I look over my shoulder constantly. I see her face in crowds, in strangers' eyes. Her words echo in my mind, a chilling promise this is not over. "You are mine. I will find you." And sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the fear is a living thing in my chest, I swear I can still smell the faint, sweet scent of her perfume, and I know deep down that she is still out there, somewhere, watching, waiting, because some connections, once made, can never truly be broken. Not even by escape, not even by death. What follows is another part of our time together. As I started my car, my phone buzzed. An email. Unknown sender. My stomach dropped. The subject line read, "Rough night. Huh. The sender was just a string of random letters and numbers, like a burner account. No name, just that subject line, hanging there, accusing. I stared at it, my thumb hovering over the screen. My hands were shaking so bad. I almost dropped the phone. But I had to know. I tapped it open. The message itself was short. Too short. Saw you speeding home. You look pretty stressed. No need to be. We will have plenty of time to talk. Do not worry about the blue Civic. I know it is special to you. And that TARDIS sticker, classic. You really should not run. It just makes things more interesting. See you around. No signature. No name. Just those words burning themselves into my brain. My breath hitched. It was not just a guess. She knew. She had been there. She had followed me. She had watched me, a terrified animal, trying to outrun a predator I could not even see. The blood drained from my face and my vision swam. My heart was not just hammering. It felt like it was tearing itself out of my chest, trying to escape the confines of my ribs. The car, which had just rumbled to life, sputtered and died. I did not even notice. All I could see was her unmoving smile, her icy eyes, superimposed over every single word of that email. Panic, raw and unadulterated, seized me. My chest tightened, my lungs burning, as if I would just run a marathon. I gasped for air, but it felt like I was breathing through a straw. My hands, still clutching the phone, began to tremble uncontrollably. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to make it disappear, trying to make her disappear. When I opened them, the words were still there, mocking me. See you around. I dropped the phone onto the passenger seat as if it were a burning coal. It clattered against the plastic, the screen still glowing faintly. My gaze darted from the rearview mirror to the side mirrors, then wildly around the empty parking lot. Every shadow seemed to coalesce. Every distant sound became a potential threat. Was she still out there? Was she watching me right now? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea washing over me. My brain was screaming at me to do something, anything, but my body felt frozen, paralyzed by a terror so profound it was physical. I tried to restart the car, but my hands were shaking too much to turn the key. It took 3 tries. My fingers fumbling, before the engine finally caught with a roar. I slammed the shifter into reverse, backing out of the spot with a screech of tires, not caring who heard. I just needed to get away from the apartment, away from the email, away from her. The drive to work was a blur of hypervigilance. Every car that pulled up behind me, every vehicle that passed, became a potential threat. I gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white, my eyes darting between the road and my mirrors. I took unnecessary detours, sped up, slowed down, just like the night before, trying to shake a tail that I was now certain existed. The paranoia was not just a feeling anymore, it was a cold, hard fact. She was out there, and she was watching. When I finally pulled into the parking lot at my office, I felt like I would just survived a high-speed chase. My clothes were damp with sweat, my hair plastered to my forehead. I sat there for a moment, head resting against the steering wheel, trying to calm my racing heart. This was not normal. This was not just a bad date. This was a nightmare unfolding in broad daylight. Walking into the office felt like stepping onto a stage. Every glance from a coworker felt like a judgment. Every whispered conversation a reference to me. I knew it was just my paranoia, but it felt real. I tried to act normal, to smile and nod, but the effort was Herculean. My mind was a chaotic mess, replaying Sarah's words, the email, the terror of the previous night. I slumped into my desk chair, trying to focus on my computer screen, but the words blurred. My phone, which I would place face down on my desk, buzzed again. My stomach lurched. I did not want to look, but I could not look. I slowly flipped it over. Another email, same unknown sender. This time, the subject line was, "Do not forget to hydrate." My blood ran cold. I had a water bottle on my desk. a specific bright blue one. She could not have seen that from outside, unless she was here in the building, or had been. My eyes scanned the office, lingering on the faces of my colleagues. Was it one of them? Had she gotten a job here, or was she just passing through, leaving these breadcrumbs of terror? I could not take it anymore. I stood up abruptly, drawing a few curious glances. I need some air, I mumbled, heading for the door. I practically ran to the nearest stairwell, taking 2 steps at a time until I reached the roof access. The cold morning air hit me like a slap, but it was a welcome shock. I leaned against the railing, sucking in deep breaths, trying to clear my head. I had to tell someone. I could not keep this to myself. My first thought was my best friend. Mark, he was logical, level-headed. He would know what to do. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling as I dialed his number. Hey man, what is up? Mark's voice was bright and normal, a stark contrast to the chaos in my head. Mark, something really bad is happening, I stammered, my voice cracking. I quickly recounted everything, from Sarah's chilling comments about the flower and the Civic, to the frantic drive home, to the 2 terrifying emails. I tried to keep my voice steady, but the fear was evident. There was a long silence on the other end. Whoa! Okay. Dude, that is messed up. Mark finally said, his tone now serious. Are you sure? I mean, could she have just seen your car in the parking lot or something? The flower, maybe you mentioned it. No. Mark, I did not mention it. And she knew about the specific placement of the bags. And the emails, the second one knew I had a water bottle on my desk. She is here, or she was here, or she is watching the building. She followed me last night. She is stalking me, man. I am telling you, this is not just a bad date. This is a nightmare. My voice was rising, bordering on hysterical. Okay, calm down, Mark said, trying to soothe me. Look, first thing, you need to go to the police. This is harassment, at the very least. Maybe stalking. They can do something. You think so? I asked, a flicker of hope amidst the despair. Definitely. Gather all the evidence, the emails, the dates, everything. Go down there after work. I will even come with you if you want. The offer of support was a small comfort, a tiny crack in the suffocating darkness. Thanks. Mark, I would appreciate that. The rest of the workday was a torment. I could not focus. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every shadow, every reflection in the glass of the office building seemed to hold Sarah's face. I ate lunch alone, huddled in a corner, picking at my food, my appetite long gone. I kept my phone clutched in my hand, refreshing my inbox, terrified of what might appear next. Nothing did. The silence was almost worse than the emails. It meant she was out there, calculating, waiting. As soon as the clock hit 5, I bolted. Mark met me outside, his face grim. He did not say much, just clapped me on the shoulder and led the way to his car. The police station was sterile, brightly lit, and utterly unwelcoming. We waited for what felt like an eternity, filling out forms, answering questions, repeating my story to a bored-looking officer who clearly had more important things to do. I showed him the emails, recounting every chilling detail. The officer, a burly man with tired eyes, listened patiently enough, scribbling notes. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair, sighing. Look, I understand this is unsettling, he said, but right now, we do not have a lot to go on. These emails, while creepy, do not contain any direct threats of physical harm. And knowing where you live, or what kind of car you drive that is public information or easily found online, the flower bags, the water bottle circumstantial, she could have seen those through a window. Or you might have mentioned them in passing without realizing. But she followed me home, I insisted, my voice rising. She knew I was speeding. He held up a hand. Again, that is your word against hers. Without concrete proof like a photo of her following you, or a clear threat, it is difficult for us to act. We can file a report, sure. We can advise you to block her number and emails, change your locks, be vigilant, but we can't issue a restraining order based on what we have here. Not yet. My heart sank. Not yet. So I have to wait until she actually does something. Until she breaks in, until she hurts me. We will patrol your area a bit more frequently, he offered, a weak attempt at reassurance. And if anything escalates, if she makes a direct threat or attempts physical contact, you call us immediately. We will take it seriously then. I left the police station feeling utterly defeated, a hollow ache in my chest. Mark tried to be supportive, but even he seemed deflated. I am sorry, man, he said as he drove me home. I thought they would do more. Me too, I whispered, staring out the window at the passing streetlights. The world, which had felt like it was tilting, now felt like it was spinning out of control. I was on my own. That night, sleep was a cruel joke. Every creak of the old apartment building, every rustle of leaves outside, sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I lay on the couch again, the baseball bat beside me, my eyes fixed on the window. The police had told me to change my locks, but what good would that do if she already knew how to get in? How else could she have known about the flower bags? The thought that she might have already been inside my apartment, unseen, unheard, while I was blissfully unaware, made my skin crawl. The next few days blurred into a haze of paranoia and exhaustion. I changed my locks, installing deadbolts and a chain lock, but it felt like a futile gesture. I bought cheap security cameras online and set them up, pointing at my front door and windows. I blocked Sarah's number and email address, but I knew it would not stop her. She would find another way. She always did. And she did. A week later, I came home from work to find a small, neatly wrapped package on my doorstep. It was not in my mailbox, it was placed right on the welcome mat, like a delivery. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew instinctively that it was from her. My hands trembled as I picked it up. It was surprisingly light. I brought it inside, my eyes darting around the hallway, half expecting to see her. I locked the door, then stared at the package, my breath shallow. It was wrapped in plain brown paper, tied with a simple twine bow. No name, no return address. I tore it open, my fingers clumsy. Inside, nestled in a bed of shredded tissue paper, was a small, crudely carved wooden figurine. It was a miniature blue Civic, complete with a tiny, hand-painted TARDIS sticker on the back. It was perfect, sickeningly so. And beside it, a small, clear plastic baggie. Inside the baggie, a pinch of white powder, flour. A cold, visceral dread washed over me. She had not just been in my apartment, she had taken something, a tiny, insignificant amount of flour, but it was enough. It was a message. I was here. I can take what I want. I can leave what I want. I am always with you. I dropped the box, the wooden car clattering against the floor, the baggie of flowers spilling its contents. I stumbled backward, hitting the wall, gasping for air. This was not just emails anymore. This was physical. This was an invasion. She had been in my home. She had touched my things. She had left her mark. I immediately called Mark, my voice trembling so badly I could barely form words. He rushed over, taking in the scene with a horrified expression. "Okay, this is it," he said, his face pale. "This is a direct threat. We go back to the police." Now, we did. This time, the officer looked more concerned. The physical evidence, the miniature car, the flower, it was enough to finally launch a proper investigation. They took the package, dusted it for prints, though I knew she would be too smart for that, and promised to look into it. They even took my statement again, asking about any other potential stalkers, any other past relationships. It felt like I was the one being interrogated. The next few days were a blur of phone calls and questions. The police found nothing, no fingerprints on the package. No trace of her. It was like she was a ghost. They checked security footage from my apartment complex, but the cameras were old and grainy, showing only a blurry figure at best, impossible to identify. The police advised me to get a restraining order, which I did, a piece of paper, a legal document, meant to keep her away, but I knew, deep down, it was just that a piece of paper, it would not stop her. The constant fear began to take its toll. I stopped, sleeping. When I did manage to drift off, I was plagued by nightmares of Sarah's smiling face, of her icy fingers, of the feeling of being watched. I lost weight, my clothes hanging loosely on my frame. My coworkers started giving me worried glances, but I brushed off their questions, telling them I was just stressed. How could I explain this? How could I tell them that a woman I met on Tinder was systematically dismantling my life, piece by terrifying piece? I started seeing her everywhere. A fleeting glimpse of a woman with dark hair in a coffee shop, a shadow moving in my peripheral vision, a car that looked suspiciously like hers. My heart would leap into my throat, my palms would sweat, and I would freeze, waiting for the inevitable, but it was never her. Or was it? The line between reality and paranoia was blurring. One evening, I was driving home, the setting sun casting long, eerie shadows across the road. I was trying to stay calm, trying to tell myself that the restraining order meant something, that the police were involved, that I was safer now. But the feeling of being watched was a constant, suffocating presence. As I turned onto my street, my breath caught in my throat. There, standing casually on the sidewalk, directly across from my apartment building, was Sarah. She was not hiding. She was not lurking in the shadows. She was just there, perfectly still, her hands clasped in front of her, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. She was wearing the same dark coat she would worn on our date. Her eyes, those cold, unsettling eyes, were fixed directly on my car. I slammed on the brakes, the tires squealing. My heart hammered so hard I thought it would explode. She did not flinch. She just continued to smile, a silent, terrifying acknowledgement. It was a challenge, a declaration. I am here, and there is nothing you can do. My mind screamed at me to drive away, to turn around, to call the police. But I was frozen, trapped in her gaze. And then, slowly, deliberately, she raised one hand, not a wave, not a threat, just a single, elegant finger, and she pointed it directly at my apartment window. My blood ran cold. My apartment, my sanctuary, the place where I thought I was safe. She was telling me she knew. She was telling me she was coming. Or perhaps she was already there. In that moment, a chilling realization hit me, colder than any fear I would felt before. The restraining order, the police, the locks, the cameras, none of it mattered. She was not playing by the rules. She was a force of nature, an unstoppable predator, and I was her prey. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my whole body trembling. My eyes darted from her unnerving smile to my apartment window, then back to her. She had not moved. She was just watching me, waiting. And in her eyes, I saw not just menace, but a terrifying gleam of anticipation. I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that this was it. The game was over. I had two choices: run again, and live the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, or face her. And for the first time since this nightmare began, a spark of something other than fear ignited within me. A desperate, primal urge to fight back. I took a deep, shuddering breath, my eyes still locked on hers. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the street in a dim orange glow. The shadows lengthened, twisting and turning until it felt like the entire world was holding its breath. I slowly, deliberately, took my foot off the brake. And then, without looking away, I began to drive forward, not away from her, but towards my apartment, towards the darkness, towards whatever waited for me there. The next story arrives with ease. "I want us to be together," he whispered, and the words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. It was not a question, not a plea, but a statement of absolute, terrifying intent. My mind reeled, trying to process the sheer audacity, the warped reality he was presenting. Together, with him, my stomach twisted, a cold knot of dread solidifying in my gut. You know that feeling when you are caught in a nightmare and you try to scream but no sound comes out? That is exactly how I felt. My throat was raw, my tongue a dry piece of leather. I wanted to laugh, to scream, to throw up, but all I could do was stare at him, my eyes wide and unblinking. His smile, that slow, deliberate stretch that did not reach his eyes, widened further, as if he could read the terror blooming on my face and found it utterly delightful. "Do not worry," he murmured, taking another step, closing the distance between us. I flinched, pressing myself deeper into the sofa cushions, my back hitting the cold wall. The once comforting fabric now felt like a cage, a trap sprung shut around me. "We will be very happy." Happy? The word was a grotesque parody in his mouth. He reached out, his hand stopping inches from my face, just as he had before. This time his thumb twitched, a silent threat, a promise of control. I could feel the faint warmth radiating from his skin, the metallic tang of his cologne intensifying, making my head swim. My breath hitched, a silent sob catching in my chest. Then, his gaze flickered to my phone, lying abandoned on the coffee table. He picked it up, his movements slow, deliberate. My heart hammered against my ribs. "No distractions," he said, his voice soft, almost gentle. He tapped a few times, and then, with a casual flick of his wrist, tossed it onto the sofa beside me. The screen was black, off. My lifeline, severed. He moved around the living room, his steps light, almost predatory. He checked the front door, testing the lock, then the windows, drawing the blinds one by one, plunging the room into a dim, artificial twilight. Each click, each rustle of fabric was a hammer blow to my fragile sense of safety. He was methodically, meticulously, sealing me in. "You are wondering what happens next, are not you?" he said, turning back to me, his hands clasped casually behind his back. He looked almost normal, like a guest, making himself at home, except I was the prisoner, and he was the warden. "Well, first, we get comfortable. This is our home now, after all." Our home. The words echoed in my head, a chilling mantra. This was not just about a stolen key. This was not just about a single night of terror. This was a complete, horrifying takeover. He was not just observing me, he was moving in. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything. A lamp, a heavy book, anything I could use as a weapon. But he was watching me, his eyes tracking my every subtle movement. "Do not even think about it," he said, his voice still soft, but with an undercurrent of steel that sent shivers down my spine. "Remember Sarah. She is a sweet girl. Loyal. I appreciate loyalty." The thinly veiled threat about Sarah was a cold vice around my heart. He knew her, knew where she lived, where she worked. He had done his homework, thoroughly, terrifyingly. My hands trembled, my resolve crumbling. I could not risk Sarah. I could not. He walked into the kitchen, and I heard the clink of dishes. My ears strained, trying to discern his movements, to anticipate his next move. The silence in the living room was deafening, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. What was he doing? Was he getting a knife? Was he going to? He reappeared, holding 2 plates of what looked like pasta, steaming slightly. He even had a bottle of wine, already uncorked, and 2 glasses. "I thought we could have a nice dinner," he said, setting the plates on the coffee table, right where my phone had been. "I made your favorite, did not I? Chicken Alfredo. You mentioned it once on your profile. I think my profile, Tinder, the app that had introduced me to this monster. I remembered our first date now, weeks ago. A casual coffee, a perfectly normal conversation. He had seemed a little intense, maybe, but charming enough. I would even thought, for a fleeting moment, that he might be a nice guy. Just a regular guy looking for a connection. God, I was so stupid. He sat down on the armchair opposite me, mirroring my position on the sofa. He picked up his fork, twirled some pasta, and took a bite. Delicious, he hummed, chewing slowly, his gaze fixed on me. You should try some. You must be hungry. Hungry. My stomach was churning, threatening to revolt. The smell of the pasta, usually comforting, now made me gag. It was a macabre picnic, a twisted parody of domesticity. He was trying to normalize this, to make me complicit in his delusion. I can't, I whispered, my voice hoarse. His smile faltered, just for a second. His eyes narrowed. Oh, but you can, he said, his tone firm, losing its previous softness. We are together now, and together we share. We eat. We live. He picked up the plate and held it out to me. Eat. My hand trembled as I took the plate. The fork felt heavy, cold. I looked at the pasta, then at him. He was watching me, waiting. The air crackled with unspoken threats. He wanted me to comply, to acknowledge his twisted reality. This was not just about food, it was about control, about breaking me, slowly, reluctantly. I took a small mouthful. It tasted like ash, like fear. I forced myself to chew, to swallow. It felt like choking down poison. Good, he said, a satisfied hum returning to his voice. He poured a glass of wine and pushed it towards me. For courage. I did not touch the wine. I just stared at him, my mind racing, desperate for an escape, any escape. He had taken my phone, locked the doors, drawn the blinds. He knew about Sarah. What could I do? What could I do? He spent the rest of the evening talking. Not to me, not really. He talked at me. He told me about his day, about his work, about trivial things, as if we were on a normal date, as if he had not just kidnapped me. He spoke about our future, about the places we would go, the things we would do. His voice was calm, measured, utterly devoid of any self-awareness regarding the horror of his words. He genuinely believed this was a romantic beginning. He even brought up our first date, recounting details I had long forgotten. You had a small smudge of cream on your lip from your latte, he said, a fond smile on his face. I wanted to wipe it off. Such a small, innocent thing. But I knew then. I knew you were the one. The memory, innocent as it had been at the time, now felt tainted, grotesque. He had not been a stranger. He had been a predator, observing, planning. Even then, he had seen my vulnerabilities, my routines, my life, and he had decided it was his for the taking. As the hours dragged on, my terror morphed into a dull, aching despair. I tried to speak, to reason with him, to beg. Please, I whispered at one point, my voice breaking. Let me go. I won't tell anyone. I promise. His smile vanished instantly. His eyes, usually just unsettling, turned cold, hard. No, he said, his voice flat. That is not an option. We are together. You just need to accept it. And if you try anything at all, Sarah will pay the price. You understand? I understood. The threat was a concrete wall, blocking every path to freedom. Eventually, he stood up. It is getting late, he said, looking at the grandfather clock in the corner of the living room. It chimed 11 times, each chime echoing like a death knell. Time for bed. My heart seized. Bed? No. Please, no. He led me down the hallway, his hand gently on my back, a touch that felt like a brand. My bedroom, my sanctuary, now it was just another part of his prison. He opened the door. The lights were off. The room bathed in moonlight, filtering through the gap in the curtains. He gestured inside. You can sleep here. He said, I will be in the guest room. For now. The "for now" hung heavy in the air, a promise of future horrors. He clearly intended to share my bed eventually. Do not try anything foolish. The windows are locked from the outside. And remember what I said about Sarah. He closed the door, and I heard the click of the lock. I was alone, but not free. I stood in the middle of my room, trembling, listening to the silence. The house was no longer mine. It was his. Every shadow, every creak, every whisper of wind outside was a reminder of his presence, his control. I collapsed onto my bed, fully clothed, pulling the covers tight around me, as if they could protect me from the monster lurking just beyond the door. Sleep was impossible. My mind raced, replaying every horrifying moment, every chilling word. I stared at the ceiling, tears silently streaming down my face, praying for morning, praying for a miracle, praying for Sarah to be safe. The night crawled by. Every hour was an eternity. I heard him moving around the house once or twice. The faint creak of floorboards, the soft click of a door. Was he checking on me? Was he just making sure I was still there, still trapped? I did not know, and the not knowing was almost as bad as the knowing. When the first sliver of dawn finally appeared through the curtains, painting the room in a pale, ghostly light, I felt a strange mixture of relief and renewed despair. The night was over, but the nightmare was not. This was just the beginning. I heard his footsteps approaching my door. The click of the lock. My breath hitched. He pushed the door open, his silhouette framed against the dim light of the hallway. He was dressed in a fresh shirt, his hair neatly combed. He looked like he had just woken up from a perfectly normal night's sleep. "Good morning, beautiful," he said, his voice cheerful, as if he were greeting a wife, not a captive. "Did you sleep well?" I did not answer. I just stared at him, my eyes burning from lack of sleep, my body aching with tension. He walked over to the window, pulling back the curtains, letting the harsh morning light flood the room. He seemed oblivious to my terror, or perhaps he just enjoyed it. "Lovely day outside," he commented, looking out, "perfect for a walk. But first, breakfast. I made pancakes." Pancakes. The mundane normalcy of it was sickening. He was playing house, and I was his unwilling doll. He led me back to the kitchen. The table was set for two, just like a normal couple's breakfast. Smell of pancakes and coffee filled the air. He poured me a cup of coffee, black, just how I liked it. He remembered, of course. He remembered everything. "We need to talk about appearances," he said, cutting into his pancakes with a knife and fork. "People might notice if you suddenly disappear, or if you are acting differently." He looked up at me, his gaze sharp. Sarah, for example, she might call or text. My heart leaped. Sarah. A chance, a flicker of hope. "You will respond," he continued, as if reading my thoughts. "You will tell her you are fine, that you are busy, that you are spending time with your new boyfriend." He smiled, a sickeningly sweet expression. Me? No. I could not lie to Sarah, could not let her think everything was okay. But then, the image of her blue house on Elm Street, her beat-up Honda Civic, flashed in my mind. The threat. "I can't just disappear," I stammered, trying to sound reasonable, trying to buy time. "My job." He waved a dismissive hand. "I have already handled that. I sent an email from your account saying you are taking a sudden leave of absence for personal reasons. Your boss seemed to understand." My blood ran cold. He had access to my email. How? When? He had truly infiltrated every aspect of my life. He had thought of everything. There was no escape. "Now, about Sarah," he said, his voice dropping slightly, becoming more serious. "She is going to text you this morning. She always does. You will reply. Tell her you met someone amazing, that you are really happy. Make it sound convincing. I will be watching." He pulled out a second phone, a burner phone, and placed it on the table between us. It was already open to my messaging app, displaying a new text from Sarah. "Hey, how was your night? You seemed a little off yesterday. Call me when you get a chance." My fingers trembled as I reached for the phone. This was it. My chance to send a coded message, a cry for help. But his eyes were on me, unblinking, unwavering. He was watching my every move, every twitch of my fingers. I typed out a message, my heart pounding like a drum. Hey, I am great. Actually, I met someone really amazing. Things are moving fast. I will tell you all about it later. Busy now. It felt like a dagger to my own heart, a betrayal of my best friend. But I had to. For her, I pressed send. He smiled, a slow, satisfied smile. Excellent, he said. See, we can be a team. The day passed in a haze of forced normalcy. He made me clean the house, cook with him, watch movies. He talked about our future constantly, planning trips, discussing renovations to our home. He even brought up having children, a chilling prospect that made me want to scream. Each word he uttered, each gesture he made, was a tightening of the chains around me. I searched for an opportunity, any crack in his vigilance. When he went to the bathroom, I lunged for my phone, but it was nowhere to be found. He had taken it. When he was engrossed in a movie, I tried to subtly open a window, but he stopped me with a calm, "Do not forget about Sarah, darling." He seemed to anticipate my every move, every desperate thought. It was as if he knew me better than I knew myself, a terrifying intimacy born of weeks of relentless observation. Late that afternoon, he suggested we go for a walk. We need to appear normal, he said. Neighbors might notice if you are suddenly a recluse. It is important to maintain appearances. My stomach churned. Go outside, into the world. It was a terrifying thought, but also a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could signal for help. He made me change into a dress, one of my favorites, a floral sundress that felt utterly incongruous with the terror gripping me. He watched me as I dressed, his gaze possessive. "Beautiful," he murmured. As we stepped out of the house, the afternoon sun felt blindingly bright. The air was fresh, a stark contrast to the stale, fear-filled air inside. I saw Mrs. Henderson across the street, watering her flowers. My heart leaped. "Mile," he whispered, his hand clamping down on my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Remember, Sarah?" I forced a smile, a grotesque grimace that felt like it would crack my face. Mrs. Henderson waved, and I waved back, my hand trembling slightly. She did not seem to notice anything amiss. Why would she? We looked like a normal couple, out for a stroll. He led me through the neighborhood, his arm around my waist, pulling me close. He pointed out houses, made small talk about gardens, acting the part of a perfectly normal, loving boyfriend. My mind raced, searching for an opportunity. A car passing by, a jogger, a dog walker, anyone. We passed a group of teenagers laughing on a porch. I met the eyes of one girl, a flash of desperation in mine. She just smiled back, oblivious. How could anyone be so oblivious? As we walked, I subtly tried to drop my house key, the one he had not found, from my pocket. It was a tiny, desperate gesture. But as my fingers fumbled, his grip on my arm tightened, almost painfully. "Careful, darling," he said, his voice low. A warning. Do not want to lose anything important. He had seen, he had known. The walk continued, a torturous charade. Every person we passed was a missed opportunity, a phantom rescuer. I felt utterly, completely alone, even surrounded by people. When we finally returned to the house, my legs felt like lead. My spirit was crushed. He had proven that even in broad daylight, even surrounded by people, I was still his prisoner. "See," he said, locking the door behind us. "That was not so bad, was it? We just need to adjust. This is our life now." He spent the evening talking about his plans. He wanted to redecorate. He wanted to get a dog. He wanted to go on a vacation, just the two of us. His vision of our life was so detailed, so utterly mundane, it was terrifying. He was not just a stalker. He was a deluded architect, building a prison out of domesticity. My mind, however, was not focused on his plans. It was focused on Sarah. I had sent that message, that lie. But Sarah was smart. She knew me. Would she really believe I was moving fast with someone I had not even mentioned? Would she notice the subtle wrongness in my text? As if on cue, my burner phone buzzed. A text from Sarah. My heart leaped into my throat. OMG. Really? That is amazing. Why did not you tell me? Who is he? Spill. A wave of relief washed over me, immediately followed by a fresh surge of dread. She believed it, or at least she was playing along, but then a thought struck me. She had not called, she had texted back. That was unlike Sarah. She would usually call immediately, demanding details. Was it a trap? Was she trying to get me to reveal something in text that I could not say on a call? Or was she genuinely excited? I could not tell. He leaned over, reading the message. His smile returned. She is happy for us, he said, a possessive gleam in his eyes. See, everything is falling into place. I typed back, my fingers still trembling. It is too new to spill everything yet. I will tell you soon. I promise. Super busy though. Another lie. Another nail in my coffin. The next morning, the pattern continued. Breakfast, forced conversation, his meticulous control over every aspect of my life. He kept my phone, only giving me the burner when it was time to respond to Sarah's texts. She kept texting, asking more questions, getting more curious. I kept deflecting, inventing excuses, feeling sicker with each fabricated word. Then, 3 days into my captivity, something changed. Sarah's texts became less frequent, more pointed. Hey, still super busy. It has been days. Are you okay? And then, later that afternoon, I went by your place. No one answered. Your car's here. Everything all right. My heart hammered. She was getting suspicious. She was coming to my house. This was it. The breaking point. He was in the kitchen, humming to himself, making what he called our favorite dinner. I was in the living room, staring at Sarah's text, a cold dread washing over me. He had not seen it yet. I had a moment. My eyes darted around the room. Desperate. My gaze landed on the fireplace poker, standing innocently by the hearth. It was heavy, solid. My only chance. My hands shook as I stood up, slowly, quietly. I had to be careful. He had eyes everywhere. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. This was it. Now or never. I crept towards the fireplace, my bare feet silent on the rug. My fingers closed around the cold, metallic shaft of the poker. It felt surprisingly heavy, substantial. A weapon. As I turned, poker in hand, ready to make my move, the kitchen door swung open. He stood there, a benign smile on his face, holding a steaming pot. Almost ready, darling, he said. Then his eyes landed on the poker in my hand. His smile vanished. The pot clattered to the floor, sauce splattering everywhere. His face contorted, a mask of pure rage. What do you think you are doing? He roared, his voice no longer soft, no longer calm. It was a guttural, terrifying sound. I stood frozen, the poker clutched in my trembling hands. My chance was gone. He was furious. He took a step towards me, his eyes burning with an insane intensity. You ungrateful, disloyal little... I gave you everything. Our home. Our future. And you try to hurt me. He lunged. Instinct took over. I swung the poker, not aiming, just flailing wildly. It connected with something hard, a sickening thud. He cried out, a sharp, choked sound. He stumbled back, clutching his shoulder. This was my chance. I dropped the poker and bolted for the front door. My hands fumbled with the locks, my fingers clumsy with terror. The deadbolt, the chain, it was right behind me, a low growl escaping his lips. I could hear his heavy breathing, feel his presence looming. The deadbolt clicked open. My hand reached for the doorknob. He grabbed me from behind, his arm wrapping around my waist, pulling me back with brutal force. I screamed. A raw, primal sound ripped from my throat. He dragged me away from the door, towards the living room. I kicked. I clawed. I fought with every ounce of strength I had left. My nails raked across his face, leaving angry red welts. "You are going to regret this," he snarled, his voice thick with fury. "Sarah will pay for this." The mention of Sarah. Again. It was a cold splash of water, a sudden, horrifying clarity amidst the chaos. He was not just angry, he was dangerous, and he would make good on his threat as he dragged me. I caught a glimpse of the burner phone lying on the coffee table. Sarah's last text was still displayed. "I am coming over. Something feels off. Be there in five minutes." Sarah was coming. She was walking right into this nightmare. My terror for myself was replaced by a surge of desperate resolve. I had to warn her. I had to save her. He was wrestling me towards the sofa, trying to subdue me. My eyes darted to the window, the one he had meticulously locked and blinded. He had said the locks were on the outside. With a surge of adrenaline, I twisted, wrenching free from his grip for a split second. I lunged for the window, not caring about the glass, not caring about the locks. I slammed my fist against the pane. Once, twice, 3 times. The glass spiderwebbed, then shattered with a deafening crash. The cold night air rushed in, carrying the faint sound of a car approaching. Sarah's Honda. He roared, grabbing my hair, yanking me back. But I had done it. The sound, the broken window, Sarah would hear it. She would know. As he dragged me away from the shattered window, I screamed, my voice raw and hoarse, a desperate warning carried on the wind. "Sarah, run. He is here." His hand clamped over my mouth, cutting off my cry. His eyes were wild, murderous. But I had seen the flicker of panic in them. He knew. Sarah knew. The sound of tires squealing to a halt outside, the car door slamming. He glared at me, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "You ruined everything," he whispered, his voice trembling with a chilling mix of rage and despair. "Everything." Then I heard it, a frantic pounding on the front door. "Hello. Are you in there?" I heard glass. It was Sarah's voice, clear and terrified. He hesitated, looking from me to the shattered window, then to the front door. He was trapped. This perfect, twisted fantasy was crumbling around him. He pushed me roughly onto the floor, pulling a small, glinting object from his pocket. My eyes widened in horror. It was a small knife, a utility blade. He looked at me, then at the front door, then back at me. His expression was unreadable, a terrifying mixture of defeat and something far more sinister. The pounding on the door grew louder, more insistent. "I am calling the police. Open up." He took a step towards me, the knife glinting in the dim light. His eyes held a chilling resolve. If he could not have his perfect life with me, he would not let me have one without him. But then, the sound of sirens, faint but unmistakable, began to wail in the distance. Getting closer, he froze. He looked at the shattered window, at the front door, at the approaching sirens. His escape routes were cut off. His world was collapsing. He turned back to me, his face a mask of bitter hatred. He raised the knife. "No!" I screamed, scrambling backward, my hands reaching out to ward him off. But then he stopped, his head cocked to the side, listening to the sirens, growing louder, closer. He looked at the knife, then at me. A strange, almost defeated look crossed his face. He let out a frustrated growl, a sound of pure, impotent rage. He dropped the knife, the clatter echoing in the suddenly silent room. He did not run, he just stood there, shoulders slumped, his twisted dream shattered around him. A front door crashed open with a loud bang, splintering wood. Police officers burst in, guns drawn, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. Police. Do not move. Hands grabbed him, pulling him away. I scrambled to my feet, shaking, tears streaming down my face, but alive, free. Sarah rushed in, her face pale with terror, relief flooding her eyes as she saw me. She pulled me into a fierce hug, holding me tight, as if to confirm I was real. I was safe. I knew something was wrong, she whispered, her voice trembling. Your texts, they were not you. I clung to her, my body racked with sobs. The nightmare was over, but as the police led him away, handcuffed, his eyes met mine, and in that brief, chilling moment, I saw it. Not regret, not remorse, just a profound, unwavering belief that he had been right, that we were meant to be together, and a promise, a silent, terrifying promise, that this was not truly the end. The house was a mess. The shattered window, a gaping wound. But it was my house again, and I was alive. But I knew, deep down, that the metallic tang of his cologne, the memory of his smile, would haunt me for the rest of my life. The Tinder date from hell was over, but the scars, both visible and invisible, would remain forever. And every time my phone buzzed, a part of me would flinch, wondering if he had found a way to reach out, to remind me of the future he still believed we shared. You have been listening to Daily Story, where real experiences are shared with honesty. Every story shared here adds to a greater understanding. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Until next time, take care and stay aware.